Hello and welcome back to another exciting tutorial of GreatStack. In today's video, we are going to build and deploy a full stack movie ticket booking website using MERN stack. In this full stack project, user can sign up, explore the movies and book the tickets. While booking, user can also choose their preferred seats. We will build the admin dashboard also, where admin can add a new movie and manage the bookings. So let's take a look at the project demo. So this is the home page of our movie ticket booking project, where you can see we have the navigation bar with logo, menu links and this login button. Then we have the banner image and some text. After that we have the list of movies. You can see now showing. So these are movies available to book, right? After that we have some trailers and then we have the footer. If I click on this show more, it will display all movies list, or we can also click on this movies menu. Let me click here. So here we have the all movies. Now if I click on any movie, it will display the movie details page, where you can see the movie image, title, language and description and other details. Then we have the button called buy ticket, and we can also add this movie in favorite list using this icon. But for that, first we have to sign up. But before that, let me scroll down, and here you can see the list of cast for this movie, and then we have the option to choose the date. Then we have the recommended movie. Now if we choose any date and click on this button, it will open this page where we can choose the time, and then we can choose the preferred seats and we can book the ticket, right? But for that, first we have to create an account on this website. So let me just click on this login button. Now it will open this login page. For making this user authentication, we have used Clerk that allow us to integrate multiple sign up options like email sign up. You can see we can enter the email for sign up. Then we have added the social media sign up, like we can sign up with Google, and we have also added the phone number sign up option. You can see we can click here to sign up using the phone number. This is the login form. Let me click here on sign up. So you can see we have the option to sign up using email. We can add the phone number and Google. Now I have already created the account. So I'll click on this sign in and I will sign in using my Google account. After sign in or sign up, you will see the user profile image like this. And if I click here, you can see we have the option to manage the account. I'll click here, and here we have the profile details from where we can update our profile details. Now let me close it, and you can see here we have one more option, that is add account. Because using the Clerk, we have also added multi-session sign up that allow you to create multiple profile on this website and easily switch between different account without signing out. Let me click on this add account. So again it will open this sign up form or login form, right? So we can create multiple account on this website, and in one click we can switch between different account. We don't need to sign out from anyone. Then here we have the my bookings. I have already booked some tickets, so you can see the booking history like this. And if I open any movie, let's click here, and if I click on this icon, you can see this movie will be added in the favorite list. And here you can see we have the favorites in the navigation menu. Let's click here. So you can see we have the favorite movies list. Now let's come here in this movie and let's try to book the ticket. So here we'll click on this buy tickets button. So it will ask you to choose the date. Let me choose the date. Then let's click on this book now button. So it will open this page to choose the time and seat. So let me choose the time. And from here we can choose any seat. So let me choose this seat. I'll choose 2 seats and click on this proceed to checkout button. So it will open this payment page. So here we'll enter the payment details and make the payment. So I'll click on this pay button after adding the payment details. So we have successfully booked our new ticket. You can see we have the movie details, we have the timings, and this is the seat number, right? And this is the total seat number. So we have successfully made the payment and booked the ticket. We have added ingest in this project to manage the background jobs and scheduling. Using ingest function, we will send the emails to all users whenever a new movie is added, and we will also send the booking confirmation email and reminder email just few hours before the movie time. So you can see after booking this ticket, I have received this booking confirmation email, and we will also receive the reminder email just before this show time. When a user book a ticket and the payment get cancelled or failed, in that case their seats will be reserved for the next 10 minutes so that user can retry the online payment. Let me book another ticket. I'll choose any other movie. Let's click on this button, choose the date. Let's choose the time and select the seat. Proceed to checkout. And now I will cancel this payment. So after that, we will come back here on this My Bookings page, and here you can see our seat is already reserved, right? And here we have the option for Pay Now. So our seat is reserved for the next 10 minutes, and we can make the payment within 10 minutes to confirm this seat. If the user does not make the payment within 10 minutes, then their seat will be released. We have also created the admin dashboard. Let me show you that. So this is the admin dashboard where admin can see the movie and booking data. They can see the total bookings, total revenue, active shows and users. Then we have this add show, from where admin can add a new show. In this add show page, admin will see the list of newly released movie and upcoming movies. So just we have to choose any movie from here. Let me choose this one. And then we have to enter the price for this movie. Then we'll choose the date and time. So let's choose the date and time. And after that, just click on add time button. So this date time will be added. This is the show time. We can add multiple show time. Let me add the another date also. You can see we have added 2 show time. Then we can click on this button. So this new movie will be added, right? If I come back to home page, let's go to movies. So here you can see we have added this new movie, right? And you can see the date also that we have just added. So this is how admin can easily add a new movie. Let me open the dashboard again. That is the admin dashboard. So here we have the option called list shows. So here admin can see the available shows, and here we have the list of bookings. So admin can see the list of bookings also. So this was the project demo. After building this full stack app, we will deploy it online for free using Vercel. So if you are also excited to build your own movie ticket booking app, just write down I am going to build this ticket booking project in the comment box. Once you complete this project, you can send me your project live link at this email ID for review and get featured on the GreatStack stars page. I will also recommend you to add this project live link in your resume, or you can also use it as your college project. Now let's get started. To create our movie ticket booking project, let's come to desktop screen, and here we will create a project folder. So let's create a new folder and write the folder name Quick Show. So we have created a new folder. Now we will open this folder with VS Code. Now our folder is open in VS Code. So here you can see this Quick Show folder. Now here we have to create the React project. So let's open a new terminal. I'll click here and select new terminal. And in this terminal you will see the path. We are at Quick Show directory, right? So here we have to create the React project, and to create the React project we are going to use Vite package. So just add npm create Vite at latest. So we have added npm create Vite at latest, press enter. So it will create the React project. Now it is asking for the project name, so I'll add the project name client, because in this project we will create the front end and back end. So we will create the front end in the client directory. So we are creating the project name client. Press enter. Then here we have to choose the framework. So let's choose the framework React. Then we will choose the variant JavaScript. Now you can see here we have some commands to navigate to client directory. Then we can install the dependencies. Then we can run the project. So let's add this command cd client to navigate to this client directory. So just add cd client. After that we'll add npm install. So let's add npm install. So it is installing the dependencies for this React project. Now in this left side you can see we have the client folder, and in this client folder we have the React project structure, and we have the node_modules folder where we have the dependencies for this React project. After that, in this one we have to add some other packages also. So let me install those packages. So let's scroll up, and here we will add npm install and write the package name. So first we'll write the package name React Router DOM. We will use this package for URL navigation. We will create different pages, and to navigate to different pages we need React Router DOM, right? After that we'll add the Lucid package. Using that we can add the icons. So just add lucid-react. After that we will add the notification. So to display the notification we are going to use the package React Hot Toast. So we have added React Hot Toast package. After that, to play the videos we are going to use React Player package. So just add React Player. After that, let's press enter. So it will install these packages also. So it is installing these packages. After that we can start the project, and to start the project we will use this command npm run dev. Just copy and paste it here, npm run dev, press enter. So it will start our Vite plus React project in localhost. So let's open this link localhost:5173. Let's open it in the web browser. So you can see our basic React plus Vite project is successfully running in the web browser. Now we will clear the default project. For that we will come back here, and we can hide this terminal now. And after that, if I open the package.json, in this one you can see we have all the dependencies that we have installed, right? After that, let's come here in this src, and in this src we have app.css. So just delete it. And after that we have the app.jsx file. So let's clear this file, and here we will add rafce to create the component structure like this. And next let's open this index.html file, and in this one we have to update the title. So here in this title tag we'll add quick show GreatStack. After that we have to update this icon also, that is the favicon icon, and to update this icon we have to add the images in our project. So you will download the asset folder from the video description. Let me show you that. You will get this assets folder, and in this one you will get these files. So just copy this, and after that open the project folder and open client, and in this client you will find the src, and in this src we have assets. So just paste all the files here, right? After that, in this one you will find this background image, and there will be one favicon.svg. So just copy these files, that is background image.png and favicon.svg. Just copy, and let's come back in this client folder and open the public folder, and in this public folder just paste these files, that is background image and favicon.svg file. Now just close it and come back to the VS Code, and here now we can add our favicon icon. So instead of this vite.svg we will use the favicon.svg that we have added in the public folder. So we have updated the title and also updated the favicon icon. And in this left sidebar we have the src, then in this src we have the assets, and here we have all the images that we will use on this project. And we have the assets.js file, and in this assets.js file we have imported all the images and created one object. In this object we have added these images so that we can easily access these images using this assets object. After that we have added the dummy data for our front-end project, that is the dummy trailers, where we have the image URL and video URL. then we have the dummy cast data, then we have the dummy source data, then we have the dummy date time data, and then we have the dummy booking data. So we will display these dummy data on our front end, and once we'll create the backend, we'll display the data from our backend. So after updating these changes, and let's open the web browser. So you can see our React project is clear, and here you can see the title, that is Quick Show GreatStack. Correct. Next, before creating the front end design, let's see our Figma design. So here we have created the UI design of our project. You can see we have to create multiple pages. Let me zoom in. So you can see this is the home page. In this home page, we have to create different components like navigation bar, this header section, then we have to create the movie cards, then we have the trailer section, and we have the footer. If I come to next page, so this is the movie details page, from where you can see the complete detail of this movie and you can book the ticket. And here you can see the cast also. Then we have the option to choose the date, and we have the recommended movies, right? And also we have the footer. Now let's see the next page. So we have to create this page to select these seats. After that, we will create the dashboard also, where admin can see the movie list. Admin can add the new movies. So you can see these are the admin pages. Here admin can see the list of shows. Here admin can see the list of bookings. Then this is the My Bookings page, where any user can see the booking history. So we have to create these pages. So we will create the folder structure for our project so that we can create multiple pages and multiple components. So to create that, we will come back to the VS Code. And in this one, first you can see we have the SRC folder. So we have to create the folders in this SRC. So here, let's create one new folder and write the folder name pages. In this pages folder, we'll create all the pages like home page, movie details page, movies page, bookings page, right? Now let's create another folder in this SRC, and the folder name is components. After that, we'll create one more folder. So let's create a new folder and write the folder name lib, that is library, where we'll add useful libraries. After that, let's create the pages also. So in this pages folder, we'll create some page. So let's create a new file in this pages folder and write the file name home.jsx and write RAFCE to create the component structure. Now let's create new file and write the file name, that is movie details .jsx. After that, we'll create a new file, that is movies. So create a new file here and write the file name movies.jsx. Write RAFCE. Here also we'll add RAFCE. Now we'll create a new page, that is my bookings. So create a new file here and write the file name mybookings.jsx and write RAFCE. After that, we'll create the new page for selecting the seats. So create a new file here and write the file name seatlayout.jsx and create the component structure. And after that, we'll create a new file. So write the file name favorite.jsx, and here also we'll add RAFCE. So we have created favorite page, home page, movie details page, movies page, my bookings page, and seat layout page. So we have created the pages for normal user. Later we will create the pages for admin. Now we'll create the components. So in this components folder, we have to create the components. So first we have to create the navigation bar, right? So let me create the new file here and write the file name navbar.jsx. So this navigation bar will be displayed on all pages, right? So here let me add the title, that is navbar. So this navbar will be displayed on all the pages, and with that we'll create the footer also. Let's create a new file, footer.jsx, and write RAFCE, and here we'll add the title footer like this. So this navbar and footer will be displayed on all pages, and rest of these pages will be displayed on different route. So we have to create the routing so that we can navigate to different pages, and on these pages we will display different components. So let's create the routing in this project. For that we have already added the React router in this project. Now to set up the React router, we will open this main.jsx file, and in this one we have the strict mode, right? So we will remove it. Before that, let me add import statement, and here we'll add curly braces and write browser router. We will import this browser router from React router DOM. So we have added React router DOM package, and from this one we'll get the browser router. Now let's wrap this app component using this browser router. So instead of this strict mode, we will add browser router opening tag and browser router closing tag. Correct? And here we have the import statement to import the strict mode, so just remove it. It is not required. Save the changes. Now let's open the app file. So here we have the app.jsx. So in this one we have a div, right? So instead of div we will return the fragment. So just add this opening and closing tag. Correct? Now in this one we will add navbar. So we have added the navbar component here in the app. So whenever we will load the web page, the navbar will be mounted, right? Now we will create the routing here. So just add the routes tag. Let's click here. So we have to import this routes tag. So instead of writing like this, we'll add routes. Click here. So the routes has been imported from React router DOM. Now just close this tag with routes opening and closing tag. Now within this we will add the route tag. So just add route and click here. So you can see the route tag is also imported from React router DOM. Correct? After that we will close it like this. It will be self-closing tag. Correct? Now in this route tag we have to add the path, and in this path we will add slash, that is the home path. Correct? And here we'll add the element, and in this element just add the home page. So just add this home and import it from the pages folder. So we have added the home page here. You can see the home has been imported from the pages folder and home file, right? Similarly we can add the other pages also. So just duplicate this line, and here we'll add the path, that is slash movies, and at this path we will add the movies page. So here just add movies. So you can see the movies has been imported, right? Now let's add the next route. So just copy and paste it here. Here we will add colon ID. So we have to provide the movie ID in the URL, and here we will pass the element. So in this element just add movie details page. So whenever we will add the movie ID in the URL, it will display the movie details page. Correct? After that let's add one more route. So just copy this one, paste it here, and here we will add the movies colon ID, and then we'll add slash colon date. So whenever we will open this path with movie ID and date, then we will mount the seat layout so that a user can choose the seat for the booking. So here let's add seat layout. Seat layout has been imported. After that we will mount the my bookings page. So just duplicate this line, and here we'll add the path, that is my bookings. Correct. Now here let's add the file also, my bookings. After that we will add the next route. So here let's add the new line, and here we'll add the path name favorite. And after that here we'll mount the pages, that is favorite, it has been imported. So we have added the routes for different pages. Correct. After that, if I open the web browser, so here you can see we have the navbar, right? Why this navbar is coming? Because we have mounted it in this app. Correct. And this navbar will be displayed whenever we are on the users page, but whenever we will go to the admin dashboard, we have to hide this navbar, right? For that we have to check the URL. So here, before this return statement, let's add const and write the variable name is admin route equal to use location, and we will get this use location from React router DOM. You can see it has been imported. And here we'll add dot path name dot starts with, and here just add the path, that is /admin. So if the URL is starting with /admin, URL path name is starting with /admin, it means we are in the admin dashboard. So in that case we have to hide the navigation bar. So here let's add the curly braces, wrap this using curly braces, and then write not of is admin route, then and operator. It means whenever we are not on the admin route, then only we will display the navbar. It is correct. Now in this one we have to display the notification also, and for the notification we have used the React hot toast. So to enable the notification featured on all the components, we will mount the toaster component here in this app so that we can use the notification in any component. So here let's add import statement, and we'll add curly braces, and here we'll add the toaster, and let's add the toaster from React hot toast, right? Now let's provide this toaster tag here within this fragment. So just add toaster and close this tag. So now we can use the toast notification in any component. Correct. After that we have to mount the footer also. So the footer will be displayed after these content, and it will be displayed on all the pages except admin. So just copy this line, paste it here after closing of this routes like this, and here we will add footer. You can see the footer has been imported. So if I open it, you can see here we have the navbar and footer, and if I go to any pages, this footer and navbar will be displayed except admin page. You can see if I write /admin in the path, it is hidden, and if I change it to anything like movie, this navbar and footer is displayed. Let's come to home page only. Right. Now let's come back here, and in this one you can see we have the index.css file. Correct. So in this index.css file we will clear all the CSS properties. Now you can see we have no CSS here, it is plain title. So next we have to add the Tailwind CSS in this project so that we can design our components using Tailwind CSS. And to add the Tailwind CSS support, we'll open new tab and search for Vite plus Tailwind. Open this link, and here you can see the steps to install the Tailwind CSS in this project. So we have to add this command in the terminal. So just copy this one and open the VS Code, and let's open the terminal, and in this terminal our project is running. So first we'll stop the project using Ctrl C. Yes. Now paste this command, npm install tailwind css at tailwind css/vite. Press enter. So it will install this. Now let's see the next step. So the next step is to add this import statement and this tailwind css in the vite config file. So just copy this import, come back here and open the vite config from here. You can see in the left side we have the vite config.js file. So just open this file and here let's add this import statement. After that just come here and copy this tailwind css, copy and paste it here after this react. So just add the comma and paste it here. So you can see in this array we have the react and then we have this tailwind css in this plugins. Now let's see the next step. So we have to add this import statement in the CSS file. So just copy this one and open the index.css file that is clear. So here we will paste this import statement, import tailwind CSS. Now let's see the next step. So we can directly start the project and we can use the tailwind classes in any HTML component. It will work. So let's start the project using npm run dev. So here we will add npm run dev and start the project. And now we can use the tailwind CSS in any component. It is running. Now let's hide it. Next we have to add the Google fonts also in our project, and to add the Google font, let's open the web browser and here we will search for Google Fonts. Open this website fonts.google.com. Here in this search box we will add outfit because we are going to use the outfit font. Just click here and click on this button get font. After that click on this button get embed code and here we will click on this radio buttons import, and from here just copy this import statement. Let's copy it and paste it in our CSS file. So this is index.css file and we will paste it in the first line. So here we'll add import and import the Google font, right? After that here we'll add a star and in this one we'll add the font family. So from here you can see we will get this font family outfit sensitive. Just copy this one and come back here, paste it in this star, so it will apply this font on all the HTML elements. Now for our project we will set the primary color and primary dull color that we can use on entire project. So here let's add theme, and in this one we will define primary color and write the color code. Now we'll add the primary dull color and here we'll add another color code like this. Now for the entire web page we have to set the scroll bar width and color. So just add the scroll bar width, it will be thin, and we will change the scroll bar color. So just add the scroll bar color and provide these two color code. Correct. Now we have to set the background color also and we'll change the background text color. So here we'll add the body tag and in this body tag we will add the color. So the color will be white and after that we'll add the background color. So the background color will be dark. Save the changes. After adding it, if I open the web browser, you can see our entire application is dark and the text is in the white color. So we have done the basic setup for our project. Now we can start creating the components. So let's see the Figma design, and in this one you can see we have to create this navigation bar, and in this navigation bar you can see we have to create 3 columns. In the first one we have the logo, in the second one we have the menu items, and in the third one we have the search icon and a login button. So to create this navigation bar, let's open the VS Code, and from this left sidebar we will open navbar.jsx file. Now in this one, let me remove this title, right? After that here we have a div. So in this div we have to add the CSS properties so that it will align all the contents side by side and it will add some padding. So just add the class name property here and provide these tailwind classes. And here we have added fixed and top 0. So this navigation bar will be fixed at the top. It will not scroll. After that, we have to add the logo in the first column, and to add the logo we have to use the link tag so that we can click on this logo to navigate to home page. So to use the link tag, just add opening arrow, link, and now you can see we are getting the suggestion link from React Router DOM. Just click here, you can see the link tag has been imported, correct? Now let's close this tag. So we have the link opening and closing tag, right? And within this we will add the image, and in this image src we have to add the logo. So just add curly braces and just add the assets. So we are not getting the suggestion for the assets. So from this left sidebar, let's open the assets folder and open the assets.js file. Keep it open. Now just come back here in this navbar.jsx, and now if I type assets, you can see we are getting the suggestion. Just click here, you can see the assets has been imported from this assets folder assets file. Now from this assets object we can find the logo. So we have added the logo path. After that we have to set the width and height for this logo image. So just add the class name property and provide the width and height. Now we have added the logo in the navigation bar, and here in this link tag also we'll add some classes. So just add the class name and provide the flex one for the max MD. Now in this link tag we have to add the to property also, so that if I click on this link tag it will open the home page. So in this to property let's add slash, that's it. So this will open the home page, right? Now we'll create another div here after this link. So here we'll add a div tag where we'll add the menu items, right? And after that we'll create another div here, and in this div we have to create the user login button and a search icon, right? And after that here we will add one menu icon. Using that we can open the menu on a smaller screen, right? So to create that, here we are going to use the Lucid package, right? So here let's add opening arrow, menu icon, and just click here to import this menu icon from Lucid React. Just click here, and after that just close this tag like this. After that here we'll add the class name and provide the tailwind classes. So here we have added max MD, margin left, then MD hidden. So it will be hidden on medium and above a screen size. It will be displayed on a small screen only. Then we have added the width and height and cursor pointer for this menu icon, correct? Now here in this div we have to add the user login button, and we will add the search icon. So let me add the search icon first. So here we'll add the opening arrow and write search icon. You can see we are getting this suggestion from Lucid React. Just click here, and you can see it has been imported, search icon. And after that just close this tag. Now in this one we have to add the classes. So for this icon we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes, right? After that here we'll add the button, and when the user is not logged in it will display a login button, and if the user is already logged in it will display the user's profile image. So for now let me simply add the button. So we'll add the button tag, and in this one we'll add the text called login, right? After that let me design this button. So we'll add some classes here. So provide the class name property and provide these tailwind classes for this button. Now to align the icon and button side by side, here we have to add the flexbox. So in this div we'll add the class name property and provide this flexbox classes. Now let's come to this div where we have to add the menu items, right? So to add the menu items we have to use the link tag, so that we can click on the link to navigate to different pages. So in this div, let's add the link tag, and we have already imported this link tag here, right? So now simply add link closing tag like this, and in this one we'll add the link text, that is home. After that, in this one we have to add the to property, so let's add the to property, and here we'll add slash. Now let me duplicate this so that we can create multiple link tag. So in the second one we will add the link text called movies, in the next one we'll add theaters, in the next one we'll add releases, and then in the last one we'll add favorite, right? Now here we have to add different path. So in the second one we'll add slash movies, so it will open this path. Now in the last one we'll add slash favorite, so it will open this favorite path when we click on this one, correct? Now whenever these menu items will be displayed in a smaller screen, we have to display a cross icon also. Using that we can hide the small menu, and using this menu icon we can display the mobile menu. So to add the cross icon before this link tag, let's add a space, and here we will add opening arrow X icon. You can see we are getting this suggestion from Lucid React. Just click here, and after that close this tag. Now here we'll add some classes, so just add the class name property, and in this one we'll add these tailwind classes, correct? Now to design this menu list, here we'll add the class name property, and in this one let me add these tailwind classes. You can pause the video and write all these classes. So after adding it, if I save the changes and come back to the web browser, so here you can see we have this navigation bar where you can see quick show, then we have the menu items, and in the right side we have the search icon and a login button. Right now this footer text is displayed here, so let me hide this text. So we'll open this footer component and remove this title, save the changes. So you can see now it is clear. After that, let me open it in a smaller screen. So you can see in this smaller screen it is displayed like this. So we have to fix it for the smaller screen. We have to hide it whenever we will open the menu in a smaller screen, and it will be displayed when we click on this menu icon. So to add this feature, we will come back here, and here we will create some state. So before this return statement, let's create one state. So just add const and write the state variable name is open, and the setter function name is set is open, right? And by default it will be false. So just add the user state, import this user state and initialize it with false. So whenever we will open it in a smaller screen, by default this mobile menu will be hidden, and we can open it by using the menu icon, correct? And after that, let's come here, and here you can see we have the div that contains all the menu items. So in this one we have to add the classes based on this is open status. So whenever it is open, then we'll add the width full, and whenever it is closed, then we'll add the width 0. So here let me wrap all the classes in curly braces, and instead of this quote we'll add the backticks like this. Now we can add the variable here using the template literal. So just add $, curly braces, and here we will add the is open state, and let's add ternary operator. So we'll check is open is true or false. So here if it is true, then we'll add the class name. So just add max md width full, so the width will be full, and here we'll add the colon, we will add max MD width 0. So if it is false, the width will be 0. It means the menu is hidden. Correct? Now here we have to add the click feature on this cross icon. So for that, we'll add the on click property in this X icon. So just add on click, and in this on click property, we'll add the arrow function, and in this arrow function we will call set is open, and let's make it false. Or instead of false, here we can add not of is open. It means if it is true, it will make it false, and if it is false, it will make it true. And after that, here we have these menu items. So whenever we will click on any menu item, it will close the side menu, and it will also scroll the web page to the top. For that, here we'll add the on click property. So just copy this and paste it here. Right? Now in this one, let's remove this, and here we'll add curly braces. So we have added the on click property, curly braces, then we have created one arrow function, and this is the function curly braces, right? So in this one, let's add scroll to property, and in this scroll to, just add 0, 0. So it will scroll the web page to the top. After that, we will add the comma, and here we will add this set is open, and let's make it false. Now just copy the complete on click property from here and paste it in all the link tag. So here let's choose all the link tag and paste this on click property. So we have added the on click property on all the menu text or link text, right? After that, let's come here in this menu icon, right? So this menu icon will also toggle the menu. If it is open, it will close it, and if it is closed, it will open it. So here let's add the on click property, then we'll add the arrow function here, and in this arrow function just add set is open, and in this one just add not of is open. So it will toggle it. Now save the changes and open the web browser. So if I open it in a small screen, you can see here we have the menu icon, and if I click here, it is displaying the menu items like this. It is displayed vertically, and here we have the cross icon. If I click on this cross icon, it will hide this. If I click on menu icon, it will display this. So you can see this toggle menu is working fine on a smaller screen. And if I click on any menu item like home, it is also closing this menu, right? Now if I open it in full screen, here we have the menu items in horizontal style. So we have created the elements for our navigation bar. Now we'll add the login functionality, so that if I click on this login button, it will display a login page and user can log in or create an account. So to create the user authentication, we are going to use Clerk. Clerk is the most comprehensive user management platform. Using Clerk, you can easily integrate user authentication in your React project. It provides ready-to-use UI components like sign in, sign up, and user profile and user button component that you can easily integrate in your React project. Using Clerk, you can allow users to sign in using the phone number. It enhances your website's experience for mobile phone users. It also offers multi-session authentication that allows users to create multiple accounts on your website and easily switch between different accounts without signing out. So just click on the link given in the description and sign up on Clerk's website. After sign up, you will come to the dashboard. So right now I am in the Clerk dashboard. So these are my old applications that I have created. So here you need to click on this button, create application. And here you need to add the application name. So let me add the name, Quick Show. After that, here we have the options to enable different signing methods. So we will enable the email sign up, then Google sign up. And I will also enable this phone sign up. After that, just click on this create application button. Now here you will see the steps to integrate this clerk authentication in your React project. So just click on this React, and after that you can see the steps here. So first we have to create a React project that we have already created. Then we have to install the clerk using this command. So just copy this one and come back to the VS Code. And in this VS Code, we will open the terminal. So let's open the terminal here and stop this project using Ctrl+C. Press yes and paste this command npm install @clerk/clerk react. Press enter. So it will install the clerk package in our project. After that, let's see the next step. So the next step is to add this key in your environment variable. So let me just copy this and open the VS Code. And from this left sidebar, let's come here in this client directory, right? And in this client directory or folder, we will create a new file and write the file name .env. So we have created this .env file, and here we will paste this environment variable, that is wheat clerk publishable key, and this is the key. So just copy it from here and paste it in the environment variable. After that, we have to open the main file, and in this one we have to get the environment variable, that is the publishable key. And after that, if the publishable key is not available, it will throw an error, and if it is available, then we have to wrap our application using this clerk provider, right? So for that, let me just copy this code from here. We will copy these lines and we will open the VS Code. Let's open the src and open main.jsx file, right? And in this file, let's add a space here. After this import, just paste this code. So here we have added const publishable key equal to import meta and env. So it will import the environment variable here, and if it is not available, then it will throw error missing publishable key. That's it. Next we have to use this clerk provider tag. You can see we have to import this clerk provider, and then we will wrap the application using this clerk provider, right? So let me add this import statement here. So just add this import statement, import clerk provider from clerk/clerk react. After that, we have to use this clerk provider tag, and in this one we will provide this publishable key, right? And let's just copy this one, come here, and we will wrap this browser router. So here let's add clerk provider opening and closing tag, and let's move it inside this one. This comma should be here at the end. So we have wrapped the browser router and app component using this clerk provider. Now in this clerk provider, we will add the publishable key, and here let's add curly braces and provide this publishable key, that is here. So now we have the support of clerk provider in entire application because we have added it here in this main.jsx file. After that, if I see the next step, we can simply use the clerk component, right? So we will use these components to display the sign up form, sign in form, and user profile and user button. After that, let me start the project using npm run dev. So let me just come here and let's open the terminal, and in this one we'll add npm run dev, so it will start the project. So you can see our project is again running on same URL, localhost colon 5173. Now we can hide this terminal, and let's come back to the navbar.jsx file where we have to add the feature for user login, right? So in this one, scroll up, and before this return a statement, let's add const curly braces user, right? And we have to get this user from the use user. You can see we are getting the suggestion use user from Clerk. Just click here. You can see the use user has been imported from the Clerk/Clerk React, correct? Now let's add the parenthesis here. After that, here we'll add const curly braces, we'll add open signin. So let's add open signin here and equal to use Clerk. Just click here. So use Clerk has been imported, right? Let's add the parenthesis here also. After that, let's scroll down, and here you can see we have this div that contains the search icon, and then we have the login button, right? So instead of adding this login button, we have to add the ternary operator, and it will check if the user is logged in, then it will display the user profile image. So here we'll add the curly braces, and in this one just add not of user. It means the user is not logged in. So in that case, we will provide this parenthesis and then add colon, and here we'll add the parenthesis. So in the first one, we have to display a button. So just add this button tag here, right? So if the user is not available, then it will display the login button. And suppose the user is logged in. So in that case, we have to display the user profile icon. For that, we will use the Clerk's component. So here just add user button component. Just click here and close this tag user button and scroll up. You can see the user button has been imported from this Clerk, right? Now in this button tag, we have to add the onClick property. So here let's add onClick, and in this one we will add the open signin. So it will open the sign up or sign in form. After adding it, save the changes, and we will open the web browser. Let's come to the application. Let me refresh it, and after that, if I click on this login button, you can see it is opening this sign in form. And if you don't have any account, you can go to this sign up form by clicking here. So in this sign up, you can see we have two options. We can either sign up using the Google account, or we can sign up using the email ID, phone number and password. And if I come to sign in, here you can see we can sign in using Google or email address, or we can also sign in using this phone number. You can see if I click here use phone, we have to enter the phone number, and then it will ask for the OTP, and we can easily sign in using the phone and OTP. So now let's create an account here. I'll choose the Google option. I'll click here, continue with Google. I'll choose my Google account, then click on continue. After that, it is asking for the phone number because we have enabled the phone login. So here we'll add the phone number and click on continue. After adding the phone number, here it is asking for the OTP. So I'll enter my OTP here for Clerk sign up. I have already received the 6-digit OTP. After providing the OTP, we are successfully signed up. And here you can see we are getting the profile image, correct? Now if I click here on this profile image, it is opening this drop down, and here we have the option for sign out. Then we have the manage account, and here if I click on this manage account, it will open this profile page from where we can update our profile. You can see this link, update profile. We can also add other email ID, and after that if I come to this security, here you can see we have the option to update the password or set the password. We can also delete the account. So now let me just close it, and if I click again, here you can see we have two options. So in this one we will add one more menu item so that we can open the My Bookings page. For that, let's come back to the VS Code, and instead of using this self-closing user button tag, we will add like this: user button and closing user button, like this, user button opening and closing tag. Now in this one, just add user button dot menu items, close this tag. So we have the opening and closing tag. Now in this one, let's add user button dot action, and it will be self-closing like this. So we have added user button action. Now in this one we will add the label. So the label will be My Bookings, right? And after that we have to add the label icon. So just add the label icon property here, and here we have to provide one icon. So just add curly braces, and in this one we can provide the icon from our package. So just add opening arrow ticket plus from this Lucid React. Just get this icon, close this tag. Now in this icon we have to provide the width. So just add the width 15. So we have added one link and icon. After adding it, save the changes and open the web page. Let me refresh it. It should display the menu item here, that is My Bookings. So to display that My Bookings menu items here, we will come back to the VS Code. And in this user button action, we have to add the onClick property. Just add the onClick property and create the arrow function. And here we have to use the navigate to navigate the users on different page. So scroll up, and here we will add const navigate, and we will get this navigate from the use navigate. Just click on this suggestion use navigate, and it has been imported from the React router DOM. Just add the parenthesis here. So now we have this navigate function, and in this one we can provide any path. So here in this onClick, just add this navigate, and in this one just add the path name, that is slash, and provide the path name My Bookings. So just provide slash My Bookings. After adding it, save the changes and we will open the web browser. Now if I click on this user profile icon, so here you can see we have My Bookings, and if I click on this one, you can see we are redirected to this page, that is slash My Bookings, and if I click on logo, it will open the home page. So we have added the user authentication functionality on our project. Now we will enable the multi-session authentication. Using that, user can create multiple accounts in the same tab or same application, and user can easily switch between different accounts. For that, we will open the color dashboard, and here let's go to configure, and from this left sidebar we will open this sessions. Just click here, and in this one you can see we have the option, that is multi-session handling. Just enable it, click OK. So after enabling, just click on save. Now it is saved. After that, we'll open the application and click on refresh. Now you can see here we have the option add account. So here in this same tab we can add multiple account. By using this link, we can create another account on this website and we can easily switch between different account. If I click on this add account button, you can see it will open that sign up page. So again, we can sign up using different email ID, phone number or Google account, right? And once we will create different account, we can easily switch between different accounts without signing out. So after completing this user authentication, we have successfully completed the navigation bar. Now we will create the header section. So before that, let me see the UI design. I'll open this Figma file. So you can see this is the home page header, where you can see we have the background image, then we have this text and button. So we will create this header section. For that, let's come back to the VS Code. And in this one, we will create a new component. So let's open the sidebar and go to this components folder. And in this components folder, we will create a new file and write the file name herosection.jsx. Then write RAFCE to create the component structure. Now in this one, we have to add the background image. So here we have the div. So in this div, we will add the class name property. And let me add some classes. So we have added these tailwind classes. After that, we have to add the background. So just add the background, then a square bracket. And in this one, we will add the URL. Right now in this URL, we'll add the path of the image. So we have added one image in the public folder, right? So we can simply add double quote here and provide the path, that is slash and background image.png, right? And after that, we'll add the background cover, background center and height screen. So it will be full screen. After adding it, next we have to add one image. So here we'll add the image tag, and in this image src we will add curly braces and provide the assets dot Marvel logo. After that, we'll add some classes here. So just add the class name property and provide these classes for this image. After that, we have to add one title in h1 tag. So just add the h1 tag here. And in this one, we will add the title. And now we will break this title in two parts. So here we'll add the br tag like this. So this text will be displayed in second line. Now for this title also we have to add some classes. So here in this h1 tag, we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes to increase the text size. And then we have added the leading and font semi-bold and maximum width. After this title, we will create a div. Right now in this div, we have to add the text like this. You can see in this Figma design, we have action adventure, then we have the calendar icon, then we have the time icon, right? So we'll group all these in a div, right? And then we will add the icon and text also. So just come back, and here we have created that div, and for this div we will add some classes. So just add the class name property and add the flexbox classes to align all items side by side. Now here we'll add the span tag, and in this span tag we'll add the text like this. After that, we'll create a div, and in this div we have to add one icon and text. So let's add the icon, that is calendar icon. So just add calendar icon from Lucid. It has been imported. Close this tag, and here we'll add some classes. So just add the class name property and provide the width and height for this icon, right? And after that, we'll add the text 2018. After that, we'll add some classes in this div. So just add the class name here and provide these tailwind classes, right? Now just duplicate this div, and here we'll update the text and icon. So just update this text, and here we'll add the icon, that is clock icon. Now save the changes and we'll open the web browser. But before that we have to mount this component. So to mount this component we will open the home page. So from here we will open pages and home.jsx file, and in this one we have to mount our header section component, right? So let me remove this div. We will add the fragment only, and here we'll add header section, or it was hero section. So we have added the hero section here. Save the changes and open our web page. So here you can see we have the background image, then we have the logo and this text and this small text, correct? After that again open our hero section, and in this one we will add the small description. So after closing of this div, let's add the p tag, and in this one we will add this small paragraph text, and here we'll add some classes for this text. So we'll add the maximum width and we will add the text color, right? After that we have to create a button. So here we'll add the button tag, and in this button we'll add the text, and after that we'll add the icon also. So just add arrow right icon, close this tag, and here we'll add the class name for width and height of this icon, correct? Now in this one we'll add the class name property for this button, and here let's add these tailwind classes. After that here we have the button. So when we click on this button it will open new page, right? So here we have to add the navigate. So just scroll up, and before this return statement just add const navigate equal to use navigate, and use navigate has been imported from React Router DOM. Now just copy it and come here in this button tag. Now in this button tag we'll add the onClick property and provide the arrow function and provide this navigate function, and here we'll add the path. So let's add the path, that is /movies. So it will open the movies page. Save the changes and open the web browser. So here you can see we have the small paragraph text also and this button also. Now if I open the UI design you can see it is exactly same. So we have completed our hero section. After that let's see the UI design. So we have to create this movie card and it will be displayed on home page, right? So to create that, let's come back to the VS Code. Let's open this sidebar, and in this components we'll create a new component. So let's create a new file and write the file name featured section.jsx, and here we'll add RAFCE. Now in this one we have this div, so here we'll add the classes. So just add the class name property, and in this one let's add these tailwind classes, right? Now here we'll add one div where we'll add the title, right? And after that we'll add another div, and in this div we will display the movie list, that will be movie card, right? And after that we'll add third div where we'll add a button, right? So let me add the space here like this. So let's add the content in the first one. So in this first div let's add text in p tag, and the text is now showing, right? And after that we'll add the button. So just add the button tag, and in this button we'll add view all, and with this button we'll add the icon also. So just add the arrow right icon, just click here so it will get imported. And for this icon we have to set the width and height. We'll add the hover effect also. So here let's add the class name property in this arrow icon and provide these tailwind classes. Let me move it in the new line. So you can see we have the button tag. In this button we have this text and this icon, right? Now we'll add the classes for this button also. So in this button we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. Now when we click on this view all button, it will display the movie page, right? So here we'll add the on click and provide the arrow function. And again we have to use the navigate function. So just import the navigate. So here before this return statement, let's add const navigate equal to use navigate. Select it. So use navigate has been imported from React Router DOM. Now let's use it here. And in this one we'll add the path. So just add the path, that is /movies. So after adding this path, we can click on this link. So it will open the movies page. Now we'll add some classes in this text that is written in this p tag. So here we'll add the class name property and provide these classes for text color and font weight and text size. After that, let's add the CSS in this div. So in this div, we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. After adding it, let's mount this component. So we'll open our home.jsx file. And in this one, after this hero section, let's mount the featured section. Just select it from this suggestion. So this component has been mounted. After that, if I open the home page, so at the bottom you can see this text now showing in the left side, and in the right side we have this view all. And if I click here, it will open movies page. If I click on home or logo, it will open the home page. Now if I see the UI design, so in this Figma design you can see we have to add this color in the right corner. You can see in this right corner we have this background color, right? So we have to add this color and it will be used in multiple places in different pages. So we will create a separate component for this one so that we can easily add it in different pages. For that, let's come back, and here we will open the sidebar, and in this components folder, let's create a new component. So here, let's create a new file and write the file name blur circle. Right now we'll add RAFCE and create this structure, remove this import statement, and after that here in this return we will add the div. In this div we will add the class name property, and here we'll add some classes. So we'll provide these tailwind classes, right? And after that in this one we'll add some extra style property. So here we'll add the style property, and in this style property we'll add curly braces, and here we will add, let me move it in the new line, and here we will add the top property, and the value will be a prop. So we'll get the prop data from this function parameter. So here we will destructure the prop. So just add curly braces, and here let's add top. We will get the top from the props, and if it is not available we will add the default value auto. Similarly we will add other props. So let's add left, then right and bottom. So by default the value will be auto for everyone, and we will use it here. So here let's add top, then we'll add left, then right and bottom. So we have added the CSS properties here, and here we have added the position, right? Now we can mount it in any component. So let's open our featured section component, right? And in this one we will mount that component. So here before this p tag, let me add opening arrow. Let's add that component blur circle and close this component. So we have added blur circle, and here we will add top. So we will provide the top 0, and then we'll add the right, and in the right we'll add minus 80 pixel. Save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have this blur background in the right side behind this view all text, right? Now just come back and on this text we'll add the cursor pointer. So here let's add cursor pointer. Now you can see cursor pointer here, and you can see the hover effect also. Now let's see the design. So after that we have to create these cards, and at the bottom we will display this show more button. So let me create that button first. So in this last div here we'll create the button. So let's add space, and here in this div we'll add some classes, provide these tailwind classes, and here we'll add the button tag. Now in this button we'll add the text called show more. After that here we'll add the classes, so just add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. After that in this button we'll add the onClick property also, so just add onClick. And here let's add the arrow function, and after that we'll add curly braces. Here we'll add this navigate and provide the path that is /movies. So it will open the movies page and we'll scroll the web page to the top. So here we'll add semicolon scroll to, and in this scroll to just add 0, 0. That's it. So after adding it, save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have this show more button, and if I click here it will open movies page. You can come back to the home page also. Now just come back here in this VS Code and we'll create the movie card. But before that, let me come back to this navbar. You can see in this one we have added a scroll to, and this set is open, and here we have added comma. Let me correct it, it will be semicolon. Just update it in the navbar component like this. Now it is correct. Let's see the other code also. So it is correct. Now let's create a new component, that is movie card. So let's open the sidebar, and in this components folder we'll create a new file, that is moviecard.jsx, and here we'll add RAFCE to create this component structure, and here also we have to create the div. So in this div we'll add the class name, and let's provide the flex box, then we'll add the background color, then border radius, then hover effect, right? Now in this one we have to add the image, that will be movie image. So just add the image tag, and after that here we'll add src curly braces and provide movie, and we will get this movie from the parameter. So here in this function we'll add the props, that is movie, and here in this curly braces simply add this movie dot backdrop path. So we will get the movie image, right? Now for this image we will add some classes. So just add the class name property here and provide these tailwind classes. Let me add the space here. So you can see in this div we have added the image, and in this image we have provided the image path and class name. Now we have to add the onClick also on this image. So here let's add the space, and we'll add onClick property and create the arrow function and add the curly braces, right? Now in this one we will add the navigate function. So here let's import const navigate equal to use navigate. Let's import it from React Router DOM. Now just provide it here navigate, and here we'll add the path. So the path will be movie, and then we have to provide the movie ID. So let's add the backticks here, then slash, we'll add the path movies, then slash and $sign curly braces, and in this one just add the movie that we are getting from the prop, then dot underscore ID. So we will add the ID in the path, right? After that, here let's add semicolon, and we'll add a scroll to property and provide 0, 0. So it will scroll the web page to the top. So we have added the movie image. Then we have to add the movie title. So after that, we'll add the p tag, and in this one we'll add curly braces movie.title, right? And for this one we have to add some classes. So just add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. Now again we will add the p tag, and in this p tag we have to add the movie release date, then we'll add the genres, and then we will add the time. So here let's add the classes first. So in this p we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. Now within this we will add movie date. So just add curly braces. We will add new date and provide the movie dot release date, and from this one we will get the year. So here just add dot get full year. That's it. After that we have to add one dot, so we'll provide this dot here, right? Then again add curly braces, and here we'll add the movie dot genres dot slice, and here we'll add 0, 2. So it will display up to 2 value. After that we'll add dot map method, and in this one we will add this genre and display genre dot name. After that we'll add dot join, and here we'll add this symbol, and after that we'll add this dot. Then we'll add the movie time. So just add curly braces, and here we'll add movie dot runtime. After adding it, save the changes and open the web page. But we have to mount that component, right? Right now we have created this component but not mounted it. But before that, let's come here in this UI design. You can see here we have to display the time like this, 2 hours 8 minutes, correct? Then we have the years and genres, right? Then we have the buy button and this star rating. So let me create the button and a star rating. So let's come back to the VS Code, and after closing of this P, here we'll create a div. Now in this div we will add a button. So just add the button tag, and after this button there will be a text in P tag where we will display the star icon and star rating number. So here we'll add the space, and first we'll add the icon, that is star icon from this Lucid React, and close this tag. Now in this one we'll add some classes. So just add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. After that, here we'll add curly braces and provide the movie, and in this movie we will get the vote average. So just add dot vote average dot to fixed 1. So it will display up to 1 number after decimal. So now in this P tag we'll add some classes. So just add the class name property, and in this one just add these tailwind classes, right? Now we'll add the text in this button. So in this button tag we'll add the buy tickets, right? Now in this one let's add some classes also. So here we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes in this button. Now whenever we'll click on this button, it will open the movie detail page, right? So here also we'll add the same on click property. So just copy it from here and we will paste it here in this button tag. On click, then arrow function, then navigate movies/movie ID, then scroll to, then provide 0,0. Save the changes. Now let's add the CSS properties for this div. So here we'll add the class name property, and in this one we'll add the flexbox classes. So just add these classes in this div that contains this button and this star rating. After adding it, now we can mount this component on our featured section. So just open this featured section, and here we have created this div where we have to display the list of movies in card, right? So in this featured section, let's add a space, and here we'll add curly braces. We will use dummy source data. Just click here, so it will get imported from the assets file. After that we'll add slice, because we have to display the 4 data, right? So just add slice 0,4. Then we'll add the map, and here let's add the arrow function. So in this one we will get individual show or movie, right? And here it will return this component, that is movie card. So import this component, and in this one we have to provide the key. So in this key just provide show._id, and after that we'll add the movie property, that is props, and in this one we will pass this show. That's it. So it will display 4 movie list. After that let's add the classes for this div. So it will align the movie cards side by side. So just add these tailwind classes here. After that save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have 4 movie cards, right? Now in this one you can see here we have these time. So here you can see we have the time like 102 minutes, 103 minutes, 108 minutes. So we have to convert it in hours and minutes. For that we will create one function in our library folder, right? So just come back and let's open this sidebar, and here we have the lib folder, right? So in this lib folder we will create a file. So just create a new file here and write the file name timeformat.js, and here let's add the function. So just add const timeformat equal to and create the arrow function. So in this function parameter we have to provide the minutes, right? And after that we'll add const hours equal to, it will be math.floor, and in this one just provide this minutes /60, right? After that here we'll add const minutes reminder equal to this minutes %60. After that we will add return statement. So it will return the hours and minutes. So just add $, curly braces, and provide the hours here, then space $, curly braces, and provide minutes reminder. And after that here we have to add H for hours and M for minutes, like this. So we have created this function. Now we will export this function. So here let's add export default and time format, like this. So we have created this function. Now we will open our card. So let's open movie card, and in this movie card we have added this time here, movie run time, right? So let's provide it in that function. So here remove this one and provide time format function, and here we will pass this movie run time. That's it. Save the changes and open the web browser. So here you can see the time 1 hour 42 minutes, 1 hour 43 minutes, like that. Now it is looking good. Now if I click on this image or this button, it will open the movie detail page. If I click here, you can see it is opening this /movies and then movie ID, right? Let's go to home page. Click on this movie image. You can see it is opening this movies path /movie ID. It is working fine. Next we have to create the other section. So let's see the Figma design. So in this design file, you can see we have to create our next section, that is trailers, where we'll display the trailer video, and after that we'll display other small images to play different movie trailer. So we will display this big video player, and below that we will add different images to play the trailer of other shows or movies, right? So for that, let's come back to the VS Code, and here let's create a new file. So we'll create a new file in this components folder and write the file name trailersection.jsx. Here we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure, and here we'll create one state variable. So before this return statement, let's add const and write current trailer, comma, set current trailer equal to use state, and in this one we will add the dummy data. So just add dummy trailers, it will get imported from the assets, right? And here we will add the first data, so just add square bracket 0, that is index 0. So it will add the first trailer here in this current trailer, right? After that, here we have this div. So in this div we will add some classes and provide the padding, and we'll add the overflow hidden. We have added the padding for different screen size. Now in this one we have to add the text called trailers, so just add the p tag and provide the text. Now for this text also we have to add some classes, so just add the class name here and provide these tailwind classes. Now after that we will add one div, and in this div we have to display a player, so just add React player. We have already added this package while creating the project, so just click here to import the React player. You can see the React player has been imported, right? Now let's close this tag, and here in this one we have to add the URL. So just add the URL here, and in this URL we will add the current trailer dot video URL, right? After that, here we'll add the controls, and let's set the controls false, right? Now we'll add some classes also. So here let's add the class name property, then provide the width and height for this React player. Now here we have this div. So in this div we will add the class name and provide relative and margin top 6. Now at the right side we have to display that blurred background circle, right? So here we'll add that component blur circle, it will get imported, and here we'll add the props. So just add top, and in this top we'll add -100 pixel, then we'll add the right, and in this right we'll add -100 pixel. That's it. So we have added this one also. After that, let's save the changes and we will mount this component. So let's open our home page, that is home.jsx, and in this one let's mount the trailer section component. Save the changes and open the web page. So at the bottom you can see we have this text trailer, and after that we have this video player, and in the right side here we have this blur circle in the right side, right? After that, here we have to display other images to play different trailer. So just come back and open this trailer section component and scroll down, and after closing of this div we will create another div, right? And in this one we will display multiple images, so we will add the grid layout. So just add the class name and provide these grid classes. After that we'll get the dummy data, so just add curly braces dummy trailers dot map method, and here we'll add the arrow function and provide this parenthesis. Now in this function parameter we'll get the individual trailer, and after that here we will return a div. So in this div we have to add the image, and we will also add the play icon. So to add the image, simply use the image tag, and in this image src will add curly braces this trailer dot image. After that, in this alt property we will add the trailer, and after that we'll add some classes here. So just add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. Correct. After that, here we'll add opening arrow, play circle icon, so it will get imported, and after that here we have to add stroke width, it will be 1.6. Then we will add some classes. So here let's add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. Right. After adding it, now we'll add the key property in this div. So in this div we'll add the key property, it will be trailer dot image, and then we'll add the class name here, and in this class name let's add relative and provide these classes. Correct. Now here we have to add the onClick property also on this div, right? So here let's add onClick, and here we will use the arrow function, and in this arrow function we will call the setter function, that is set current trailer, and in this one just provide this trailer that we are getting from the parameter here. So it will update the current trailer. Now save the changes and open the web page. So at the bottom you can see we have 4 trailers thumbnail image, and if I click on other one it will update that trailer here. If I click on second one it will get added here. If I click on next one it is added here. It is working fine. So we have completed our trailer section also, right? Next we have to add the footer. So footer is already added. If I open the app.jsx, here you can see we have added the footer. So now we have to complete our footer component. So let's open the footer.jsx file, which is here. So in this one we have to add the content. So let's come back to the web page and open the Figma design. So in this design you can see we have to create the footer in 3 columns. In the first one we will display this logo, some text and Play Store images. Then we will display some links in the second column, and in the third column we will display the contact information, and at the bottom we will add this copyright message. So to create this footer component we are going to use the ready to use component from prebuilt UI. So just search for prebuiltui.com. Open this prebuiltui.com website and then go to components, and here we will search for footer component. So let me browse all components, and from this sidebar let's open footer, or we can also search from this search box. So let me find footer. So here we have different footers that we can easily integrate in the React project or any HTML project also. So here at the end you can see we have the dark footer with app stores, right? So here we have the preview, and then we have the option to get the code. So just click here on this code button and it will display the complete code, right? So let me just copy this code from here. We will copy this footer tag, and after that let's come back to the footer.jsx file and remove this div, and here we will paste this footer component, right? Now in this one we have to make some changes to update our text and our logo image, right? So Let's scroll up and let's see. Here we have added footer tag. So in this one we have some padding from the top. Let me remove it, and here we'll add the margin from the top. So here we'll add empty 40. After that, in this div we have the padding from the bottom 10. So let me make it 14, right? Then you can see we have this image, and in this image we have the image URL. So remove this image URL from here and we'll use our own image. So just add curly braces, then assets dot logo. So we have added the logo here. After that we have these text, and then we have this div. So in this div we have to add the Play Store images. So remove these image link from here, and here we will use the images from our assets, right? So let me add curly braces and provide assets dot Google Play. So we have added the Google Play Store image, and in the second one we'll add curly braces assets dot App Store. So we have added the App Store image, correct? Now here we'll update some classes also. So in this first one we'll add the height. Let's make it 9, and then we'll add the width auto and remove this one. After that, in this second image we will add the height 9, and after that we'll add width. It will be auto, and remove this one. That's it. After adding it, let's save the changes and open the web page. So at the bottom you can see we have this footer where you can see the 3 column, and at the bottom we have this copyright message. We will update these things also. So just come back, and here you can see we have this div that contains the links for the second column, right? So in this one we have this text company, then we have this link text, home, about us, contact, and privacy policy. Then in the third column we have the phone number. This is the dummy phone number and dummy email ID, right? And at the bottom we have this copyright message. So here we'll update the message. So let me add copyright at GreatStack. Alright, reserved. That's it. Now save the changes and open the web page. So you can see this footer is looking good. So now we have completed the home page of our movie ticket booking project. So we have created the home page of our movie ticket booking project. After completing the home page, now we will create the movies page and this favorites page. In this one we will display the movie list. So if I click on this movies, you can see it is opening this movies path, and here we have the header and footer. So between this header and footer we have to add the list of movies. For that, let's come back to the VS Code, and from this sidebar let's open the pages, and in this pages we have movies.jsx file. Let's open it. Now in this one we have to add the movie list, and we will add it in this div. So first we have to get the movies from the assets. So in the assets we have already added the dummy data. So let's add import, and after that we'll add curly braces, and here we'll add dummy source data, and let's import it from assets/assets file. So now we have the dummy data, that is the dummy movies data available in the assets. Now here we have the return statement. So here we will check whether we have the movies data available or not. So here we'll add this dummy source data dot length property. So if the number of movies is greater than 0, it means we have the movie data available. So in that case we will display the movie list. So we'll add dummy show data dot length greater than 0. So if we have the movie data, in that case we will display the movie list. So we'll add the ternary operator. Let's add question mark. So it will return this div, and after closing of this parenthesis we'll add colon, and here also we'll add this parenthesis, and in this one we will return another div. Right, now let's add the data here. So in this first div we have to display the title, so let's add the title in h1 and write the text now showing. After that we'll add the div, and in this div we have to display the list of movies. So we will use this data, just add it here. We'll add the curly braces dummy show data dot map, and here we'll add the arrow function, and in this arrow function we will return the movie card. So just add opening arrow movie card. It is not coming here in this suggestion, so let's open this component movie card, and after that let's open that page. And now if I type movie card, we are getting this suggestion, just import it. Now here we have to add the props, so we'll add movie, and in this movie we'll add the movie that we will get from this parameter. So in this parameter we will get the individual movie, and let's add it here. After that we'll add the key property. So in this key property let's add movie dot underscore id, like this. After adding this, save the changes, and let's come back to the web page. So here you can see on this movies page we have the list of movies. You can see the movies card. So we have to add the CSS properties on this page. So just come back and let's start with this div. So in this div we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. After that we'll add the classes in this title. So in this title we'll add the class name property and provided the text size, then font medium and margin from y-axis. Now we have to display the movies in columns. So just add the class name here and provide the flexbox classes in this div. After adding it, save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have the movies list and we have the text here now showing. After that we'll add the blur circle. As you can see on this home page, you can see here we have the colored circle, and in this section also. So here we'll add 2 circles. So just come back, and before this title let's add a space, and here let's add blur circle. So let me open this file. Now we will get this suggestion. Import it, and in this one we have to add the properties. So here we will provide the top and left. So the top will be 150 and left 0. Now let's duplicate this, and here we'll add the second one. So in the second one we will change the position. So here let's add bottom 50 and right 50. So we have added 2 circles. Save the changes and let's come back on the web page. So here you can see we have this blur circle in the left side and in the right side also, right? Now suppose the movie is not available. So in that case we will display a message. So just come back, and here you can see we have added another div for the else condition. So in this one we have to add a message. So we'll add the message in h1 tag, and the message is no movies available. And now let's add the classes for this title, and then we'll add the classes for the div that contains this title. So here let's add class name property and provide these classes, right? So we have completed the movies page. Now if I open the web page and let's click on this favorite. So here you can see we don't have any data in this favorite page, right? So we have to display the favorite movies list here also. As you can see in this movies page, we have the list of movies, so we will display the same data in this favorite. So just come back and let me just copy this entire code. So let's copy, and from this sidebar let's open this favorite.jsx file, correct? And after that, let me replace this code. I'll paste it here, and here we'll add the name. So let me update the name here. Let's add favorite, write the function name here, and at the bottom we will export this function. That's it. Now save the changes and open the web page. So if I open the home page, this is the home page. If I go to movies, we have the movies list, right? And after that, if I open this favorites, here also we have the movies list. Now in this one we have to update this title. So to update this title, let's come back, and here instead of now showing, we will display this message called your favorite movies. We have updated this message here. Save the changes and you can see the message has been updated, your favorite movies. So we have completed the home page, movies page and favorite page. Now if I click on any movie, so it will open the movie detail page. You can see the path /movie/movie ID. So here we have to display the movie details like movie timing, cast and booking option. For that, let's come back to the Figma design. So let's open our Figma. In this one, if I move here, you can see we have the movie details page. So in this page, you can see we have to display the movie poster. Then we'll display the movie title, language, rating and description and some other details and buttons. So here we'll add 3 buttons: watch trailer, buy ticket and a favorite icon. Then we will display the cast list. So we'll display the cast profile image and name. After that, we have to display this box where user can choose the date and book the ticket. And at the bottom, we will display other suggested movies, right? And there will be a button to check all movies. So to create this movie details page, let's come back to the VS Code. And from here, let me close this file. And after that, let's open movie details.jsx file. We have already created this file, right? And now in this one, we need the movie ID to display the movie data, right? And if I come here in this web browser, and we will get the movie ID from this URL. So to get the ID from URL here in this file, before this return statement, we'll add const curly braces ID, and let's get this ID from use params. So use params has been imported from React router DOM, right? So now we have the movie ID. After that, let's create one state where we will store this movie, right? So just add const, and then we'll add a state name called shows. And after that, we'll add the setter function set shows, or we can write set show because we will set only one show here. And here just add the use state and initialize it with null. Correct. Next, we have to create a function that will fetch the show from this ID and store this in this state variable. So here just add the function called getShow. So let's add the const getShow equal to and create the asynchronous arrow function, right? Now here in this one, let's create one variable. So just add const show equal to, and we'll add the dummy show data. So we have the dummy shows data from the assets, right? And from this one, we have to find the particular show using this ID. So let's add the find method. And in this find method, we'll add the arrow function with one parameter. So in the parameter, we'll get individual show and create the arrow function, and this function will return the so where the id is matching with this one. So here we'll add so underscore id is equal to this id that we are getting from the params, right? So now we have this so. After that we will use the setter function. So here let's use the setter function set so, and in this one let's add one object where we'll add the movie property, and in this movie property we will store this so variable, right? After that we'll add one more property where we'll add date and time, and here we will add the dummy date and time data. So just add dummy date time data, so it will get imported from assets, correct? After that let's come here after this function, and we have to execute this function whenever the component gets loaded, so that this function will get executed and it will get the so data and store it in this state. So here just add use effect. In this use effect we'll add the arrow function, and after that here we'll add the id in the dependency array. So whenever the id changes it will update this state. So here let's add the function get so it will get executed, right? Now after that let's come here in this return. So when this so is available, then only we will display the so data, right? So just add this so and question mark. So we will use the ternary operator, and when this so is not available, so in that case here we'll add colon, and now we will return another div. So let's add one div here, and in this one let's add loading. So until it's load this movie data, it will display this loading text. We will replace this loading text with loading animation later, but for now let me complete this div to display the movie details. Here we have extra space, so we can remove it. So let's come to this div where we have to display complete movie data, right? So in this div we have to add the class name. So just add these classes, and then let's create another div. So in this div we have to add all the data like you can see here in this UI design. So you can see we have the first segment where we have to display the movie details, and the second segment is this one, that is recommended other movies. So let's create the first one, and here in this one we will add some classes. So just add class name property and provide these classes, correct? Now here we have to add one image, so just add the image tag, and in this image let's add the src curly braces, use this so dot movie property dot poster path. So it will add the movie image URL, right? And for this image we'll add the class name and provide these tailwind classes. So it will add this image. After that here we'll add a div. So in this div let's add class name property and provide these classes, and in this one we have to add the blur circle also. So just add this blur circle, close this component. So this component has been mounted, and after that here we have to add the properties that will be position. So just add top and left, correct? After that we have to add the movie language. So just add the p tag and add the language here, English. After that we'll add the classes to add the color here. So just add the class name and provide text primary. So it will display the text in primary color. After that we have to add the movie title or so title. So we'll add the h1 tag, and in this one we'll add curly braces, then so dot movie dot title, right? Now we have to add the classes for this title also. So just add the class name and provide these tailwind classes. correct? Now after that, here we'll create a div, and in this div we will display a star icon and total average rating. So here let's add the classes first, provide these classes, and then we'll add the star icon. So we'll add star icon, and we are not getting the exact suggestion here. Let me scroll it. Let me correct the spelling. Star icon. So here we are getting this star icon suggestion from this Lucid React package. So it has been imported. Now in this one we will add some classes. So we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. So it will add the star icon. After that we'll add the average rating. So just add curly braces. Let's add so.movie, right? And in this one we will get the movie average property. So we'll add the movie average here, and in this one we will add to fixed 1. So it will add 1 digit after decimal point. After that we'll add the text called user ratings. So it will display like 3.5, 4.5 or 4 user ratings. That's it. Now save the changes, and after that we have to add the description. So after closing of this div, here we'll add the p tag, and in this one we'll add the description or overview. So just add so.movie.overview, and here let's add some classes. So let's add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes for this one, correct? Now after this p tag, let me add another p tag. So in this one we have to add the time, then we'll add the genres, and then we'll add the release date. So here let's add curly braces. We will use the time format function that we have already created, right? So just add time format. It has been imported from the lib folder, and in this one let's add the so.movie.runtime. So it will display the time in hours and minutes, correct? Then we'll add the dot. So we'll use this dot here. After that just add curly braces, and here we will use the genres. So just add this so.movie.genres.map, because it is an array. So we will use the map method, and here we will use the genre in the parameter and create the arrow function, and it will return the genre.name, correct? Now we have to join it with comma and a space. So here we'll add dot join, and in this one just add a comma and empty space. After that again we'll add this dot. So just paste this dot here, and then add the curly braces, and here we will use the release date. So just add movie dot released underscore date dot, then add a split. So we will split it using this dash, and here just add index 0. So we have added the time, genre and date, correct? After that we have to create some buttons, but before that we'll save the changes, and let's come back to the web browser and open our movie details page. So here you can see it is fetching the movie using this ID, and here we have the image, then we have the blur background, then we have the language, title, user rating, description and these data. If I come to movies page, click on another one, you can see here we have the another movie details. Let's come here, click on third one, you can see here we have third movie details. It is working fine. So it is fetching the movie data from this movie ID added in the URL, correct? Now let's open the first one only, and here we have to add the action buttons like watch trailer and buy tickets and favorite. So just come back, and after this p tag, let's add one div. Correct? So in this div, we will add one button, and in this button we will add watch trailer. Correct? After that, we'll add one link in a tag, and in this link, let's add the text called buy tickets. And after this anchor text, here we'll add another button, and in this button we will just add one heart icon to add this movie in favorite list. So here let's add the icon. So just add opening arrow, heart. Let's import it from this Lucid React package. It has been imported, and we have added this heart icon. And for this one, we have to add the classes. So just add the class name property, and here we'll add curly braces, backticks, width and height. Later we will add more classes here when we will create the backend. That's why we have added backticks here, so that we can insert the variables. After adding it, let's come here at the top. You can see this heart icon and a star icon has been imported, right? Now we'll add one more icon here. So in the first button, we have added watch trailer. So with this button, we will add one icon also. So let's move it in the new line, and here let's add play circle icon. Let's click here. Play circle icon has been imported, and close this tag. Now here also we have to add some classes. So we'll add the width and height. So just add the class name property and provide the width and height. Correct? After adding it, save the changes and come back here. So here you can see icon and watch trailer, buy ticket and heart icon. So now we have to add the CSS properties for these buttons and icons. So let's come here, and let's start with this div that contains all the button. So we have to align all the buttons side by side. So here in this div, we'll add the class name property and provide these flex classes. Now let's add the classes in the first button. So in this button tag, let's add the classes. So we have added these classes in this button that contains watch trailer and this play icon. Now let's add the classes for the anchor tag. So here we have the a tag. So in this one, we'll add the class name and provide these tailwind classes. Right? After that, let me add the classes in the third button. So here we'll add the class name and provide these tailwind classes in the third button. Correct? Now save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have these buttons. It is looking good. Right? Next, let's open the UI design. So we'll open the Figma, and here you can see after this movie details, we have to display the cast. Right? So we have to add the title, then we'll display the cast list. And after that, we'll display this layout to choose the movie date, booking date, right? And user can choose the date and click on this book now button. So whenever we'll click on this buy ticket, it will scroll the web page to this particular section where user can choose the date. So to scroll this, we will use this a tag. That's why we have added this anchor tag here. And in this href, let's add one ID. So just add hashtag date select, and then we will create one layout with this ID. So it will scroll the web page to this particular layout. So after that, let's come here. Here we have this div that contains the buttons, and we have two other divs. So here let's add a space, and here we'll add the new text. So we'll add the p tag, and in this one we'll add your favorite cast. And after that, we'll add one div where we'll display the list of actors, actress. So let's come here. In this div, we'll add the class name and provide these tailwind classes. And here we have added this custom class name, no scroll bar. It means we have to hide the scroll bar from this div. For that, we have to add some classes for this custom class name. So let me just copy this class name and come here in this index.css file, and here we'll add dot no scroll bar, right? And in this one we'll add some CSS. So here simply add a scroll bar width and make it none. So the scroll bar will be hidden. After that, let's come back here. Now within this div we will display the cast list. So here we'll add another div, and in this one just add the class name, and here just add these flex classes, and now we can display the cast data. So just add curly braces. We will use this show dot movie property, and in this movie property we will get cast property, and after that we'll add slice, and in this slice let's add 0, 12. So it will display up to 12 actors or actress list. Then we'll add the map method, and here we'll add one arrow function, and here we'll add this parenthesis to return a div. So let's add one div here. Now in this parameter we'll get individual, cast data and index number, and in this div let's add the key property, and in this key we will provide the index, right? Now here we have to display the cast image, so just add the image tag, and in this image src we will add the cast.profile path. After that we will add some classes for this image, right, so that we can make it circular. So just add the class name and provide these tailwind classes in this image tag. After that we'll display the name in p tag. So let's add the p tag here, and here we'll add curly braces cast.name, correct? Now let's add some classes in this div. So we'll add the class name here, and here we will provide the flex column, and then we'll add item center, text center. Now we'll add some classes for this title also, that is in the p tag. So we'll add the class name and provide these tailwind classes, right? Now save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have the casts list. Right now the size for these cast name is large, so let me reduce it. We will come back here, and in this p tag we will add the font weight. It will be medium. So we'll add the class name here and provide the font weight medium, and then text size extra small and margin from the top. Now it is looking good. Next we have to display this date option where user can choose the booking date. So to create this one we'll create a separate component. So let's come back here, and in this sidebar we will open this components folder, and in this components folder we will create a new file. So let's create a new file here with the name dateselect.jsx, correct? Now here let's add RAFCE, and after that in this function we will destructure the data. So we will destructure the prop, that is date, time and ID. After that here in this div we have to add one ID. So the ID is date select, right? Now we'll add some classes. So just add the class name here. We'll add the padding from top, correct? Now here we'll add another div. Now in this div we'll add the class name property, and in this one we have to add the flexbox classes. So just add the class name and provide these classes. Now here we'll add the blur circle also. So just add blur circle, it has been imported, and here we'll add the position from top and left, that is -100 and -100. Now let me duplicate it, and here we'll add another circle, and in this one we'll add the position. This will be 100 in plus, and then right will be 0. So instead of left we'll add right, and let's make it 0, correct? Now here we'll create a div. So let's add one div here, and in this one we'll add the text called choose date. So we'll add the p tag, write the text, choose date, and here we have to increase the size and font weight, so just add the classes here. After that, here we'll add a div, and in this div let's add the class name property and provide these classes. Correct. Now here we have to add one icon. So to add the icon, let's use the angle bracket, then write chevron left icon. Let's click here to import it. Close this tag, and here we will just add the width 28. That's it. Now we'll add the span tag here, and in this span tag let's add the classes where we'll add the grid layout. So just add the class name here and provide these tailwind classes to create the grid layout, and after that we'll add the curly braces, then add the object dot keys, and here we'll add the date time that we will get from the props, right? And after that we'll add the map method, and in this map method we'll add the arrow function, and here in this function parameter we will get the date. Correct. And after that let's add this parenthesis, and in this one we will return the button tag. Now in this button we'll add the key property, and here in this key let's add the date. After adding this key, here we'll add some classes also, so just add the class name property, and in this one we will add these classes. And after that, here we have to add the button text, so the button text will be the date only, right? So here in this button we'll add the span tag, and in this span tag we'll add curly braces, new date, and here just add this date that we are getting from the parameter. Then we'll add dot get date, so it will give the day, and after that let's add one more span tag. In this one we will use new date dot to local string, and in this one we'll add two parameter, so let's add enus, then comma, and provide the curly braces, and in this one we'll add the month, and let's add sort. After this button, here we have the closing span tag, so here also we'll add one icon, so again add chevron right icon. It has been imported from Lucid package, and in this one also we'll add the width like this. Now here you can see we have this div that contains all the date and icon, right? So after closing of this div, here we'll add the button that will be book now, right? So let's add the text book now, and in this button we'll add some classes, so just add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. Now we will mount this component on our movie details page, so just open movie details, and here we have created this div that contains your favorite cast, right? And just after this div, here let's add date select component. It has been imported. Now in this component we have to provide the props, so let's add date time, and it will be so dot date time. Then we will provide the ID, and in this one just add the ID. So we have mounted this component here. After that let's come back here on the web page. So here you can see at the bottom we have this choose date, and we have this book now button, and from here we can choose the date. So we have to add some classes here, and we will also add the click functionality. So whenever we will choose any date, that will be highlighted. So just come back to the VS Code. Let's open this date select component, and in this one we will create the state. So let's come here before this return a statement. And here we'll add the state variable called selected. So just add const selected, and the setter function name is set selected equal to use state. And in this one just add null. So by default there will be no selected date, right? And after that let's add one handler function. So just add const that will handle that button, book now button. So just add on book handler equal to create the arrow function. And in this one first it will check if not selected. So we have not selected any date and clicked on the book now button, then it will simply return one message. So just add the return. And after that we have to display the toast notification. So we have already added the toast package, right? So just add the toast here. We are not getting the suggestion here, so let me come here. If I open this package.json, we have added this React hot toast, it is correct. And after that if I open app.jsx, here also we have added this toaster from this React hot toast, right? So now we can use it. If I open the date select, and here we'll add toast, you can see we are getting the suggestion toast from React hot toast, correct? Now here in this toast simply add the message, that is please select a date. So when we don't select any date and click on that button, it will display this message in the notification, right? And suppose we have selected the date and click on that button, then it will open the new page to choose the seat, right? So to open a new page we will use the use navigate. So here let's add const navigate equal to use navigate from React router DOM, correct? Now here after this if statement, simply add the navigate function, and in this one just add the path. So just add the backticks / movie, and then we have to provide the ID. So let's add $, curly braces, and provide the ID here. And after that let's add /, and in this one let's add $, curly braces, and provide the selected date, that is selected. And it will also scroll the web page to the top. So just add a scroll to, and in this one let's add 0, 0. So it will scroll the web page to top. Now let's use this state to add the classes, and we'll link this function with the button. So simply scroll down, and in this button we'll add the onClick property and provide this function on book handler, correct? And here you can see we have added the classes for this button, right? In this button we are displaying the date. So here let me wrap all the classes in curly braces like this, and here we will add the backticks so that we can insert the variables using template literal. So we have added the curly braces and backticks. Now here we will use the state. So let's add $, curly braces, and use this selected. So if the selected date is equal to this date, so in that case we'll add the question mark, and here we will add the background primary and text white like this. And if it is false, then we'll add the colon, and here we'll add the border, then we will add border primary. That's it. After adding it, save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see we have this border. Now if I choose any date, so we cannot choose right now because we have not added the onClick here, we have just added the classes. So just come back here, and in this button tag we'll add the onClick property. So let's add onClick, and here we'll add the arrow function, and then we will add the setter function set selected, and just add the date. That's it. Now we can choose the date. When I click here, you can see the background color is changing. So we have selected the dates like this, and let me refresh it. And without selecting any date, if I click on this book now button, it will display this notification, please select a date, right? And if I choose any date, then click on this button, it will open a new page. Now if I come here and click on this buy tickets, you can see it will scroll the web page to this particular section. But when we click on this button, you can see it is instantly scrolling the web page. So we have to add the smooth scroll. For that, we'll come back to the VS Code. Let's open the sidebar and open this index.html file. So in this one, we have the HTML tag, right? So here you can see the HTML tag. So in this HTML tag, we will add the class property, and in this class, we will add scroll smooth. That's it. Save the changes, and now let's come back here. And now if I click on this buy tickets, you can see it is smoothly scrolling the web page to this particular section. Correct? Now after that, let's come back here in this Figma design. So in this design file, you can see we have to create this section to display the recommended movies, right? So to display this one, let's come back to the VS Code again. We will open movie details.jsx file, and in this one we have already added the date select component. So after this component, we'll add one title. So just add the p tag, and in this one we'll add the text called you may also like. Correct? And here we'll add some classes. So let's add the class name here and provide these classes, right? Now here we'll add a div, and in this div we'll add some flexbox classes to display the movie list in columns. So just add the class name and provide these flexbox classes. After that, we'll add curly braces. We'll use the dummy source data dot slice, because we have to add only 4 movie, right? So just add 0, 4. And after that, we'll add the map method, and in this map method we will add the arrow function, and in this arrow function we have to return the movie card. So just add this parenthesis, and in this one just add movie card. You can see we are getting the movie card component suggestion. Just click here, so it has been imported. Now in this parameter we will get individual movie and index number. So let's add it here. And after that, in this card, we will add the key property, and in this key, we will provide the index. After that, we'll add the props. So we have to provide the movie, and in this movie, we'll add curly braces movie. That's it. Now, after displaying the movie list, we have to add one button also, and using this button, user can go to new page to display all movies, right? So here, after closing off this div, let's add another div. In this one, let's add the flex classes. So just add the class name and provide these tailwind classes. Then we'll add the button. Now in this button, we'll add the class name property, and let's provide these classes. And then we'll add the text called show more. So on this button, we'll add the on-click property. Using that, we can redirect the users on new page. So scroll up. And here, let's add const navigate equal to use navigate from React router DOM. After that, let's use this navigate function in this button. So in this button, we'll add on-click property and add the arrow function and provide this navigate function. And here we'll add the path / movies like this. Now save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see if I click on this show more button, it will open this movies list page. And if I come here in this movie details, here we have the entire details of this movie and we have the recommended movies list, right? If I click here, it should scroll the web page to the top. So let's come back again, and here let's wrap it in curly braces. And after that, we'll add this semicolon, and then write a scroll to, and in this one just add 0,0. Save the changes and come here. Now if I come here in the movie details page and click on this show more button, you can see it is scrolling the web page to the top and redirecting on new page, that is movie list page. It is working fine. Now suppose the movie data is not available. In that case we have to display the loading animation. Right now what is displayed here, let me show you that. If I come here and instead of this so, we can write false, or we can also open the incorrect movie ID. So you can see here we have the movie ID. If I change this, so here we are getting the blank screen when we enter any incorrect movie ID, but it should display the loading screen. So to solve it, let's come back to the VS Code, and here you can see we have added this get show function, and in this one we will get this show variable. So first we have to check it. We'll add the if statement and we'll add if show. So when we have the show data, then only we will use this setter function. So let's move it inside this if statement. That's it. After updating it, we will come back here. Now you can see if I open any incorrect movie ID, here we are getting this loading text at the top left corner, right? And if I come to home page, open any correct movie, we will get the movie details, and if I open any incorrect movie data or movie ID, then we'll get the loading text. So instead of this loading text, we'll display the loading animation. So to add the loading animation, we'll come back to the VS Code and we'll create a separate component. So let's open the sidebar, and here we'll create a new component in this components folder. So create a new file called loading.jsx, and here just add the RIFCE to create the component structure. Now here we have the div. So in this div we'll add the classes. So just add the class name property and provide these classes. After that, let's add one more div here, and in this div we will simply add the classes. We will not add any data in this div. So let's add the class name and provide these classes, that is animate, a spin, then rounded full, so it will be a circle, then width and height, and border 2, and border top primary. So border color we have added, right? Now after that we have to mount this loading component in the movie details page. So let's open this movie details and scroll down, and here you can see we have added this div, right? And in this div we have added the text called loading. So instead of this div we will simply mount loading component. It has been imported. Save the changes, and if I come here, you can see here we have the loading screen. If I open any incorrect movie ID, or if we open the correct movie ID also, and it is taking some time to fetch the movie data from the database, till then it will display the loading screen, and once it fetch the movie data, it will display the movie details here, right? So we have completed the movie details page and added the loading animation also. After completing this movie details page, let me click on this buy tickets button, and from here we will choose any date and then click on this book now button. So it will open a new page from where we can choose the time and we can choose the seats. So in this URL you can see we have the movie ID and then we have the date. So we will get the movie ID and date from this URL, and after that we can choose the seats and timing from this page. So to create this page, let me come back to the Figma design. So in this Figma file, here we have the seat selection page where user can choose the timing from this chart, and then user can choose the seats like this. So we have to create this page. For that, let me come back to the VS Code. And from here, let's open the sidebar. And here in this pages folder, we have the seat layout.jsx file. So let me complete this page. So in this one, we have to get the movie ID and date from the URL, right? So here, let's add const curly braces. We will get the ID and date. and let's get it from the use patterns. So the use patterns has been imported from React Router DOM. Right? Now we have to create some state where we will store the selected seat and selected time, and we will also store the so from this ID. So here we'll add const and write the state variable name selected seats, and the setter function name is set selected seats equal to use state, and let's initialize it with empty array. So by default there will be no selected seat, it will be empty array. Now let me duplicate it to create other states variable. So here we'll add selected time and the setter function name set selected time, and we will initialize it with null. After that, let me add one more state variable, so just duplicate it, and here we'll add so, and the setter function name is set so, and initialize it with null. Right? Now we'll get the navigate function also, so that we can redirect the users on new page. So here let's add const navigate equal to use navigate hook from this React Router DOM. Right? After that, here we will create one function that will fetch the show data from this ID. Right? So here let's add the function called get show. It will be asynchronous arrow function, and in this function we will add const and write the variable so equal to dummy source data and get it from the assets. In this one we will add the find method, and in this find method let's create the arrow function with the parameter show and create the arrow function, and here we'll add show._id equal to id. So we will get the individual show from this dummy data. Right? After that, let's add the if statement, and here we will check if we have the show available. In that case, we will use the setter function set show. In this one we will add the object where we will add movie property, and in this movie property we will add this show, and after that we'll add the date time. So in this date time, let me add the date time data from the assets. So just add dummy date time data. That's it. Next we have to execute this function whenever the components loaded. So just add the use effect, and in this use effect let's add the arrow function, and here we will add the dependency array. So we will add the empty array here. After that, let's add get show function. So it will find the show and add it in the show state. That's it. After that, let's come here in this return statement, and here we'll add show question mark. So when the show is available, in that case we will display this div, else we will display the loading screen. So here at the end we will add colon and add this parenthesis, and in this one we will add the loading component. So the loading component has been imported. Right? Now in this one we have to display two data. In the left side we will display the time selection option, and in the right side we will display the seat selection option. So here in this div, let's add the class name property, and we'll add some flex classes to display the content in two columns. Now here let me add the comment, that is available timings, and let's add the div. So in this one we have to display the available timings, right? And after that we'll add another div where we will display the seat layout. So let me add the comment here, seat layout, and we'll add the div here. So in this div we will display the seat layout. So let's create the first column, that is the left column first. So here in this div we'll add the classes. So just add the class name property, and here we'll add these tailwind classes. After that we'll add the title in p tag. So just add the p tag here, and the title is available timings, And for this title also we have to change the font size and font weight, so we'll add these tailwind classes here. After that, let's add the div, and in this div we will display all the available timings. For that we'll add curly braces. Then let's use the show data, that is show state dot date time property, and from this one we'll get the particular date, and for this date we'll get all the timings, right? Then we'll add the map method, and in this map method we'll add the arrow function, and in this function parameter we'll get individual item, that will be individual time for this selected date. So here we'll add the parentheses, and in this one we will return a div. So this div will contain the show timings, right? And with this time we will display the icon also. So here in this div, let's add the icon first. We'll add clock icon, and let's import it from the Lucid React package. Now for this icon we have to set the width and height, so we'll add the class name property and provide the width and height. After that we'll display the time in p tag. So in this p tag, let's add curly braces and provide item dot time. Now for this p we'll add some classes. So here we have to reduce the font size, so simply add the class name property and provide text small. Now here we have this div that contains both icon and text. So in this div also we'll add some classes. So here we will add class name property and provide these classes, right? Now we have to add the classes if the time is selected or not selected, right? So here we will use this state, that is selected time. So to add it here we have to convert it in template literal, so just add curly braces, and instead of single quote we'll add backticks. So we'll add the backticks here, and after this transition let's add $ curly braces, and now in this one we can use the selected time state, and let's add question mark dot and provide the time equal to, it will be time dot time question mark. Then we'll add primary color in the background and text white. So let's add this class name here, and then we'll add the colon. So when it is false, then we'll add the hover effect. So let's add this hover and background primary /20. So we have added the class name here that contains both icon and time text, right? And here we have this div. So in this one we'll add the class name property, and in this one we have to add the margin from the top and some space from y-axis. Now save the changes and let's come back to the web page. So on this web page here you can see in the left side we have the available timing, and then we have these timings, right? Right now you can see the time is displayed like this, so we have to convert it. We have to convert this time like this. As you can see in this Figma design, we have to display the time like this only. So to convert it, we'll create a separate function. So let me come back to the VS Code and open this sidebar, and here in this lib folder, we will create a new file. So in this lib folder, we will create a new file with the file name ISO time format.js. And here let's create one function. So I'll just create this function, and you can see we have created a function called ISO time format, and in this function parameter we will pass the time, right? And using this time it will create a date, and then using this one we'll add two local time string. Here we'll add hour 2-digit, minute 2-digit, hour 12 true, and now we will get this local time. So this function will return the local time. Now we have to return this ISO time format function. So we will export it from here so that we can use it in any other component. So just add export default and provide this ISO time format function. Now we will use this function in our sheet layout page, and here we will provide this value in that function. So in this curly braces, let's add this function ISO time format. Just click here to import it from the lib folder and call this function. Now in this one, let's provide this value, that is item.time. Here we have added this item.time. Now save the changes and come back here. You can see the timings are looking good, right? Now we will come back here and we will add the functionality to choose any time. So here we'll create a function. Using that we can select any time. Now we'll add the functionality to choose any time from this list. So just come back and we will use the setter function. You can see here we have the selected time and the setter function set selected time. So just come here and here we have this div, right? So in this div we'll add the key property first. So in this key property we'll add this item dot time, right? And after that we'll add the onClick property. In this onClick property we'll add the arrow function, and here we'll call the setter function set selected time, and here we'll provide the item. That's it. Now save the changes and let's come back here. So if I click on second one, you can see it will get selected and the background color is highlighted. If I click on next one, it gets selected. You can see we can select the time like this. After that, let's come to this Figma design. So in this one, you can see we have to create this section where we will display this text. Here we have to add this text called select your seat. Then we will display this pattern that indicates the screen direction, and here we'll add the text also, that is a screen side. So let's come back to the VS Code, and here we have created this div, that is seat layout. So in this div we will add the content. So first in this div only we will add some classes. So just add the class name property and provide these relevant classes. And after that here we will add the blur background pattern, that is the blur circle. So just add that component, blur circle, close this component, and here we'll add the props. So we will provide the top and left position. Now just duplicate it and here we'll add one more circle. So in this one we'll add the top and right position. So top 0, right 0. That's it. Now we will add one title. So here we'll add the h1 tag, and in this one we will add the title, that is select your seat. Right, now here we'll add the class name property, and in this one we will increase the text size, we'll add the font weight, and we'll add margin from the bottom. Now we'll add the image. So just add the image tag. Now in this image src, simply add the assets dot a screen image. Now in this alt property we'll add screen. After that we'll add the text in p tag. So let's add the p tag here, and the text is a screen side, and here we'll add some classes. So just add the class name property, and we will reduce the text size, margin from bottom, and text color. Save the changes and let's open the web browser. So here you can see in the right side we have the text called select your seat, and this a screen image, and this a screen side text. Correct. After that we have to display the layout like this so that user can select the seats. So we will display the seats like this. So first we will display this 2 row, then we will display the rows in 2 column. Here we have the C and D, and in the right side again we have 2 other columns. So we will divide the rows like this. For that let's come back here, and here we'll create a component because we have to display the seats multiple times. So we'll create a component and we can easily mount it. So here before this use effect, let's add const and write the component name, that is the function, that is render seats. equal to and create this function. Now in this function parameter we'll add row and we'll add the count with default value 9. So we have created this function that we can use to display the rows. Now in this one we will return a div. So instead of this curly braces, let me add the parenthesis, and here we will return this div. Let me add the div. So I'll explain it now. So here you can see it is returning a div where we have added the key property, and in this key we have added row. Then we have the classes for this one, and after that we have added another div that contains one array, and the array length will be count that we will provide from here in this function parameter, correct? And after that here we are generating the seat ID. The seat ID will be row name with number like A1, A2 like that. So here we are using this row and then index plus 1. So it will generate the unique seat ID, and after that we are returning a button, and in this button we will display the seat ID, right? So it will display the seat ID like A1, A2, A3 like that. And for this button we have added some classes, right? And here we have added the handler function, that is handle seat click, right? So we have to complete this function so that user can choose any seat. For that, let's come here and we have to create this function. So let me add const handle seat click and create the arrow function. And in this function parameter we have to provide the seat ID, right? Now first we have to check if this selected time is true. It means we have selected the time, and if it is false, it means we have not selected the time. So when we don't select the time, then we have to display the notification. So simply add return, then we'll use the toast, import the toast, and in this toast we'll add the message. So it will display the toast message, right? So let's add the message called please select time first. So first we have to select the time to book any seat, right? Now here we'll add the another if statement, and in this one let's add if the selected seat includes the particular seat ID, right? And with that we have the selected seats dot length is greater than 4. So we have already selected 5 seats, so in that case also we will add return and we'll add the toast notification. So just add the return toast and we will add the message called you can only select 5 seats, like this. Now here we'll add the setter function set selected seats, and in this one we'll add the previous seat data. So just add previous, create the arrow function, and here we'll add if the previous includes this seat ID, right? So in that case we have to remove this seat ID. It means when we have selected any seat and again clicked on the same seat, so that seat will be unselected or unchecked. So for that here we'll add the previous data dot filter, so it will filter out that particular seat. So here simply add the arrow function with seat in the parameter and provide seat not equal to seat ID, right? Now suppose the selected seat data does not include this seat ID, so in that case we have to add this one. So just add the colon and we will add one array and use the spread operator. Just add the previous data, then comma this seat ID. So this seat will be added in the selected seat list. So we have added the handler function, using that user can select the seats, right? After that we will mount this render seats component. So let's come here and we will mount it inside this div. But before that we have to create the variable where we will add the row name or row ID, right? So here at the top we'll add const group rows equal to, and create the array, and in this array let's add another array. This is the first element that contains A and B, so we will group A and B together. After that we'll add C and D, so the C and D group will be displayed together. Then we will group E and F rows. Similarly we'll add other rows here, so we'll add G, H, I, J. So we have added the group rows. After that let's come here, and in this one, after adding this text in p tag, let's create a div. So in this div we'll add some classes. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. Now here we'll add two rows that will be A and B. So here just add the div and curly braces. We'll add the group rows index 0. So in the first index we will get A and B only, right? And for this one let's add the map method, and after that we'll add the individual row. It will give A and V one by one and create the arrow function, and here we will use this render seats component, and here just provide this row. That's it. After adding it, let me add some classes here. So let me just add the class name property and provide these classes in this div. After adding it, save the changes and let's come here. So here you can see we have the two rows, that is A and B. And with that we have the seat number like A1, A2, A3, A4, B1, B2, B3, B4 up to B9. So we have added two rows together. Correct? Similarly, we will add other rows also, but in that one we have to divide the content in two parts, in the left side and right side. So let's come back, and here let's add a div. In this div we will divide the content in two columns, so we will use the grid layout. So just add class name property and provide grid and grid column 2. So we will divide the content in two columns, right? And again we'll add the curly braces and we'll use this group rows, and from this one we will remove the first element. So just add slice and remove the first element because we have already mounted the first rows here, that is first group. Now we have removed it, and after that we will add dot map method, and in this map method we will add the arrow function and add this parenthesis, and here we will add the div. Now in this function parameter we will add the group and index, right? Now here let's add curly braces. We will add this group dot map, and here let's add this one. Just copy and paste it here. Row equal to create the arrow function and render seats and provide the row. And here in this div we'll add the key property, and in this key property we will add the index. That's it. After adding it, save the changes and let's come here. So here you can see we have other rows like C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, right? So we have added all the seat layout. Right now you can see the first two rows are looking good, but in other the text size is large. To fix it, we will come back to the VS Code, and you can see we have created this div. So let me move this div here within this one. So here we'll add the space like this, and now let's move it here. Save the changes and now just come back. You can see these seat layout is looking good. After that we have to create a button. Let me show you that. If I open the Figma design, you can see we have to create this proceed to checkout button. But before that, let me click the seats. If I refresh this web page, so if I click on any seat, you can see it is giving the notification, please select time first. So we have to select the time. So let me choose the time first, and after that let me choose any seat. If I click here, we can choose the seats. Let me click here, let's click here. You can see we can select up to 4 seats. Now if I click again, you can see we are getting, you can only select 5 seats, right? Now if I click on this A1, then this seat will be unselected. If I click on B2, you can see it will be unselected, so that we can choose any other seat. And whenever we exceed more than 5, we will get the notification you can only select 5 seats. So we can select and unselect these seats like this. After that, let's create the button. So we'll come back to the VS Code, and after closing off this div, let's create a button. We will create a button tag, and in this one we'll add the text called proceed to checkout, and with that we'll add the icon also. So let's add the opening arrow or angle bracket. We'll add the arrow right icon from Lucid React. Just close this tag, and here we'll add the stroke width 3, and with that we'll add the classes to add the height and width. So here we'll add the height and width 4. That's it. Now let's add the classes in this button. So in this button we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. Correct. Now in this button we have to add the on click also, so that it will open a new page. So let's add the on click property and create the arrow function here, and here we will add the navigate function, and in this one just add the path, that is my bookings, right? So after booking, user will be redirected to my bookings page. Now let's save the changes and we'll come back to the web page. So here you can see we have this proceed to checkout button. It means whenever we will select this seat and click on this button, it will ask for the online payment, and then we will be redirected to this my booking page like this. Let me choose any other movie, click on buy tickets, then choose the date, book now, then we can choose the timing from this left side, then we can choose the seats, and we can proceed to checkout. So we have completed our seat layout page also. After completing this page, we have to create the My Bookings page. Let me click here. So we'll see the option My Bookings. Let's click here. So you can see in this one we have the navigation bar and footer. But we have to create this page like this. If I open the UI design, you can see here we have My Bookings page. So in this one we have to add the text called My Bookings. Then we'll display the cards like this, where in the left side we have to display the movie details like movie image. Then we'll add the title, then time duration, we will add the date and time, and then in the right side we will display the price, total number of tickets and seat number. And if the payment is pending, then we will display the payment button also. So to create this My Bookings page, we will come back to the VS Code. And let's open the sidebar, and from here we will open mybookings.jsx file. Now in this one we have to display the price, so we have to display the currency symbol also, and we will add the currency symbol in our environment variable, right? So let me open .env file first, and in this one let me add a space at the top, and here first we'll add wheat_currency, and in this one let's add the currency, that is $, right? After that let's open mybookings.jsx file, and here we'll get that currency. So just add const currency equal to import dot meta dot env, that is environment, right? And then we'll add the environment variable name, that is wheat_currency. So here we'll get the dollar symbol in this currency variable, right? After that we'll create some state variable where we will store the movie data, that will be the booking data, and then we'll store the is loading a state, either true or false. So here let's add the state variable. So just add const bookings, and the setter function name is set bookings, and let's add the user state and initialize it with empty array. So by default the booking state will be empty array. Now let me add one more state. So just add const loading is equal to user state true, and the setter function name is set loading, right? So whenever we will open the web page, by default the is loading will be true, and after fetching the booking data we will make it false, so it will hide the loading, correct? Now here we'll create a function that will fetch the booking data. So let's add the function called get my bookings and create the asynchronous arrow function, and here we will use the setter function set bookings, right? And here we'll add the dummy data from the assets. So just add dummy booking data. Dummy booking data has been imported, correct? After that we will set the loading state. So just add set is loading and let's make it false. So after fetching the data we will hide the loading, right? Now we have to execute this function whenever the component gets loaded. So here we'll add the use effect, and in this use effect we'll create the arrow function, and here let's add the dependency array that will be empty array. Now in this one we have to call the function, so simply call this get my bookings function. So it will be called whenever the component gets mounted. Now let's come to this return statement, and here we will check for the is loading state, and here we'll add not of, right? It means whenever the loading is false, in that case we will return this div, and suppose the loading is true, in that case we'll add the colon, then we'll add this parenthesis, or we can simply return the loading component here. So just add loading and import the loading component from the components folder, right? So whenever we have the booking data, then we will display this div, correct? Now in this div we have to add some classes. So let me add the class name property here and provide these classes. After that in this div we will add the blur circle. So just add that component blur circle, close this component, and here we'll add the position from top and left. So just add the props top and left, right? Now we'll add one more circle, and in that one we have to reduce the opacity. So here let's add a div, and in this div just copy this one, paste it here, and here we will change the position, so it will be in the bottom left side. So just add bottom 0 pixel, left 600 pixel. So we have added 2 circles, correct? After that we'll add the title called my bookings, right? So here after closing of this div we'll add the h1 tag and write the text called my bookings, and here we have to increase the text size and we'll add the font weight. So just add these classes in this title, right? After adding it, save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have this text called my bookings, and here we have 2 blurred circle. After that we have to display the booking data, and for that we'll create a card. So just come back, and here after this title let's add a space, and here we'll add curly braces. We will use the booking as states. So just add the bookings dot map method, and in this one we'll add the arrow function. Then we'll add this parenthesis, and here we will return a div. So in this function parameter we will get individual item, that will be individual booking, and with that we'll get the index number, right? Now here in this div we have to add the key property and provide the index. After that in this div we'll add the classes. So let's add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. So it will be displayed like a card. After that we have to add the content in 2 columns. In the left side we have to display the movie details, and in the right side we will display the ticket details like total price, total number of tickets, and seat number. So here let's add the first div, and in this one we have to add some classes. So let's add space and provide the class name here, provide these classes. Now first we have to add the movie image. So just add the image tag. In this image src simply add curly braces and provide this item dot show dot movie dot poster path. So it will add the movie image, right? And for this image we have to add some classes. So just add the class name property and provide these classes. Now after this image we have to display the details. So just add a div, and here let's add the classes. So just add the class name property and provide these classes. Now in this div we have to add the movie title. So we'll add the p tag here, and in this p tag we'll add the title from this item.show.movie.title, right? And after that, let me add the classes in this one. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. Now we'll add one more p tag, and in this one we have to add the movie total time. So let's add the curly braces, and here let's provide item.show.movie.runtime, right? And here let's add the classes. So just add the class name property and provide these classes. Now let me duplicate it, and here we'll add the margin top auto, right? And after that, in this one we have to add the date time. So just add time so dot date time. That's it. After adding it, let me save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have the movie cards where we have the movie images, and we have the title, and we have the total time in minutes, and this is the date and time, right? So we have to convert it. We have already created one converter function. So let me come here, and in this one let me remove it, and here let's add time format function and provide this time. Now come here, you can see here we have the time in hours and minutes, right? Similarly, we have to create a date format function, right? So just come back. So from here, let's open the sidebar, and in this lib folder we will create a new file. So let's create a new file called dateformat.js, and here we'll create a function that will format the date. So we'll create this function called date format, and we have exported this function here, and in this function we have to provide the date in the parameter, and after that it will return new date, where we have added two local string enus, and here we will provide the weekday, month, day, hour and minute. So we have created this function, and now we can use this function here in this my booking page. So let's open this mybooking.jsx file, and here let me remove it, and we will use that function, that is date format, and in this one just provide this item.show.date_time. Save the changes and let's come here. So now you can see here we have the date like this. We have Monday, June 30 at this time 8 p.m. Now it is perfect, right? So we have added the data in the left side. Now we will display the data in the right side, where we have to display the price, total number of tickets and seat number, and with that we'll add the button for pay now. So let's come back, and this is the div for the first column, right? After that let's add a space, and here let's add another div. Now in this one also we'll add the classes. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes. Now in this div let's add another div. In this one we have to add the price. So let's add the p tag, and here we'll add the currency first. So just add curly braces currency, and after that we'll add curly braces and provide the item dot amount. So it will display the price, correct? After that we'll add the classes in this p tag. So here we have to increase the size. So just add the class name and provide text 2XL, font semi-bold and margin from the bottom, right? After that, here in this div also we'll add the classes. So let's add the class name property in this div and provide these Tailwind classes. Now after this price, we will display a button whenever the is paid property is false. So here we'll add curly braces, not of item dot is paid. So when the is paid property is false, then only we will display the pay now button. So just add the AND operator and we'll add the button tag here. Let's add the closing button. Now in this button tag we'll add the text called pay now. Now for this button we'll add some classes also. So let's add the class name and provide the background primary and other classes. Right. Now after that, let's come here after closing of this div and we'll create another div. So in this one we'll add the text, that is a small. So just add the class name and provide text a small. Now here we have to add the total number of seats. So just add the span tag and let's wrap it in the p tag. So just add the p tag first and here we'll add the span tag. Right. Now in this span we will add total tickets like this, and after that we have to display the total number of tickets. So after closing of this span tag we'll add curly braces, we'll add the item dot booked seats dot length. So we will get total number of ticket, right? And after that here we have to add the class name in this span tag. So just add the class name property here and provide these classes, that is text gray 400, right? After that let me duplicate this entire p tag. So in the second one we'll add the seat number. So let's add the text here, seat number, right? And after that we have to display the seats booked, right? So here we'll add the item dot booked seats dot join. It is an array, so we can use the join method and we will join it using comma and empty space. Now save the changes and let's come back to the web page. So here you can see we have the total price, then pay now button when the is paid status is false, and then we have the total number of tickets and seat numbers. So we have created this my booking page also, right? Now we have completed all pages for the user. We have created the home page, then movies page, favorite page, and after that we have created this movie detail page, and then we have created this seat layout page where user can choose the timing and seat, and then we have created this my booking page. Next we have to create the pages for admin, where admin can add a movie and admin can see the booking history and movie list. Before creating the admin dashboard, let me show you the Figma design. So if I open this Figma file, here you can see this is the admin dashboard. So in this dashboard we have 4 pages. So this is the dashboard page where admin can see total number of bookings, total revenue, active movies and total users. And then we have the movie card where we will display the active movies. So in the left side you can see we have the admin's image, name, and then we have the first page dashboard, right? And here we have the navigation bar. So this is the different nav bar for the admin where we have only one logo, right? Now if I come to next page, so this is the next page, that is add shows. So using this page admin can add a new show. After that let's see the new page. So this is the new page, that is list shows. So here admin can see the active shows. Now let's see the last page. So this is the bookings page. So here admin can see the list of bookings. So we have to create these pages in the admin dashboard, and we have to create the component like navigation bar and sidebar. To create it, let's come back to the VS Code, and here let's open this sidebar. And in this sidebar we have this pages folder, right? So in this pages folder we will create a new folder called admin. So in this admin folder we will create all the pages for admin. So in this admin folder let's create the first page. So create the first file with the name add shows.jsx. Using that admin can add a new show. After that we'll add the next page. So here we'll create a new file and write the file name list shows.jsx. After that we'll add the next page. So create a new file here and write the file name listbookings.jsx. So we have created 3 files for 3 pages. Then we'll create one more page, that is dashboard. So let's create a new file here with the name dashboard.jsx. So these are 4 different files for different pages in the admin dashboard. Now in the admin dashboard, all page will contain the navigation bar and sidebar. For that we have to create a layout, and in that layout we will add the navigation bar and sidebar that will be displayed in all pages of admin dashboard. So here we have to create one layout page also. So in this admin folder, let's create a new file with the name layout.jsx. So we have created 4 pages, and in all pages we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure. Let me add it in all the pages. It's done. Now we have to create the routes for these pages. To create the route, we will open the app.jsx file. So in this one you can see we have already created the routes for different pages for regular user or normal users, right? Now we will create the routes for admin. So here we will create a route tag like this, and here we are going to use the route open and closing tag like this. Now in this one we have to add the path, and in this path property we will add /admin/*, right? So if we add any path after this / in all the pages, we have to display the same layout, right? So just add the element here, and in this element we'll add the layout component. So let me add this here. We are getting this layout from pages folder and admin folder. Import it, close this tag. So this layout will be added in all path of admin route. Correct. Now within this route open and closing tag, we'll add the another route tag that will be the first page. So let me add the angle bracket here, and it will be self closing tag like this. And in this one we will add the index, and after that we'll add the element property, and in this element property let's add the element that is dashboard. Now let me duplicate it, and in the second one we have to add the path. So here we'll add the path property, and in this path property we will add source, and here we'll add the page that is add source. It has been imported. Now just duplicate it, then we will update the path. It will be list source, and add the component here list source. Now duplicate it, and here we'll add list bookings, and in the element also we'll add the list booking page. So list bookings has been imported. Now if I scroll up, here you can see we have imported the layout, dashboard, add source, list source, and list bookings, and we have created the routes. So when we will open this admin route, it will open this layout, right? And in that same route it will add the dashboard also, because here we have added the index. After that, if I add this path add source after this admin, then it will display this add source page. If I open this path, it will display this list source page. If I open this path, it will open this list bookings page. So we have created the routing for admin pages, right? Now let's create some component for admin. So here you can see we have the components folder. So in this components folder we'll create a new folder called admin, and in this one we'll create the component for the admin. So here we'll create the sidebar component. So simply add a new file and write the file name admin sidebar.jsx and create the component using RAFCE. Let me add the text here sidebar. After that, here we'll create the another component for admin. So create a new file and write the file name admin navbar.jsx. Create RAFCE. So we have created this component structure, and here we'll add the text called navbar. Now we have to add this navbar and sidebar in the layout file. So let's open this layout.jsx, and in this one we have this div. So remove this div, we will simply add the fragment, and in this one let's add the admin navbar. Let's click here to import it. Close this tag. So we have mounted the admin navbar. After that we have to create a div so that we can align the contents in two columns. So just create a div. In the left column we will add the sidebar, and in the right side we will display the other content like dashboard, list shows, add shows, right? So here let's add the component first, that is admin sidebar. It has been imported, and after that here we'll add a div, and in this div we'll add the outlet. We will get this outlet from React Router DOM. Close this tag. So this outlet will mount all the children route. After that, here in this class we'll add the class name property, and we will provide the flex1 so that it will use the entire space available in the row, and we have added all these tailwind classes, and we'll add the flex box in this div. So just add the class name flex so that it will align the sidebar and this outlet side by side. After adding it, save the changes, and let's open the web page. Let's open our website, and here we'll add the path /admin. So you can see here we are getting the navbar and sidebar. After that, we have to create this navbar design and sidebar design first. So just come back and let's open this navbar.jsx file, that is admin navbar.jsx. So in this one, let me remove this title, and here we will simply add the image. So let's add the link tag so that we can click on the image. So let's add the link tag here from React Router DOM. Link open and closing tag, and in this one we have to add the to property, and it will be / so that it will open the home page. And here we can add the image. In this image we'll add the logo. So just add assets.logo, right? And here in the alt property we'll add the logo. After that, here we have to add some classes for this div. So we will add the class name and provide these tailwind classes. After that, let's add some classes for the image also. We will set the width and height. So just add class name property and provide the width and height auto. Now if I open the web page, you can see this navigation bar is looking good for the admin dashboard. Now we have to create the sidebar. So to create the sidebar, just come back, and from here we will open admin sidebar.jsx file. Right now here we have to add the details that will be displayed in the sidebar. So before this return statement, we will create one object where we will store the admin data. So here we'll create the variable called user. It will be one object where we'll add the first name, last name, and we will add the image URL, that is assets.profile. So we will use this user data to display in the admin dashboard. After that, in the admin dashboard we will create the sidebar, and this sidebar will contains 4 links. That will be dashboard, add shows, list shows, and list booking. And for all these links there will be one icon and one route path. So we will create one array to store the link name, path, and icon. So just create one array with the name admin links. Now in this one we will store different object. So each object will represent a single menu item. So you can see we have added the menu text, that is dashboard, then we have added the path, then we have added the icon. Here we have added different icons, so we have to import these icons from Lucid package. So let me import it one by one. I'll remove this and again type the complete name and click on this suggestion. So it will get imported. Let's import the second one, then third one, and import the last icon. So we have imported all the icons, and now we have the user data and admin nav links. So now we will display these link data in the web page. So just remove this title from here, and in this div we will add some classes. So let's add the classes here. You can pause the video and write all these classes. After that we have to add one image that will be the user image. So just add this image tag, and in this one we have provided this user and image URL from here, right? And for this user we have added some classes. After that we have to display the user's name that we will display in the p tag. So here we have added this p tag and provided some classes and provided the first name and last name of the user. After that we have to display the menu links. So we'll create a div here, and in this div we have to add the width full. So just add the class name property, provide the width full. After that we will map this array, that is admin nav links. So just add the curly braces, provide this array dot map method, and in this map method we'll add the arrow function, and here we will return the nav link tag, and in this parameter we will get the individual link and index, and here let's add the nav link. So let's click here. So the nav link will get imported from the React router DOM, right? And after that let me add the opening arrow and this closing tag. So we have nav link opening and closing tag, and in this one we will add the class name property. So here let's add the class name, and in this one we are checking is active. So if this is active is true, in that case we will add this background primary and text primary and this group, right? And after that here we have to display the link name or link text, and with that we'll add the icon also. So here let's add curly braces first and add this function and write this parenthesis. Now in this function parameter will again add this is active. After that it will return one fragment. So in this fragment simply add link.icon. So it will add the menu icon. After that we have to add the menu text. So we will display the text in p tag. So here we will add the p tag, and here we will add the link.name. After that we have to add the span tag, and in this span tag let's add the class name property, and we have added these classes, and when is active is true, then we are adding this background primary, right? After that in this nav link tag we have to add the key property also, and in this key we will add the index, and with that we'll add the to property that will be link.path. So it will open different path when we click on the menu item or link text. So save the changes and come back here. Right now this is the blank screen, so let me fix it. We'll come back, and in this one you can see we have used this assets, so we have to import it. So just add this assets from the assets folder, assets file. Now save the changes and come back here. So now you can see we have the navbar and this sidebar. In this sidebar we have the one user icon, then username, admin user, then we have the menu items, and with this menu text we have the icons also. And if I click on any one, you can see it is changing the path. If I click on next one, you can see the path is changing. Let's click here, it is changing the path. Right now whenever I am changing the pages using this menu items, you can see the first link is always active. So to disable it, we'll come back to the VS Code, and in this nav link we'll add the end. Now save the changes and come back here. So now you can see it is working fine. So we can change the path from here. Now we'll add the content in all these pages one by one, like dashboard, add source, list source and list booking. So just come here in this dashboard page and we'll open the VS Code, and from here we'll open the pages folder, and in this one we'll go to admin and then go to dashboard.jsx file. So here we have to create this dashboard page, and in this dashboard we have to add some data. So let me add the data first, then we will explain that. So here you can see in this dashboard function we have added the currency, and we will get this currency from the environment variable because we have to display the total earning here. So we have to display the amount with currency symbol. After that we have created one state variable called dashboard data and initialized it using this total number of booking, total revenue, active shows and total user. So we have created one state variable called dashboard data that we can display on web page. After that we have added one state, that is loading and set loading, and by default it will be true. So it will be in the loading state, and after loading the dashboard data it will become false. Then we have added this array called dashboard cards, and in the dashboard cards we have to display the title, then we have to display the value. So the value will be this state and this property, right? Here we have the dashboard data, and in this one we have these property, total booking, revenue, right, active shows. So we'll get that from that state. And after that we have the icon also, and here we are using these icons, so let's import it. So just delete and type again and click on this suggestion. So we will import these icons from Lucid React. So all the icons has been imported, and here we have created the dashboard cards data. After that we will create this function that will fetch the dashboard data, and here we will fetch the data from the assets file, that is the dummy dashboard data. So let me import it from the assets. You can see it has been imported from the assets. And after fetching the data we will set the loading state false, and then we have to execute this function whenever the components gets loaded. So we have added the use effect and called this function, right? So after that we'll get the complete data for the dashboard, and here we will add the ternary operator. So just add not of loading. It means whenever the loading is false, then only we will display this div, right? And if the loading is true, in that case we will add the loading screen. So here we'll add the colon and provide the loading component. Import this loading component and close this tag. So whenever the loading is false, then only this div will be displayed. Now in this one we have to add one title, and we will use the same title in all the pages. If I come to this Figma design, here you can see we have this title called admin dashboard, then we have the add shows, then list shows and list booking. So we have same type of title in all the pages. So instead of creating the title in all page, we will create a component. So let me just come back here, and in this sidebar we have the components folder, and in this components we have the admin folder. So in this admin folder we will create a new file. So write the file name title.jsx. Let me rename it again. It will be a small JSX. Now here we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure, and after that here in this function we'll get two parameters, that will be props. So we'll get text1 and text2 from props, and after that in this one we have to return the title in h1 tag. So remove this div, we'll add the h1 tag here, where we'll add the text1, right? And after that we'll add the span tag, and in this span tag we have added the h2 tag. So we have created the title component that we can easily mount it in the dashboard. So let's open the dashboard.jsx, and here let's mount the title component. So remove this div, and here we will use the fragment, and let's mount the title. Let's click here, it has been imported, and here we have to add the props. So first we'll add text1, and in the text1 we'll add the text called admin. After that we'll add text2, so the text2 will be dashboard. That's it. Save the changes and come back here. So here if I refresh it, it should display that title. So let me check it. We will come back to the VS Code, and in this one you can see we have initialized this using this use state. So we have to import this use state. Now you can see the use state has been imported. After that, here we have used the use effect also. So let's import this use effect also. This use effect has been imported, correct? Now if I open the web page, here we have this text called admin dashboard, correct? After that, we will display the dashboard data. So just come back, and here let me add all the content for the dashboard. Then I will explain it. So here we have added this div, and in this div we have added this blur circle. So just import this component, and here we have added the position for this circle, right? Then we have created a div where we will display the cards, and for that we have already created this array and we have mapped this array, right? And in this one we are using this card.icon that will add the icon, and after that let me save the changes. If I come here, you can see we have all these cards. So here we are displaying the total revenue, and with this we have to display the currency symbol also. For that we will come back to the VS Code, and here we have added this data, right? So you can see the title, total revenue, and then we have the value. So in this value we will add this currency plus this dashboard data dot total revenue. We have already added this currency from the environment variable. After that, if I come here, you can see we have this currency symbol, right? Now we have to add one title, that is active source. So let me just come back to the VS Code, and after closing of this div, here we'll add the title, right? So we have added the title, active source, and after that we have to display the so list in a card. So here we will create another div. So you can see we have added this div here. You can pause the video and write this code, and in this one you can see we have one div where we have added the blur circle and provided the position. Then we have used this dashboard data dot active source dot map method. If I come here, you can see in this dashboard data we have the active source and it is an array, right? So we can use the map method here on the active source. So it will give individual so in this parameter, right? After that it is returning this div that contains the key property that will be so dot underscore id. Then we have added the image. So we have added the image here, that is movie poster path. Then we have added the title, that is so.movie.title, and then we have to add the price. So we have added the currency and so price. Then we have added the star icon. So let me import this star icon from Lucid React, right? And after that we have added the total average rating. Then we have added the so time, and here we have added the date format, right? So we will import this date format function from the lib folder. Now save the changes and we will come back to the web browser. So now you can see in this admin dashboard we have the cards and we have the active source also, right? After that we will create the next page. So we will create this list source page. Let me click here. So this is the list source page. So to complete it, we will come back to the VS Code, and from the sidebar we will open this list source.jsx file. Now in this one we have to add the currency symbol. So we will get it from the environment variable, and we will also create some state variables. So just add it before this return statement. We have added the currency from environment variable and created the state variable called source and loading. And let's import this use state, right? And after that we'll create a function that will fetch the so data and store this in this state variable, that is source, right? So to create this function we will create the arrow function like this, and here we'll add the try catch statement, and in this try block we will use the setter function, that is set source. And in this one we have added the movie property, that will be dummy show data from the assets, right? Let me import this dummy source data from the assets, and we are using the first movie from this data using this index 0. Then we have added the show time, price and occupied seats. And after fetching the data, we will set the loading false, right? Here we have added the loading true. And if we get any error while fetching the data, then this catch block will be executed that will display the error in console. Now we have to execute this function whenever the component gets loaded, so we will add the use effect. So here let's add use effect and import this use effect. That's it. So it will fetch the data and store it in the source state variable, right? So after that we will display it on the web page. So here in this return we'll add not of loading. So when the loading is false, in that case only we will display the list, and if it is true, in that case we will display the loading screen. So just add the loading component, import the loading component here. That's it. Now let me remove this div, and here we will add this fragment. Now in this one again we have to add the title, right? So we will add the title here and provide the text1 and text2, and let's import this title component. Save the changes and come back here. So you can see we have the list shows title, correct? Then we have to create the div where we'll display the table, right? So let me just come back, and after this title we'll create a div, and in this div we'll add the class name, and let's provide these Tailwind classes, and in this one we have to add a table, right? So here we'll add the table tag, and in this table tag we'll add these classes, right? Now we'll add the table head. So we have added this table head with table row and this table head data, that is movie name, show time, total bookings and earnings. If I save the changes and come back here, you can see we have the headings for this table data, that is movie name, show time, total bookings and earnings, correct? After that we'll display the data in this table. So just add the table body tag here. So we'll add t body, after this t head, and in this t body you can see we have used this state variable shows and use the map method to display individual show data, and here we have added the tr tag, that is row, and then we have the td table data. After adding it, save the changes and come back here. It should display the data here, but let me check it. Date format is not defined, so just come back and you can see in this one we have used this date format, right? So we'll import this from the library. That's it. Now you can see here we have the show list. So we have the show name, time, total number of booking and earning. So we have completed this list shows page. Now we will create this list bookings page for the admin. So we'll come back here, and from the sidebar we will open listbookings.jsx file, and in this one also we'll create the state variable to store the booking data and loading a state, and we'll get the currency from env file. So we have added this before this return statement, and we will import the user state from React package. After that we'll create the function that will fetch the booking data from the assets. So we have created this get all bookings function, and here we are providing the dummy data from the asset. Just import this dummy data, and after that we are setting the loading state false. After that we will create the use effect function that will execute this function whenever the component gets loaded, and import this use effect. So use effect has been imported from React package. After that here also we'll check the loading state. So we'll add not of is loading. So let's add question mark, and if it is true then only this div will be displayed, and After that we'll add the colon, and here we'll add loading component like this. If I come to previous page, here also we have used this not of is loading. So we are using the same thing here, not of is loading. After that, here we'll add the fragment, and then we'll add the title here. So let me add the title component, and here we have added the text1 and text2 and import this title component, correct? After that we have to add one div here. So let's add a div, and in this div we'll add these classes, right? And after that we'll add the table. So let's add the table tag, and in this table we'll add the classes. So we have added these tailwind classes in this table tag. Then we'll add the table head. So we have added this table head, correct, where we have added username, movie name, show time, seats and amount. Now save the changes and come back here. So you can see in this list bookings page we have the username, movie, shows, that is show time, seat and amount. After that we'll display the data in this table. So just come back, and here we will create the table body tag, and in this table body tag you can see we have used this booking state variable, right? This is the array, so you can use the map method, and here we are displaying this data in this table row and table data, correct? So here we are displaying the user's name, then title, then we are displaying the time. So here we'll use the date format imported from the lib folder. After that, here we have the seats, and then we have the amount, and in this amount we have the currency symbol also. Now save the changes and let's come back here. So now you can see we have the list of bookings in this page. You can see the user's name, then movie name, show time, seats and amount. So we have created the list bookings, list shows and dashboard. Now we'll create this add shows page for the admin dashboard, from where admin can add a new show. So we'll come back to the VS Code. Let's open the sidebar, and from here we will open this add shows.jsx file. To create this add show page, let me see the Figma design. So in this UI design you can see we have to create this add show page, and here first we will add this title, add shows, and in this one we have different section. So in the first one we have to display the movies that are available, right? So we will display this section where we will display the movies image, rating and total number of votes, title and their genres. After that, in the next section we have to display this option to enter the price, and we can choose the date and time, and we can click on the add time so that time and date will be selected. We can select multiple date and time for individual movie, and then we can click on this add show button. So this show will be added in the now playing list. So to create this one, we will come back to the VS Code, and in this one we'll create the state variables, and we will also get the currency from the environment variable. So here let's add const currency and get it from the environment variable. After that we'll create one state variable with the name now playing movies, and we will initialize it using useState and empty array. UseState has been imported here. So this is now playing movies, and we will get this movie data from the asset for now. After that we'll create next state variables. So we'll create multiple state variables. So we have added selected movie, so we can add the selected movie in the now playing list. Then we have the date time selection. So in this one we can select multiple date and time. We will store that here. After that, this is the date time input, right? So in this one we will store the input field value using this date and time picker. After that, here we have show price. So we will get the value from this price input field. So we have created these states variable. After that, here we have to create the function. So let's create a function here called fetch now playing movies. And in this one, we will use the setter function set now playing movies and provide the dummy data from the assets. So just add dummy source data and import it from the assets folder assets file. After that, we have to execute this function whenever the component gets loaded. For that, we'll create the use effect. So here, let's add the use effect. And in this one, we have added this function. And we have added the empty array in the dependencies array for this use effect. Let's import this use effect also. So it will get imported from the React package. So now we have the now playing movies data. And now we can display it on the web page. So scroll down and come here in this return statement. And here, let me check the now playing movies dot length is greater than 0. It means we have some movies in this state, right? So in that case only we will display this div. So here we have to add question mark. We are using the ternary operator, right? And suppose we don't have any movies here. In that case, we will display the loading animation. So just add colon and provide the loading component like this. Now let me remove this div. We will return the fragment. Now in this fragment, first we have to add the title component. So we'll add the title component here, import this title component and add the text, text1 and text2. Then we'll add another text. So we'll add the text in p tag. This is the text called now playing movies. And here we have to display the now playing movies, right? So for that we have to create a div. So let me add a div here. And in this div, we will add these classes, right? And after that, let's wrap all the movies in another div because we have to display the movie list in different columns. So we'll add a div here. And in this div, we will add these classes to group all these movies in different columns, right? And here we will display the movie data from the state variable called now playing movies, right? So let's add it here in the curly braces. We will provide it, then write dot map method. And in this map method, we will add the arrow function. And in this function parameter, we will get individual movie, right? And here we will return a div like this. So in this div, we have to add the movie image and all other details. So for this div, let me add some classes and we'll add the key property. So here we have added the key and class name. So in this div, first we have to add the image. That will be the movie poster image. After that, we'll add the average vote. And after that, we'll add the icon also. So to add that image, first we'll add a div. And here we'll add the image tag. Now for this div also, we have to add some classes. So let me add these classes in this div. And after this image, we'll add one div. So in this one, we have added the star icon. Let me import this star icon from Lucid React package. Then we have added vote average. And then we have added the number of votes, right? After that, save the changes and let's come back to the web page. So after coming to this page, you can see here we have the average rating and we have total number of votes. And right now you can see this vote is coming in complete digit. So we will convert it into 1000, like 1k, 2k, 5k, like that. For that, we'll create one function in the lib folder. So we will come back to the VS Code. Here we will open the sidebar and let's come to this lib folder. And in this lib folder, we'll create a new file and write the file name kconverter.js. And here we'll create a function. So let me add the function here and we have created kconverter function and exported this function from here. In this one we have to provide the number, and after that it will check if the number is greater or equal to 1000. Then it will return the number divided by 1000 and 2 fixed 1, and at the end it will add this k, so that you will see 1k, 2k like that. Now save the changes and use this function in the code. So just open the add source.jsx file, and here let me remove this movie.voteCount, and here we will add the function kconverter, and in this one we will provide this movie.voteCount. Now save the changes and come back here. So here you can see 15k, 18k, 27.5k like that. After that we have to add the click feature on these movie, so that when we click here, this movie will be selected and added in the selected movies state. If I come here, you can see we have added this selected movie and the setter function set selected movie. So we will use this setter function. So let's come here. So here we have created this div where you can see the key property. So in this one only we will add the onClick property, and here we will use the setter function set selected movie. And to add this one, first we have to add the arrow function and call this function, and in this one we will provide the movie._id. So when we click here, this movie will be added in selected movies, right? And after that, when we select the movie, we have to display a check mark. So let's come here, and after this div, here we'll add curly braces. We will add the selected movie equal to this movie.id. If it is true, so in that case we'll add the AND operator, and here it will display the check mark icon, right? So here we will create a div, and in this div we have added the check mark icon. So let me import this icon like that. Now if I come back here and click on anyone, it should display the check mark. So we will come back to the VS Code, and here you can see we have added the onClick. In this one we have added movie._id. So let me correct it, it will be movie.id. Now save the changes and come back here on the web page. Now if I click on this image, you can see we have the check mark, right? So like this we can choose the movies to add in the playing list, right? And after that, here we have to display the movie's name and release date. So just come back, and after this curly braces, we will add the movie name in p tag. So we have added this p tag here, and after that we'll add the movie release date in the another p tag. Now if I come here, you can see we have the movie's name and release date, correct? After that we have to create these input fields for getting the movie price, date and time, and we will display the selected date time and this add show button. So just come back here and open the VS Code, and after that we will come here. Before this closing fragment, let me add the comment. So let's add show price input, correct? And after that, here we have to create a div, and in this one we will add the input field. So in this input field you can see we have added the label tag, and after that we have another div, and in this one we have added the currency, right? And then we have added the input where the type is number and minimum value is 0, and here we have added this value show price, that is the state, right? And here we have added the onChange function that will set this price in this show price state. So we have added this input field. Using that we can enter the show price, correct? And after that, let's come here. After this div, let's add another comment, and here we have to display the input field to get the date and time. So here we have added this div, and in this div we have added the label tag, that is select date and time. Then we have the div that contains the input field, And here also we have added the value property and onChange property that will update the data in the state. After that we have the button that will handle the date time selection, right? So we have added the function name handle date time add. So we will create this function, right? So let's create this function now. Let's come here, and before this use effect we will add the function. So let's add a space and we'll add handle date time add. In this one, first we'll check if the date time input is selected or not. If it is not selected, then it will return nothing. It will stop this function execution. And suppose we have selected the date and time from the input field, then it will get the date and time. It will split it using this t. So it will get the date and time, and suppose any of the time or date is missing, then stop the execution using this return statement. After that we have added the setter function that will set this selected date and time in this state. So we have added this code to store the selected date and time for the show. Now let me create the handler function. Using that we can remove the selected date and time, right? So after closing of this function, let's create another function that is handle remove time. So in this one also we have to add the setter function, and here we are providing the date and time which is selected, and it will get removed from this date time selection state. So we have created the function to add the date time and remove the date time for the show, right? After that just come here, and you can see this function is linked here in this button. After that if I come back to the web page, you can see here we have the show price input field, and then we have the select date and time input field and this button. If I click here, it should open the fields to select the date and time, right? So here you can see that icon is not visible. Using that we can open this field to choose the date and time, that is the calendar icon. And here if I come to this input field, we have the arrow up and down icon. So we have to remove this icon. For that we'll just come back here in VS Code and open this index.css file, and in this one we have to disable the up and down icon. So here let's add input WebKit outer spin button and then inner spin button, and let's add appearance none. So that will be hidden. And here for the calendar also we'll add WebKit calendar picker indicator, then filter invert 1. That's it. Now save the changes and we'll come back here. So here you can see now we have the calendar icon, and if I click on this calendar icon, it will open this field to choose the date and time, right? And after selecting it, we can click on this button. So this date and time will be added, and it should display this below this input field. So to display that, just come back to the VS Code and let's open the add source page again. And here before this closing fragment, let me add the comment that is display selected times. So here we have to display the selected time, right? So here let me add the curly braces and object. You can see we have added one object where keys are date time selection, and if the length is greater than 0, then only it will add this div. So if we have the selected date and time, then only it will be displayed, right? And in this one we have added the text called selected date time, and after that we are using this object entries, and here we have added the date time selection. And in this one we have added the map method that will display all the selected date time, and it will display the date time. With that it will also add the cross icon. So here we have added the delete icon. So let me import this delete icon from this Lucid package. It has been imported, and here we have added the on click feature. So using this on click property, it will call this handler function that will remove the selected date time. So after adding it, save the changes and let's come here. Now let me choose any date and time. Now you can see here we have the selected date and time, correct? And after that we have to remove it, so we can click on this icon, so it will get removed. Now we can add again like this. We can add multiple date and time, so let's choose another date and another time. You can see we have added another date time for this show. So we can add multiple date time, and after that we have to add a button. Using that we can add this show. So just come back, and before this closing fragment we will add one button, and in this button we have added the text called add show. That's it. After adding it, save the changes and come back here. So here we have the add show button, correct? So from here we can select the movie, we can enter the price, then we can choose the date and time. We can choose multiple date time and click on this button, so we can add this movie in now playing list. So we have completed the admin part also. We have completed this admin dashboard, add shows page, list shows and list bookings page. And if I come here in the home page, we have completed all the pages. So finally we have completed the front end of our movie ticket booking project. Now we will create the back end where we will create the APIs to make this website functional. Now we will start creating the back end of our application. To create the backend server, let's come back to the VS Code and let's close all these files. So right click here and select close saved. After that, just open this sidebar and we will collapse this client folder. And here in this project folder, that is quick show, we are going to create a new folder and write the folder name server. So we have created a new folder called server, and in this one we will create a new file, that is server.js. So we have created the main file for our backend server. Now right click on this server folder and select open in integrated terminal. So it will open a new integrated terminal. So in this terminal you can see we are in this server directory, correct? So here we have to create the backend application using Express. So first we will add npm init -y, then press enter. After that it will create a project. You can see we have the name server, then we have the version, description and main file server.js, as you can see here, right? And if I see this left sidebar, here we have the package.json file. In this one also you can see your project details like the name, version, description, main file and the scripts. This is the start script. Using that you can start the server, right? And then we have the keywords, author and license. Now in this one we have to add one more thing, that is type. So here let's add double quote type, and by default the type is common.js, but we have to change it to module. So if we add the type module, then we can use the import statements in the project. After that, let's come to this terminal, and in this terminal we have to add the dependencies. We have to install the dependencies using this terminal. So in this project we are going to use Express for creating the backend application. So here we'll add npm install and write the package name. So we will add the Express package. After that we will use CORS package. Using that we can allow this backend to connect with any front-end URL. After that we'll add .env package. Using that we can use the environment variables in this project. Next we will use Mongoose. Using this Mongoose package we can connect our backend server with MongoDB database. Then we will add the Axios package. Using this Axios package we can make the API calls in the backend server. Then we will add the Cloudinary package. Using this Cloudinary we can store the images on the cloud storage. So we have added npm install express, CORS, .env, mongoose, axios and cloudnary. After that, press enter to install all these packages. So it is installing all these packages, right? Next we will add one more package and we will install it in the development dependency or dev dependency. For that, let's add npm install --save -dev. So this package will be installed in the dev dependencies. Here we have to add the package name. So let's add npm install nodemon. So now you can see the complete command here. npm install nodemon, then --save -dev. Press enter. So it will install this nodemon package in dev dependencies. Correct. After that, let's create our backend server. So let me hide this terminal and we will open this server.js file, and here we have to create a basic express server. For that, first let's import the express from express package, right? After that, we will import the CORS also. Using that, we can connect the backend with any front-end URL, and after that we will import .env so that we can use the environment variables. After that, here we will use this express package to create our application. So let's add const app equal to express. So using this express, we have created one app. After that, we have to add the port number where we will run our application. So here let's add const port equal to 3000. Correct. Now here we will add some middleware. So let me add the comment and let's add this app.use, and in this one we will provide express.json. So all the requests will be passed using the JSON method on this backend server. After that, here we'll add app.use, and here let's provide CORS. That's it. Next, we'll create the first API route, that will be home route. So here we'll add this app.get method, right? And for this one, we have to add the API path, that is /, and when anyone will hit this API path, then it will execute a function. So we'll create one arrow function here, and in this function we will get two parameters, that is request and response. So here we will not get anything in the request, we will simply send the response. So simply add the response dot send method, and here let's add the message, that is server is live. So whenever we will hit this path, we will get the message server is live. So we have created the first endpoint, or let me add the comment also, that is API routes. Correct. After that, we have to start this backend server, that is this app, and we have the port number also. So here simply add this app.listen method, and in this one we have to add two parameters. The first one will be port number and the second one will be one function. So let's add the port here, just copy and paste it here, and after that we will add the function. So let's create this function. We have created one arrow function, and in this one we will add the console log, and in this one we will add the message. So let's add the message here in the backticks so that we can insert the variables. So here we have added server listening at http localhost : port number. So we have created the basic express app. Let's move this parenthesis here. So now we have created the basic express app. After that, we can run this application. So if I open this package.json, here you can see we have this script to start the server, that is start. So if I type npm run start, it will execute this line, that is node server.js, that will run our server.js file. But whenever we will make any changes in the code, then we have to restart the backend, right? So to solve this issue, here we have already added the nodemon package. So instead of this node server.js, we can run nodemon server.js that will automatically restart the backend server whenever we will make any changes in the code. So for that, let me add this line here, just copy and paste it here instead of this test. And here let's add a script name called server, and here we'll add the nodemon. So now if I type npm run server, it will use this nodemon server.js. So it will start the server and also restart the server whenever we make any changes in the code. So after that, let's open the terminal again. So now we are in the terminal. Right now you can see we have two terminals. In the first one, our front end is running, right? So our front end is running in this first terminal. And if I go to second one, here we are in the server. So in this server terminal, we will write npm run server. Press enter. Now you can see this message, server listening at this URL, localhost port 3000. So let me just open this link in web browser. If I open the web browser and open a new tab and open this localhost colon 3000. So here you can see this message, server is live. It means we have successfully started the basic Express server, right? Now let's come back here in this VS Code. We can hide this terminal. It is not required now. The app is already running. Don't close this terminal. It will be running in the background. So after running the basic Express application, we have to connect our project with MongoDB database. For that, we have to set up the MongoDB Atlas account. So let's open new tab and search for MongoDB Atlas. Let's open this website, Atlas database. And here you need to create an account. I'll click on this sign in button. And here we have this sign up button. So you can sign up using this link, and I already have an account, so I can sign in using my Google account. So I'll click here. After sign up, it will ask for some onboarding questions. Just fill that and then you will come to this page to create a new cluster. So just click on this button, create. And here you can choose this free option. Just choose this free plan. And after that, here you can choose the cloud provider. So I'll choose Google Cloud, and from this drop down you can choose the nearest region. Then click on this create deployment button. After that, it is asking to create a user for this database. So here I'll add the username. Let me write GreatStack, and then here we have to add the password. So you can set your own password. Make sure to use the simple password. Do not use the @ symbol in this password, else it will give an error. So I'll use the simple password, GreatStack 123. Then click on this button, create database user. Correct. After that, here we will click on this choose a connection method, and then let's click on this drivers. And from this drop down, we will choose this Mongoose. So here you can see we have the first step to install Mongoose that we have already installed in our project. And then you can see this next step, we have to add this MongoDB connection string. You can see add your connection string in your application, right? So here we have the MongoDB connection string. This is too long, but you don't have to copy the entire string. Just copy it from the beginning and till this mongodb.net. That's it. Let me just copy this part and click on this button done. And now just come back here in this VS Code and let's open the sidebar, and here we will store this MongoDB connection string in a environment variable file. So here in this server folder, let's create a new file and write the file name .env. And in this one, let's create one environment variable. So just add MongoDB _URI equal to and let's paste this connection string. So you can see we have added one variable name, that is environment variable MongoDB URI, and here we have pasted this connection string. So in this string you can see it is starting from this MongoDB plus srv, then we have the username, then we have the password, and then some details of this cluster, and it is ending with mongodb.net. That's it. Do not add anything after this .net. Now save the changes, and after that we will connect the project with MongoDB database. But before that, let's come back here in the MongoDB website again, and in this left sidebar you will find this security, and in this one we have this network access. Just click here, and in this one we have to click on this delete. After that we have to add a new IP address. Just click on this button, add IP address, and click on allow access from anywhere. So it will add this 00 IP address. Just click on confirm. So now you can see the status is pending, so just wait for this status to be updated. Now you can see the status is active. After that we can connect with this MongoDB database from any IP address. After that, let's come here in this VS Code, and then let's open this sidebar, and here we will create one config folder. So in this server file, that is server folder, we will create a new folder and write the folder name configs. So in this folder we will create all the configuration files. So in this configs folder, let's create a new file and write the file name db.js. That means database.js, right? And here let's add import statement. We will import mongoose from mongoose package, and after that we have to create a function. So we'll add the function name connectdb. So just add const connectdb and create the asynchronous arrow function. Now in this one we have to add the try catch statement, right? Now in this try block we have to add await mongoose dot connect, and in this one just we have to provide the connection string, and after that we have to provide any name that will be our project name. So here we'll add the backticks, then $, curly braces, so that we can insert the variable here. And we have added the MongoDB connection string in the environment variable. So to get it here, just add the process .env dot this MongoDB URI. Let's copy and paste it here. So we have added the MongoDB connection string here. So at the end of this connection string, here we will add / and then we will add the project name. So let me add the project name quick show, right? And suppose we get any error in this try block, then catch block will be executed. So in this catch block just add console log, and here we will add this error, and from this error we will get the message property. So just add error.message, correct? Now we will add one event also. So here we will register one event that will display the message whenever we are connected with the database. So here we will use this mongoose, and in this mongoose we will get this connection dot on, and here let's add the event name, that is connected, right? So here let's add one function. So whenever we will be connected, then this function will be executed. So this function will print a message in console. So just add console log, and in this one we will add the message that will be database connected, right? Let me move this here. We will move this parenthesis at this point. Now we have to export this function from this file so that we can use it in any other file. So just add export default and provide this function name. So we have created the function. Using that we can connect our project with MongoDB database. And to connect this, let's come back here in this server.js file, and here after adding this port number, let's add await, and we will call the connect db function. Just click here on this recommendation. So the connect db function has been imported from configs folder /db file, but here we have to add the complete file name, that will be db.js. Make sure to add this file name extension in all the import statement. That's it. Save the changes and now again open the terminal. So in this terminal it should display the database connected message, but here we are not getting that message. So let's open this server.js file. So in this one we have just added this function. We have to execute this function, so just add this parenthesis at the end. So we have added await connect db and executed this function. Now again open the terminal. Let me scroll this terminal till end. So here you can see in this terminal we have the message database connected and server listening at this URL. So now we have connected our Express app with the MongoDB database. After connecting our project with the database, we can store the user data in our MongoDB database. And to store any data in the MongoDB, we have to create the models. So here, let's open this sidebar, and in this server folder, we will create a folder called models. And in this models folder, let's create the first file, that is user.js. So in this user file, we will create the user model. And to create any model, we have to create the schema. For that, we'll add import mongoose from mongoose package. And using this mongoose, we can create one schema. So let's add const user schema is equal to new mongoose.schema constructor. And in this one, we will add the object. And in this object, we will define different properties. So first we'll add the ID. So here we'll add underscore ID, and then we'll define the type and required property. So just add the curly braces, and here we'll add type, a string, and required true. So the ID will be a string type and it is required to store any user data. After that, we'll add the comma, and let's duplicate this line. So next property will be name, because we will store the user data. So we have to add the user's name also. And here also we will add the type a string, required true. Now duplicate it. And then we will store email. So here also the type is a string and required true. After that, we will add one more line. So let me just duplicate this one, and here we'll add the property name image, because we will store the user image, and here we will store the user's image URL, right? So that URL will be a string type and required true. That's it. So we have created one user schema. Using this user schema, we can create the user model. So just add const user equal to mongoose dot model, and in this one we will add two parameters. So the first parameter will be model name. So the model name will be user, and then we have to provide this schema. So just add this user schema. So we have created this user model, right? After that, we will export it from this file so that we can use it in another file. So just add this export default user. So we have created the user schema. Now we can store the user data in MongoDB. But from where we will get the user data? We are creating the user using the clerk, right? We have used the clerk for user authentication, and all the user data is available in clerk profile. So we will get the user data from clerk webhooks. So let's set up the clerk in our backend project also. So let me open the web browser and open the clerk project. Now we will open the clerk homepage and then click on this docs. So we will open the documentation, and from this left side you can choose the framework type or SDK. So here we have selected Express because we have created the backend server using Express. After that, let's click on this Quick Start. So here we have the steps to install the Clerk in the Express project. So we'll add the command npm install @clerk express in the terminal. So let's copy this command and open the VS Code. And here let's open the terminal. In this terminal, we are in this backend terminal. So we will stop this project using Ctrl C. Yes. After that, just add this command. After that, just copy and paste this command. So it will install the Clerk in our backend. After that, let's see the next step. So the next step is to add the keys in the environment variable. So let me just click on this copy icon. So we can copy the publishable key and secret key. And after that, let's open the VS Code, and from here we will open .env file, and in this file let's paste the Clerk keys. So we have provided the Clerk publishable key and secret key in .env file. Save the changes. After that, let me open this terminal. Here we will see the next step. So the next step is to add .env that we have already added. Then you can see the next step. So the next step is to add this Clerk middleware in our main file, right? So let me just copy this import statement and open the VS Code, and from here let's open this server.js file, that is our main file. In this one, let's import this Clerk, that is Clerk middleware. That's it. Now let's see the next step. So here we have to add this Clerk middleware in this app.use, right? So let's copy this and come here, and here in this middleware, after this chords, let's add app.use and provide Clerk middleware. So we have added the Clerk middleware in the main file. Now we'll see the next step. So you can see we can use this required auth to protect our route, right? And we have successfully configured the Clerk in the backend. Now we can start the backend again. So let's come here and we will add npm run server. So it will start the backend server again. So now our backend is running. Let me hide this terminal. So after adding this Clerk in the backend, let's open the web browser and open the Clerk dashboard, and here we will open this configure, and in this one scroll down, and here you will find this webhooks, right? So we will get the user data from this webhooks. Now in this webhooks file, you can see we have the button add endpoint, right? So if I click on this button, here we have to provide the backend URL and we can manage the Clerk webhooks. But to efficiently manage the Clerk webhooks, we will use the second option. If I click on this drop down, here you can see we have two options, that is webhooks and this ingest. So we will use this ingest. Using ingest, we can easily manage the Clerk webhooks. So we have to connect this Clerk account with ingest account. So let me open the ingest. To efficiently manage the Clerk webhooks, scheduling and cron jobs, we will use ingest. Ingest provides multiple features to manage the batch processing, queuing, background job, scheduling and cron jobs. So just click on the link given in the description and sign up on ingest website. So I'll click on this sign up button, and here we can create an account using this Google account, GitHub account, or also you can use the email and password. So I'll create an account here. After sign up, you will come to this page where you have to choose a logo, and it is recommended to upload a square logo. So let me add one image here. And after that, you need to provide the organization name. So I'll write my channel name here, GreatStack, and then click on create organization. You can see it says the slug is taken, so let me add 2. It is also taken. Now it works. Now we'll click on this skip button, and after that here we have to get the keys. So here you can see this icon. Just click here and click on this event keys. I'll click on this link, then click here. So from here you will get this event key, that is ingest event key. So to store it in the environment variable, let me just come back here in this .env file, and here first let's create one environment variable. So I'll write the environment variable name, that is ingest event key, right? And after that we will add one more environment variable, that is ingest signing key. So we have added 2 variables here, ingest event key and signing key. Now we will paste these keys. So just come back here and we'll copy this event key. Let's copy and paste it here. After that just come back and click on this icon and click on signing key, and just copy this key, paste it here. So we have added the ingest event key and signing key, correct? Now let's come back and here we will open the ingest documentation. So let's open the ingest homepage and then click on this docs, and in the left side you will find this node.js. Let's click here, scroll down. So here you can see the first step, we have to install the ingest, right? So just copy this npm install ingest and come back to the VS Code. And after that let me open the terminal, and here let's add Ctrl+C, stop this project and paste this command npm install ingest. After that let's come back here and see the next step. So the next step is to run the ingest dev server. So we will skip this part and let's see the next step. So here we have to create the ingest client, and to create it we will use this import statement and create the client like this, and then we will create the function array. In this one we will provide all the ingest functions that will manage the background jobs, cron jobs and scheduling. So let me copy this one and we will come back to the VS Code, and now we can start this backend server. So simply add npm run server and we can hide this terminal. Our project is running, let's hide it, and from this sidebar let's open the server folder, and in this server folder we will create a new folder called ingest, and in this ingest folder we will create a new file called index.js, and in this file we will create the ingest client. So let's add this import statement, import ingest from ingest package, right? And after that let's copy the second statement, that is create client to send and receive events, right? So let me just copy it, paste it here, and here we can add the ID. So let me add our own ID here. I'll add the ID, that is movie ticket booking, like this. After that let's come here and we have to add this statement export const and functions. Let's come here and paste it in this file. Now here we'll create multiple ingest functions and we'll pass all the functions in this array, right? After that you can see the next step. So we have to set up the HTTP endpoint. So to set up the HTTP endpoint, let's come back here and we will open our server.js file, that is the main file, right? And in this one, here we have the first route. So after that let's add app.use, and in this one we will add the path, that is /API/ingest, right? And after that we'll add comma and here we will use serve. If I come here in this documentation, you can see the statement. We have to add serve, and in this one we have to add this one. So let's copy and paste it here. So now we have created the API endpoint for this ingest. After that, again see the documentation, and here you can see we have to import the serve and this ingest and function. So just copy this one and let's come here and we will add this import statement. So we will import this serve from the ingest/express package, and after that we will get the ingest and functions from our folder or file. So here we'll add the file path, that is ingest folder /index.js file. That's it. After that you can see the next step. So the next step is to use the ingest functions, and to create the ingest function we can use like this ingest.create function, and in this one we will provide the ID and we will provide the event name, and whenever this event occurs then it will execute this function, right? So we will create these functions later. Right now we will connect this ingest with our clerk. So before that, let's come back here and let's start our backend server. So open the terminal and start the server. You can see our server is already running. We have already started it, and after that we will come back here, click on this tab. Now we will connect the ingest with our clerk. So just click on this button, connect to ingest, then click on approve. So now it is connected, and here you can see one URL. After connecting this ingest with clerk, let's scroll down and click on this create. After that, let's click on this testing, and here you will find the events. So let's select this, select an event type, and in this one you will get all the events, right? So from the clerk we need the user event. If I click on this user.created, you can see we will get this type of data. We will get the data object where we will get the user's first name, we will get the last name, image URL, right, and we will get the ID. So we need to store these user data in our MongoDB database, right? So we will create the ingest function that will manage these events like user created, then user deleted, user updated, right? So whenever these events occur from the clerk, we will update the data in the MongoDB database using the ingest function. So let's come back to the VS Code and let's open the index.js file where we are creating the ingest functions. So here let's create our first function. So let me add the comment first. We'll add the comment ingest function to save user data to a database, right? And here we have added the comment. So let me remove this. Now here we have to create the function. Let me show you the function structure again. So if I come to this documentation, you can see we have to create the function like this. We have to create a function using ingest.create function, right? And then we have to provide the ID and event type, right? And this event will be added here, and using this event we will get all the user data, and we will store that user data in the MongoDB database using our user model. So let's come here and we'll create a function called sync user creation. Const sync user creation equal to this ingest dot create function, right? Now in this create function, first we'll add the ID. So in this ID, let's add sync user from clerk, then add the comma. Here we'll add event. So in the event we will add clerk/user.created, right? If I come here, you can see we are getting user.created. Like that we will get user.deleted, user.updated. So these are the user events, and we'll get all other events also, right? So after adding this event type, here we'll create a function that will be asynchronous function. So just add async, and let's create the arrow function. Right now in this function parameter, we will get the curly braces event. Right now here let's add const, and we will get the data from this event. So we will get the ID, then first name, last name, email addresses, and image URL. Let's get these data from this event dot data object, right? And after getting this data, we will store it in the MongoDB database, right? So first we have to create a data variable that is user data. So just add const user data equal to object, and here we'll add underscore ID property, and here we'll store this ID. After that we have to add the email, right? So let's add the email property, and in this email property let's add the email addresses, then index 0, and from this one we will find the email address, right? And after that let's add the name property, and in this name property we will concatenate the first name and last name. So we have added first name space plus last name. After that we have to add the image property, and in this image property we will provide the image URL that we are getting from the clerk event. So we have created the user data, and now we can simply store this data in MongoDB database. So let's add await, and we'll add the user model. Let's click here to import this user model from models folder. After that we'll add the create method, and in this one just provide this user data, right? So whenever a new user will be created, it will get stored in the MongoDB database. But for that we have to pass this function in this array. So in this array just pass this function. So we have created the ingest function. Using that we can store the user data in the MongoDB database, and we will get the user data from clerk. After creating this user creation function, we will create another function. Using that we can delete the user from the database. So let's come here and we'll add the comment ingest function to delete user from database. Again we'll create a function here. So let me just copy this one only, paste it here, and in this one we will add the function name sync user deletion, right? And after that we will add the ID. So in this ID we will add delete user with clerk. After that we'll add the event. So it will be user dot deleted, right? And after that we'll get the event here, and then let me remove all these code from this function, and here let's add the const curly braces. We will just get the ID, right? So we have to get the ID from this event dot data. After getting this ID, let's add await, and here we will use the user model dot find by ID and delete, and in this one just provide this ID. So it will delete this user data from the database. Now let's pass this function in this array. So here let me add comma and provide this here. So in this array we have added two functions, right? So now we have created two ingest function. Let's create one more function. Using that we can update the user data in the MongoDB database, right? So let me just duplicate this function, and here we'll add the function name. So first we'll add the comment called ingest function to update user data in database, and the function name is sync user updation. After that we'll add the ID, that is update user from clerk, and then we'll get the event, that is user.updated, right? And after that, let me remove this line and create this function. So in this parameter we are getting this event. So from this event we will get all the data. So let's add const id, first name, last name, email addresses, image URL equal to event.data. So from the event we will get all these data, and after that again we will create the user data. So let me just copy it, paste it here. So we are creating user data here, where we have added the underscore ID, email, name and image. After that let's add await, and here we will use the user model dot find by ID and update method. And here we have to add two parameters. The first one will be ID, and in the second one we will add the user data. So it will update the user data in MongoDB database, and just pass this function here. So just add comma and write this function. So we have created the ingest function to store the user data, update the user data and delete the user data from MongoDB database. Now we have to deploy this project. So before deploying this project, first we have to add the Vercel JSON configuration in our project, because we will deploy it using Vercel. So to get the Vercel JSON config, let's open the web browser and open github.com/GreatStack dev. And here let's go to nodes, and after that let's go to Vercel JSON config for MERN. Let's open it, and in this one you can see we have Vercel JSON configuration for Express backend and for front end, right? So we will add both. So just copy this file name, that is Vercel JSON, and let's open the VS Code. Open this sidebar, and in this server folder let's create a new file with the name vercel.json, and here let's paste this entire code. So just copy and paste it here. So we have created the configuration for Vercel JSON. Now let's add it in the front end also, right? So let's copy this file name again and collapse this folder, and in this client folder let's create a new file and write the file name vercel.json. We are adding it in the client folder, that is our front end, right? So in this front end we will add this code. Let's copy and paste it here. So we have added the Vercel JSON configuration for both front end and back end, right? Now in this sidebar let me collapse both folder, that is client and server, and here we have the quickshow folder, that is our project folder. So in this one we will create a new file. Let me create it here. So here in this quickshow folder we are creating a new file called .gitignore. And now in this file we will just add node_modules. So it will ignore this node_modules folder, and it will upload the remaining files on GitHub. So just click on this icon, that is source control, and click on initialize repository. After that you can see the total number of files, 62. Now here we'll add the commit message. So just add first commit and click on commit button. After that we'll click on publish branch, and here you need to choose the repository types. So we have the option GitHub private repository. Let me just click here. So now it is uploading our project on GitHub. So now you can see the success message here. Our project has been uploaded on GitHub. To verify it, let me open my GitHub profile. So here in this GitHub, you can see we have a new repository, QuickShow, where we have client and server and .gitignored file, correct? Now we will deploy it on Vercel. So let's come to the vercel.com, open vercel.com and create an account here. Then come to dashboard. And from here, let's click on this button to add a new project. So just click on this project button. And here you will find your repository list. So we'll choose this QuickShow repository. Just click on import. And here you need to add the project name. So right now I'm going to deploy the backend server, right? So I'll simply add QuickShow server. After that, let's come here in this root directory and click on this edit button. And from here, let me choose this server directory. Just click on this one, then click on continue. After that, we have to add the environment variables also. So let's click on this one, environment variables, and here we will paste all the environment variables. So let's open the VS Code and let's open the sidebar, then server folder, that is the backend, and then open .env. And from here, let me just copy all the environment variables and then paste it here. Paste the environment variables. So we have added MongoDB URI, Clerk publishable key, Clerk secret key, ingest signing key, and ingest event key. Then click on this deploy button. So it will deploy our backend server on GitHub so that we will get a live URL. So here you can see the steps. It is deploying our project. So now you can see the congratulations message. You just deployed a new project. But here we are getting some error after deployment. So let me just come back to the VS Code and open our terminal. So in this terminal, you can see we are getting some error in the local project only. Our app is crashed. And it is due to one error in this file, index.js. So let me open this index.js file, and here you can see we have added import user, that is the user model, from this models folder user file. So here we have to add the file name extension also, that is .js. Write the complete file name, import user from models folder user.js. That's it. Now save the changes and open the terminal, scroll down. Now you can see our application is successfully running. We don't have any error. So now let me deploy it again. So just click on this source control. Then I'll add the comment here, model import fix. Then click on commit and sync changes. So it will update the changes on GitHub, and whenever we will make any changes in the GitHub repository, the Vercel will automatically redeploy the project. So let me come to this continue to dashboard, and after that let's click on this deployments. So here you can see this was the first deployment, and after that it is redeploying the project again. So now you can see the status ready. It means our project is redeployed automatically, right? And if I come to this overview, so here you can see this message, server is live. We don't have any error. And this is the domain link. Let me click here. So you can see this is the backend server URL. And at this URL, we are getting the message server is live. And the URL is this one, quickshow-server.vercel.app, right? So now we have the backend URL. Next, we have to sync our ingest project or ingest platform. So let's open ingest and then let's click on this apps, Here at the right side you can see we have the button Sync New App. Let's click on this button. Here we have the option to provide the backend URL, and here we have to provide the complete ingest endpoint. So first we'll add the backend URL where the backend is running, right? After that, here we have to add /API/ingest because we have created this endpoint /API/ingest. Then click on this Sync App button. Now it is successfully synced. So after sync, you will see this page. Here we have the application info, we have the app ID that we have added, then we have the URL, and here we have the functions that we have created, right? So these are the ingest functions to manage the user update, delete and create. So let me try to delete any user. I'll open the front end, and from here let me delete this current user. So I'll click on manage account, then security, then delete account, and write this text here, delete account. And here it is asking for the password to delete this account because it is a sensitive action, and for sensitive action it will re-verify the user. So let me provide the OTP. So let me provide the OTP here. Now this account has been deleted. So after deleting this account, it should trigger the event here in this ingest. So let's open ingest cloud and let's click on this runs. So here you can see one event has been completed, that is user.deleted. It is working fine. Now whenever we will create a new account, that event will be added here, and using that we will get the user data and we will store that user data in MongoDB database. So let me try to create a new account. So I'll come here and click on login, then I'll click on sign up and sign up using the Google account. So now we have successfully signed up on the web page. After that, if I come to this ingest cloud, let me refresh it. So here you can see we have a new event, that is user.created, and after creating the user, it should update the user data in the MongoDB database also. So let me come to MongoDB database, and here we'll click on clusters, then click on browse collections, and in this one we have the users, and here you can see we have just created this user, and this user data is available in MongoDB database. We have the user's name, email and image URL, and we have the ID. So these events are working fine. We can easily manage the color webhooks using this ingest, and we can store the user data in MongoDB database. After getting the user data in MongoDB database, now we will create the backend APIs. Using that we can store the movies and shows in the MongoDB database. So to store the movie and shows data, first we have to create the MongoDB model. So let's open this sidebar, and in this models folder we will create new model. So first we will create the movie model. So here in this models folder, create a new file, that is movie.js. Here we have to create the model. So let me import the mongoose from mongoose package, and after that using this mongoose we will create the schema. So here let's add const movie schema equal to new mongoose.schema constructor. Now in this one we will add the object where we will add different properties that will be available in the movie data. So first we'll add the ID. So let's add _ID. And in this one we will store the string data, so just add the type a string, and it is required, so let's add required property true. So we have added the first property for the movie. Now let's duplicate it. Here we'll add the second property, that will be title. Here we have to add the comma also. Now duplicate it, then we'll add the overview. So this is the movie overview. Here also we have added type a string required true. Now duplicate it, then we'll add the next property, that is poster path. Now again duplicate this line. Here we'll add the backdrop path. Now duplicate it and then we'll add the release date. Right. Next we have to add the movie language. So duplicate it. Here we'll add original language. And in this one we will add type a string, and from here we will remove this required property. Just add type a string. Now duplicate it. And here we'll add the next property, that is tagline. Right. Now again duplicate it. Here we'll add the genres. And in this one we'll add the type array, because there could be multiple genres for this movie. So here we'll add type array and required true. Now duplicate it. Then we'll add the casts. So it is also an array, required true. Now again duplicate it. So here we'll add vote average. In this vote average we will add type number. So the data type will be numbered, required true. Now duplicate it and here we'll add runtime. This will be the total duration of this movie. So we have added runtime and it is also type number, required true. After that, when we create the movie, then we'll store the time also when this movie was added in the database. So to store the time automatically, here we'll add comma and again add one object, and in this object simply add timestamps true. So it will automatically store the time and date. After that we'll create the model using this schema. So here we will add const movie equal to mongoose dot model. In this model let's add the first value, that is model name. This is movie, and after that we have to add the second value, that is movie schema. Right. After creating this movie model, we will export it from this file. So simply add export default movie. So now we can use this movie model in any other file. Now after creating this movie model, we will create one more model, that is source. So that source model will contain this movie information, and with that we will also add the date and time and price and available seats for that show. So to create another model, let's come here, and in this models folder we will create a new file called show.js. Now here we'll create the new model. So again we will use import mongoose from mongoose package, and using this mongoose we'll create a new schema and write the schema name show schema. And here let's add the object. Now in this object first we'll store the movie, right? We have already created the movie model. So here in this movie property we will add type a string required true, right? And after that we'll add the reference. So just add ref, and in this reference we will add the model name. So the model name is movie. That's it. So it will store that movie. After that we have to add the show date and time, right? So let me add show date time. The type is date and required true. After that we'll add the show price. In this one we'll add the type number, required true. So we have show price. After that we'll add one new property, that is occupied seats. This will be one object. So we have added occupied seats. The type is object and the default value is empty object. And to store this empty object, we have to add one more data here. So just add curly braces and add minimize false. So when we add this minimize false, it will create this show data with this empty object also, right? After that we have to create the model using this schema. So let me add const so equal to mongoose dot model and provide the model name so and the schema, that is so schema. After that we will export this so from here. So just add export default so. So now we can use this so model in any other file. We have created two models. Now we will create the controller function that will store the data in the MongoDB database using these controller function. So in this server folder, let's create a new folder called controllers. So in this controllers folder, we will create a new file. So create a new file here and write the file name socontroller.js. Now in this one, first we have to get the list of movies. So we'll get the movies from the movie database, that is TMDB. So for now, let me create a function here. We will add const get now playing movies equal to create the asynchronous arrow function, right? And in this function parameter, we will get request and response like this. Here we have exported this function. After that, in this function, we will add the try catch statement. So now in this try block, we have to get the now playing movies and we will get the now playing movies from the movie database called the movie database. In short, we can call TMDB. So let me open the web browser and here we will search for TMDB. Open this website, themoviedb.org, and here you need to create an account. So I'll click on this button, join TMDB, and here you need to enter the username, password, confirm password, and enter your email ID and sign up on this website. I already have an account, so I'll click on login and I will log in with my account. So after sign up, you will come to this page, then click on this user icon and click on settings. Now in the left side, you will find this API. Let's click here. And from here, you will find this API key and this API read access token. So you need to copy this one, API read access token, right? So let me just copy it. And after that, we will open the VS Code. Now we will open .env file. So let me open .env in the server folder. And here, let's create a new environment variable. So we'll add tmdb underscore API underscore key equal to and paste this key that we have just copied. So we have added this tmdb key in the environment variable. After that, let's come here in this TMDB website and at the top you will find this more and in this one you will find this API documentation. Let's click here and in this one, here you can see this API reference. Let's click on this link. Before that, make sure you are on the version 3. Here we have the drop down and if you are watching this in future, you might get multiple version here, so make sure you are using v3. So choose the v3 from here, then click on this API reference. And in this one we have already logged in, that's why here we are getting the username and we have the credentials also, right? Now after that, in the left side, you will find multiple options, right? We have multiple menu in the left sidebar. So scroll down. And in this one, just find this movie list. So inside this movie list, you will find this now playing. Let's click here on now playing. So here you will get a API URL, right? So when you will hit this API endpoint, you will get the now playing movie list. And to see the response data, let me just click here on this node. Here we have already added the key, because we have already logged in, that's why this key is available, right? Then it will generate this code, and after that I'll click on this try it. So after that you will get this type of response. You can see here we have the response. In this one we have results, and in this results you can see we have the ID. This is the movie ID. After that we have the original language, original title, overview, poster path, release date, title, video, vote average, vote count. So we have all the data required to display on the web page. Correct? So if I open our web page, so in the admin dashboard we have created add movie page, right? So let me open the admin dashboard. So in the admin dashboard, if I go to add source, here you can see we have these movie list. So this movie list is coming from the assets file. So we have to display the movie list like this, and we will get this data from the TMDB API link that we have just explored. It is available here. So we are going to use this API endpoint to fetch the movie from TMDB. So now let me just copy this API endpoint and we'll come back here. And in this try statement, let's add await, and we will use the Axios method. We have already added this Axios package, right? So just add axios.get method, and in this one we have to add the API endpoint. So just provide this API endpoint. Correct? Now here we have to add the headers also. So if I come here, you can see in this one we have to provide the headers like this, and in this headers we have to provide the authorization property where we'll add bearer and we will provide the token, right? So to add it, let's come back on the VS Code, and after this API endpoint we'll add comma, and let's add the object. Now in this object we'll add the headers property, and this headers property will be one object where we'll add the authorization. In this authorization we have to add the bearer and token. So just add the backticks bearer, and then we will insert the token using template literal. So just add $ curly braces and provide the token available in the environment variable. So just add the process dot env dot an environment variable name, that is TMDB API key. So we have added the key here. After that we will get the response from this API call, right? So let's store this response in data. So here we'll add const data equal to await and this Axios. So now we have the response from this TMDB API call, right? And after that here let's add const movie, or let's add movies. We will get multiple movies, right? Movies equal to this data dot results property. So we will get the movies list. After that we'll send the response. So just add response dot JSON, and in this one we'll add success true. Then we'll add the movies property, and in this movies property we will add this movies. Let me add it in curly braces like this. So we have sent a response. Now if any error occurs in the try block, then catch block will be executed. So here in this catch block we'll add console log, and here we will print this error message. After that we will send the response also. So just add response dot JSON, and in this one let me just copy this, paste it here. We will add success false, right? And after that we'll add the message property, and in the message property we'll add error.message. So here we have added the function that will fetch the movie data from TMDB, and it will send the movie data in the response, right? Now for this controller function, we have to create the API endpoint. For that, we have to create the routes. So let's open this sidebar, and in this server folder, we will create a new folder called routes. Now in this routes folder, we will create multiple route files. So let's create the first file, that is routes.js. Now in this one, we have to create the router. So let's add import express from express package, and after that we'll create a new router. So just add const router equal to express dot router. So we have created a new router. Now in this router, we will create endpoint. So we'll use this router dot get method, and here we will add the API endpoint, that is /nowplaying. Correct. And after that, here we will add the controller function. So just add get now playing movies. Just click here. So this get now playing movies has been imported. Here we will add the file name extension .js. That's it. Now we have to export this router from here. So at the end, we'll add export default and provide this router, that is router. Now we will add this router in our main file, that is server.js. So in this server.js file, let's scroll down. So here we have added the API routes. So after this line, let me add app.use, and in this one, let's add the path, that is /API/show, and after that we'll add the comma and provide the router. Let's click here. So the router will get imported. If I scroll up, you can see router has been imported. That's it. So now we have created the API endpoint. Using that, we can get the now playing movies. So to test this API, we are going to use the Postman application. You can easily download it from official website. If I search Postman, you will get this website postman.com, and from here you can download the official app. So let me open the downloaded Postman application, and we have to test our API. So right now, if I open the web browser, and you can see our backend is running at this URL, that is localhost 3000. Right, so just copy this localhost port 3000 and let's open the Postman application. Here we'll click on this plus icon and add the API path. So we'll add the localhost port 3000 /API /show / then we'll add the complete path. So here we have added the path name called now playing, right? So just add now playing. So here you can see we have selected the get method and provided the API endpoint /API /show / now playing. After that, we'll click on this send button. So now you can see we are getting the response, and in this response we have the success true and we have the movies property, that is an array, and in this array we have multiple movies where you can see the movie ID, language, title, release date, poster path. Here we have the image path, right? And after that we have backdrop path, then we have the overview. So we have all the data for different movies. So we have multiple movies here, correct? So now we can display this movie in the admin dashboard in add movie page using this API endpoint. So we have created the first API endpoint and tested it, correct? Now let's come back to the VS Code. And here we will create a new controller function. Using that, admin can add a new show. So let's open this controller file, that is showcontroller.js. And here we have added the first function. So let me add the comment here. API to get now playing movies from TMDB API, right? Now let's add another comment, that is API to add a new show to the database. So here let's create a new function. We'll add const function name add show, and let's export this function. And after that we'll create the asynchronous arrow function here, and in the parameter we'll get request and response and create the arrow function. Now here also we'll add the try catch statement, right? And in this catch block, let me just copy the code from here, that is console log and response JSON. Just copy and paste it here. So we will print the error message here, and then in the response we will send success false, and the message is error.message. Now let's come to this try block. Now in this try block, we will get some data from the body because we have to add a new show. And to add a new show, first we need the movie ID, then we need the show input data like date, time, then we will add the show price. So here let's add const, and let's get all these data from the request body. We will get movie ID, shows input, and show price, and let's get it from the request.body, right? After that we will check this data. So here we'll add let movie equal to await, and we'll use the movie model. So just add movie and import it from the models folder. So you can see the movie has been imported. Just add the file name extension .js. So this movie model has been imported, and in this one we'll add the find by ID. And here let's provide this movie ID. So it will check this movie is available in the database or not. So if it is available, it will be added in this movie variable, right? And suppose it is not available, then we have to get it from the TMDB API. So let's come here and we'll write if statement not of movie. So when this movie is not available in our database, so in that case we will fetch the movie details from the TMDB. So let me just add the comment here, fetch movie details and credits from TMDB API. It means we will fetch the movie and we will also fetch the cast, right? So to get this data, let me just again come back to the TMDB documentation. So in this one, in the left side you will find this movies, and here we have the details. So let's click here. So here we have the API endpoint, and in this one we have to just provide the movie ID and we will get the movie details, right? So we will use this API endpoint. So let me just come back here in VS Code and let's complete this if statement. So here we'll add const one array, and here we'll add the movie details response. Then we will also get the movie credits response. Then equal to await, and here we will add promise dot all, and here we'll add the array. Now in this array let's add axios dot get method, and in this get method we have to add the API endpoint. So let's copy this one and paste it here, right? And in this one we have to provide the movie ID. So here let's add $, curly braces, and provide the movie ID from here. Let me just copy this movie ID and paste it here. We have added it in the backticks, that's why we can use the template literal. After that we have to provide the headers here. So let me just copy the headers from here. here we have the object, just copy this and paste it here. So it will call the API and get the movie details response, right? Now here we'll add the comma and let's add another API call. Let me move it here. And here we'll make the another API call. So again add Axios dot get method, and in this one again we have to add the API endpoint, then comma, and we'll provide the headers. So again let's add the same headers, just copy and paste it here, right? Now here we will add the API endpoint. So let's come here and we have to get the cast data. So in this movie we have this credits. Let's click here. So in this credits we have this API endpoint. So just copy this one and paste it here. So here also we have to provide the movie ID, correct? So just add the $, curly braces, and provide this movie ID here. So it will provide the cast details for this movie. So we have made the two API call. Using that we'll get the movie data and cast data that will get stored in these variables, right? And after that here let's add const, and here we'll add the movie API data equal to this movie details response dot data property, right? Now let's add the const and write movie credits data equal to this movie credit response dot data property, right? After that we'll create the object that we will store in our MongoDB database, right? So here if I show you this model, we have the movie.js model. So you can see we have to add the title, overview, poster path, backdrop path, release date, right? Then we have to add the genres, cast, vote average, and runtime. So we have to add all these data to store any movie in the database. So let's come here in this showController.js file, and here let's create one object called movie details and create the object. And in this one first we'll add _id and just provide the movie ID. After that we will add the title. In this title we will provide this movie API data dot title. After that we'll provide the overview. So here also we'll add movie API data dot overview. Then we will provide the poster path, and in this poster path we will provide movie API data dot poster path. After that we will provide the backdrop path. It will be movie API data dot backdrop path. Similarly we will provide the genres, cast, release date, and original language, correct? Then we'll add the tagline. So here we'll add the tagline, and in this one we will provide the movie API data dot tagline. And suppose this property is not available in the response, so in that case we will add empty string. Let's add comma, and after that we'll add the vote average and runtime. So we have added all the data in this object. Now we can store this data in the MongoDB database. So here let me add the comment first. Let's add movie to the database. For that let's add this movie equal to await, and we will use the movie model dot create method and provide this movie details that is available here. That's it. Now what will happen? It will store the movie data in the database, correct? Then we have to create the show also. So in that show we will add the movie timing, price, and this movie. So here let's add const. We will add shows to create equal to one empty array, right? And after that we'll add this source input. You can see we are getting the source input from the request body, right? So let's come here, we will add source input dot for each, and in this for each let's add individual so and create the arrow function. Now within this we will add const so date equal to this individual so dot date. So we will get the so date. After that let's add this so dot time property, and in this one also we'll add for each, and in this for each let's add the arrow function, and here we'll get the time, correct? After that in this one let's add const date time string. So this will be backticks $, curly braces. We will provide the show date, then we will provide capital T and $, curly braces. We will provide time, correct? After that we will use this source to create, use this array here, and in this one we will push the data. So just add push, and here we'll add the object, and in this one just add the movie, and in this movie property we have to provide the movie ID, right? And after that we'll add the so date time. So in this one just add new date, and let's provide date time string. After that we have to add the price also. So let's add the so price that we will get from the request, and after that we'll add the occupied seats, and in this occupied seats we will store the empty object. That's it. So what will happen, it will create this source to create array, right? And after that here let's add the if statement. Let's add if, we will check this source to create dot length. So if this length is greater than 0, in that case only we will store the so data in the database. So just add await, we will add the so model. Let's click here to import the so model. After that scroll up and add the file name extension. Here we have so.js, it is correct. And now in this one we have to add multiple data. So here just add insert many, and in this insert many just add the source to add or source to create. That's it. So what will happen, it will add all the source in one click. So after adding it we will send the response, right? So here we'll add this response statement where we'll add success true, and then we'll add the message, and in the message we will add so added successfully. That's it. So it will add a new so in the database. So we have created a new controller function. Using that admin can add a new so, but using this controller function we have to create the API endpoint also, right? So to create the API endpoint, let's come here in this route, that is so route.js, correct? Now in this one here we'll add so router dot post method, because here we have to send the so data, right? Then we'll add the path, that is /add. After that we'll add the controller function, that is add so. Let's click here. So you can see the add so controller function has been imported. That's it. Now we can test this route. So to test it, let me just come back here in the Postman application, and let's copy this API endpoint and create a new request. So let's click on this plus icon, add this API endpoint URL, and here we'll add the path /add. So we have added /API/so/add, and here we'll choose the type post, and here we will open the body. So after coming to this body, here we will choose this raw, and from here we will choose this JSON. Now in this one we have to pass 3 data. So if I open the controller function, so in this controller function you can see we are getting the movie ID, so input and so price from the body. So we have to provide these data. So let me just copy this movie ID and come here. Here we'll add the object and then add the movie ID, and in this movie ID we have to provide the movie ID. So let's open the previous request, and in this previous request we can see we have multiple movies, right? So let me just copy any movie ID. We'll copy this one and let's add it here. After that we'll add the comma. Then we have to add the next property. So you can see the next property is source input. Just copy and add it here. Here we'll add source input, and in this one we will add one array because we can add multiple date and time, right? So here we'll add the object. In this object we'll add the date property, and here let me add one date like this. After that we'll add the comma, and here we'll add the time property, and in this time we will add one array. So let's add the array and provide one time. So we have added the so input, right? And after that we'll add the comma, and here we'll add the third data, that is so price. So let me just add the price here. Let's add it in double quote. Then we'll add the price in number. So let me add 300. After adding it, just click on this send button. So now you can see the message in the response, success true and so added successfully. So we can successfully add the source, correct? After that, let me just verify it. So we will open the web browser and let's open the MongoDB database. So in this one, if I click on this refresh button and come to this movies, so here you can see a new movie has been added, right? We have just added the movie ID, and after providing the movie ID, it will automatically add the title, overview, poster path, backdrop path, release date, language, then tagline and other details. And if I come to this source, here we have a new show where you can see the movie ID and show date, time, price and occupied seats. So we can successfully add a new movie and show using our API. But right now we have added the API that anyone can access and add the new show. So we have to protect our API endpoint. If I open this web browser, so we have to add it here in this add show page. It can be handled using the admin only. So we have to protect our route. So let me just come back to the VS Code. And here we will create a middleware that will protect our route. So here in this server folder, let's create a new folder and write the folder name middleware. Now in this middleware folder, we will create a new file. So let's create a file here, auth.js. Now in this one, we'll create the function that will protect our admin routes. So here let's add import, and we will import the Clerk client. So let me add the import Clerk client from clerk/express, right? And after that we'll create a function and export this function. So just add export const protect admin and create the asynchronous arrow function. Now in this function parameter, we will get request, response and next callback function. After that, let's add the try catch statement. So in this try block, we will get the user ID, and let's get this user ID from the request dot auth like this. And after that, here we'll add const and we'll add user equal to await, and we will add the color client dot users dot get user, and in this one just add the user ID. So it will verify the user. So here we'll add the if statement. So just add if and write user dot private metadata dot role, and here we'll add not equal to admin. So here we are checking if we have the user, and in that user's private metadata the role property is not equal to admin, then the user cannot access the dashboard feature and user cannot add a new movie or so. So here we'll add the return statement, and let's add the response.json, and let's add the object where we'll add success false, and with that we'll add the message called not authorized. So if we have created the user using clerk, and in that user data we have the private metadata property, and if the private metadata contains the role equal to admin, in that case only we will allow the users to add a new movie. So if it is false, it will return the false message and say not authorized, and suppose it is true, it means the role is equal to admin. So in that case it will further execute this function and call this next function. So it will execute the controller function, right? And after that let's add the response in this catch block. So in this catch block we'll add return response. It will be success false and the message is not authorized. That's it. So we have created a middleware function that will protect our admin routes. Now we'll add this middleware in our route. So let's open this showroute.js file, and in this one you can see we have added endpoint and then controller function. So before this controller function we have to execute the middleware. So here just add protect admin. Let's import it. So you can see the product admin has been imported from this middleware folder auth.js file, and just add the comma. So after adding it, only admin can add a new show. Now let me protect this now playing also, because this API will be used in the admin dashboard that will display now playing movie. So let's protect it using this middleware. So here also we'll add this protect admin like this. Save the changes. So we have created the API endpoint. Using that we can add a new movie, and we have tested it, and only admin can add the new movie whenever the user's private metadata contains the role property admin. After that let's create the other routes. Using that we can get all the movies list to display on the web page, and we will also create the API. Using that we can display the individual movie data. For that let's come to this showcontroller.js file again, and here let's create the other controller functions. So let's scroll down, and here let's add a new function. So we'll add the comment API to get all shows from the database, and here let's create the arrow function and export this function. So just add export const get shows equal to asynchronous arrow function, and in the parameter we'll get request and response. Then we'll add the try catch statement, and in this one let's add const shows equal to await, and we will get the source from the model. So just add show model dot find, and here let's add the object. So let's add show date time, and in this one we'll add curly braces, then $sign GTE, it means greater than new date, that is the current date. After that we'll add the populate here. So let's add populate, and in this one we will add the movie property. That's it. After that we'll add the sort method, and in this sort we'll add show date time 1. So it will give all the shows. After that we'll filter the unique shows. So let's add the comment first, filter unique shows, and in this one let's add const unique shows equal to, and let's use the new set, and in this set let's add the shows dot map, and here let's add the arrow function with the show in the parameter, that is the individual show, and here we'll add show dot movie. After that we'll send the response. So here simply add response dot json, and in this one let's add the object where we'll add success true, and with that we'll add the source property, and in this one just add one array dot from, and here let's provide unique source. So it will return the source in the response. After that, if any error occurs in the try block, then catch block will be executed. So in this catch block we'll add the console log and error, and with that we'll add the response, that is success false, and the message is error.message. So we have created the controller function to get all shows, right? Now we'll create another function. Using that we can get individual shows, right? So here let me add the comment first, API to get a single show from the database, and after that again create the controller function. So let's add one function here, get shows. You can see this was get shows, and here let me add the another function. So here we have added get show, and this was get shows, it means multiple shows, and this is for the single show, right? And here let's add the try catch statement. Now in this try block, first we have to get the movie ID. So just add const curly braces, we will add the movie ID, and let's get this movie ID from the request dot params, right? And after getting the movie ID, we have to find the complete detail of that show. So here let me add the comment get all upcoming shows for the movie. So here we'll add const shows equal to await, and we will use the show model dot find, and in this find we'll add the object where we'll add the movie property and provide this movie ID. After that we'll add the show date time, and here let's add one object and provide $greater new date, right? After that here we'll get the movie, so just add const movie equal to await, and we will use the movie model dot find by ID, and here also we'll provide the movie ID. That's it. After that let's add const date time. We have created one variable called date time, and in this one we have to get all the date time for the show. So just add the shows dot for each, and here we'll create the arrow function with individual show in the parameter, and let's create this function. Now in this one we will add const data equal to this show dot show date time, then we'll add to ISO string dot split, and we will split using the capital T and index 0, so it will give the date, right? After that we'll add the if statement, and we'll check not of date time and date. In that case we'll add date time date equal to 1 array, and in this one here we'll add this date time and date dot push, And in this one, we will add one object where we will add the time property. This will be date time. Then we'll add the show ID. It will be show._id. After that, we'll send the response. So here, let's add response.json. And in this response, we'll add success true. And after that, we'll provide the movie and we'll provide the date time. So we have created this function, and here also we'll add the statement in the catch block. So let's add it here. That's it. After that, let me add the endpoint. So let's open this showroute.js file, and here we will create new routes. So just add this showrouter.get method, and here we'll add the path, that is all. This will give all shows. After that, we'll provide the controller function get shows. So let's use this get shows function, import it from the controller folder. Now let's duplicate it, and here we'll add the path, that is colon, and provide the movie ID. And here let's add the another function, that is get show, the first one. So it has been imported. You can see both functions are imported here. Now let's test these routes also. So after adding it, let's come back to the Postman application. And here we'll copy this API endpoint, create a new response here. Here we'll choose the type get, and here let's add all. That's it. Then click on this send button. So here you can see we are getting the success true and then shows array, and in this array we will get all the shows available that we can display on the website. We are getting the response like this. After that, if I change it, and here we'll add the movie ID. So let me just copy the movie ID from the previous request, paste it here. You can see for this particular movie ID we are getting complete detail of this movie, right? And in this one we have the casts, then we have the date time property. In this one you can see we have the show date and time, and we have the show ID. So these APIs are working. So till now we have created the API endpoint. Using that we can add the now playing movie in the admin dashboard. We can add the shows and movie in the database. We can get all source data for website, and we can also get the individual movie or show data for the website. After creating these APIs for shows, now we will create the API using that user can book a new show. So we are going to create the booking APIs, and to store the booking data we will add the model so that we can store the booking data in MongoDB database. So to create a new model, let's open the sidebar, and in this one we have the models folder. So here we'll create a new file, that is booking.js. Now in this one we have to create a model. So let me import the mongoose from mongoose package, and after that using this mongoose we will create a schema. So let's add the name const booking a schema equal to new mongoose.schema constructor. And here in this one we'll add the object where we will define the properties that will be available in the booking data. So first we will add the user, and in this user we will define the type. So the type will be a string and required true. To store the booking data we need the user data, right? So we have added type a string required true, and after that we'll add the reference. So here let's add the reference of our user model. So just add user. Now just add comma, duplicate this one, and then we'll add the shows. And in this one also we'll add a string required true, and here we will add the show model. After that again duplicate it. Here we'll add the next property, that will be amount. This is the booking amount, right? And here we'll add the type number, and then required true, and remove this reference. Now duplicate it. Then we'll add the booked seats. So user can book multiple seats. So here we'll add the type array, right? And required will be true. Then we'll add the is paid property. So here we'll add is paid and it can be either true or false. So we'll add the type boolean, right? And now let's add the default value for this one. So whenever a new order will be created, by default the is paid will be false. Now duplicate it and here we'll add the payment link. And in this one we'll add the type a string. So whenever the is paid property is false, then we will store the payment link, right? Now after that, here we'll add the timestamp also when this booking was created. So just add the curly braces here, and in this one just add timestamps true. So it will automatically add the timestamp. Now using this booking schema, we have to create a model. So here we'll add const booking equal to mongoose.model and provide the model name booking and provide the schema. Now we will export this booking from here so that we can use it in any other file. So just add export default booking. So we have created the booking schema, and using this schema we have created the model. Now using this model we can store the booking data in MongoDB database. So let's create the functions that will create the booking. So we will come to this controller folder, and in this one let's create a new file and write the file name bookingcontroller.js. Now in this one, first we'll create a function that will check the available seats. So let me add the comment here. Function to check availability of selected seats for a movie. So here let's create a function with the name check seats availability equal to create the asynchronous arrow function, and in this one we need the show ID because for the particular show we will check the seats availability, and with that we will pass the selected seats, right? Now in this one we will add the try catch statement. Now in this try block, first we will get the show data using this show ID, right? So to get the show data, here just add await and use the show model. Let's add the show, import it from the models folder. It has been imported. Just add the file name extension .js. Now in this one just add the find by ID method, and in this one we have to provide the show ID. That's it. After that we'll get the show data. So let's store it in a variable. So here we'll add const show data equal to this await. Now we will check for this one. We'll add the if statement, and here we'll add not of show data. Suppose we don't get any show using this ID. So in that case we will stop this function. So simply add return, and here let's add false, nothing else. Now suppose this show data is available. In that case we will get all the occupied seats. So just add const occupied seats equal to use this show data dot occupied seats property. So we will get the occupied seats here. After that, here we have to check this seat is available or not, that is the selected seat, right? So here let me add const is any seat taken equal to selected seats dot sum, and in this one let's create the arrow function, and in this one just add these seats one by one. So in this parameter we'll add individual seat and create the arrow function. And here let's add the occupied seats and provide the individual seat. So this statement will check if we have the list of selected seats and list of occupied seats. If any seat contains in this occupied seats, in that case this will be true. This is any seat taken will be true. So here we have to return false. It means this seat is already reserved or booked. And suppose there is no selected seat available in this occupied seat. In this case, we will return true. It means we can proceed for the booking. So here, let's add the return statement. And in this return statement, simply add not of is any seat taken. That's it. So it will return either true or false. Now if any error occurs in this try block, then catch block will be executed. So in this catch block, just add console log and provide this error dot message. And after that we will return false. That's it. So we have created a function that will check the seats availability. Now we can create the booking, right? So to create a booking, here let's create a function. Just add export const and write the function name, that is create booking. This is the controller function, and here we will add the asynchronous keyword and create the async arrow function. Now in this function parameter, we will get the request and response, and after that here we can add the try catch statement. Right now in this try block, let me add const, and we have to find the user ID, right? Because for making any booking we need the user ID. So just add curly braces, user ID, and we will get this user ID from the request, and in this request we will get the auth. So now we will get the user ID. After that we will get the show ID, and we will get the show ID and selected seats from the request body. It means whenever we will try to book a show, we have to provide the show ID and selected seats. So just add const curly braces, and then let's add this show ID equal to request dot body, and after that here we'll add comma, and let's add the selected seats also. So we will get these data from the body. After that, from this request we will get one more thing, that is origin. That will be the front end URL. We will use it in the Stripe payment. So let me just get it from the request. So just add const origin equal to request dot headers. So in the headers we will get the origin, that will be the front end URL, right? And after getting this selected seats, we will check the seat is available or not. So here we will use this function that we have just created. So first here we will add one comment, that is check if the seat is available for the selected show, and here let's add const is available equal to await, and we will use the function that is check seats availability, and in this one we have to pass two data, that is show ID. After that we will pass the selected seats. So here we will get either true or false. Suppose the seat is not available, so in that case just add the if statement not of is available, and here let's add return a statement. So we will return the response dot JSON method, and in this one we will add the object where we will add success false, and with that we will add one message also. So in the message let me add selected seats are not available, and here we have added the return statement, so it will stop the execution of this function. Right now suppose the seat is available, then we will get the show details. So let's add the comment here, and in this one just add const show data equal to await, then we'll add show model Let's click here. You can see the show model is already imported, right? So from this show model, we'll add the find by ID method, and here let's add the show ID. And in this one, we will add populate, and here we will populate the movie property. That's it. So after getting the show data, now we can create a booking. So here let's add the comment, create a new booking, and let's create a variable here, that is const booking equal to await, and we will use the booking model. Let's add this booking model from the models folder. You can see this booking model has been imported with the file name booking.js. It is correct. Now here in this one, we will use the create method. So just add create, and here let's add the object. In this object, we will add all the properties that are required to create a new booking. So if I show you this booking model, we have to provide the user, then we will provide the show, then amount, and after that we'll add the booked seats, right? And here we have added the default value, and in this one we have added type a string, and it is not required. So we'll add these data only. So let's come here and create the new booking. So in this new booking, we'll add the user, and for this user, just add the user ID. Then we'll add the show, and in this show, let's add show ID. Then we'll add the amount, and in this amount, let's add the show data dot show price. And in this one, we will multiply the number of seats. So let's add the selected seats dot length. So we will get the total number of seats, and after multiplying it, we will get the total amount, right? Then we'll add the comma, and here we'll add the booked seats, and in this booked seats property, let's add the selected seats. So we have created a new booking. It will get stored in the MongoDB database, right? And after that, we have to reserve these seats in the show data. So here let's add selected seats dot map method, and here let's add the arrow function, and in this function parameter we'll get individual seat from this selected seat, and now we have to reserve this seat. So here let's add curly braces and provide show data dot occupied seats, and in this one just add the seat, and for this one we will store this user ID. So these seats will get reserved. After updating this occupied seats data, we have to mark it as modified. So here we will use this show data dot mark modified, and in this one let's add this occupied seats property, right? So it will marked as modified, and after that we have to save this in the database. So just add await, use this show data dot save method, so it will get saved in the database. So we have created a new booking, and after that we have updated the occupied seats, correct? Now the booking has been created. After that we can make the payments. So for payment we will use the Stripe, right? So here let me add the comment, and here we can initialize the payment gateway. That we will do later. For now we will just create the booking without payment, right? So the new show booking has been created. After that we can send the response. So to send the response, here we'll add response.json, and in this one just add curly braces. We will add success true. After that we'll add the message here, and in this message let's add booking created, or we can write booked successfully. So here we have added the message property and provided booked successfully. Now let's add the code in this catch block. So in this catch block, just add console log, and here let's add the error dot message, right? And after that, here also we will send the response. So let me just copy this and paste it here. In this one, we'll add the success false. And after that, in this message, we will add this error dot message. That's it. So we have created a controller function. Using that, we can create a new booking. It means user can book a new show, right? After that, we'll create one more function. Using that, we can get the occupied seats data, right? So here, let's create a new function. So just add export const get occupied seats equal to, and we'll add the asynchronous arrow function. So create the async arrow function here. And in this function parameter, again, we'll get the request and response, right? Now in this function, we will add the try catch statement. And in this catch block, let me just copy this statement and paste it here. So we have added console log error.message and response.json success false. Message will be error.message. Now in this try block, let's add const. Let's get the show ID, and we will get this show ID from the request dot params. So we will add the show ID in the API endpoint, and we will get that here. After that, we'll add const, and here we'll add the show data, and let's get this show data from await this show model dot find by ID. And here let's provide this show ID. So now we have the show data, right? And from this show data, we can get the occupied seats. So here let's add const occupied seats equal to object dot keys, and here let's add the show data dot occupied seats. So now we have the occupied seats data that we can send in the response. So here, let me just add this response statement, response.json, and success will be true, right? And after that, we will provide this occupied seats in the response. So simply provide this occupied seats. That's it. So we have created controller function. Using that, we can get the occupied seats and we can book a new show. Now let's create the route using these functions. So open this sidebar, and here we have the routes folder. So in this one, let's create a new file and write the file name bookingroutes.js. Now in this booking routes, first we have to create the router. So let's add import express from the express package, and after that we'll add const booking router equal to express.router. So we have created a booking router. Now in this router, we'll create different endpoints. So just add booking router dot post method, and here let's add the API endpoint, that is /create. That will create a new booking, right? And after that, we'll add the controller function, that is create booking. Let's click here to import this one from the controllers folder and booking controller.js. So let's add the file name extension called .js, right? So using this API endpoint, we can create a new booking. Now let me duplicate it, and here let's add the type get, because in this another API endpoint, we will not send any data. So simply add booking router dot get, and here we'll add the path name seats, then we'll add /: and provide the show ID, because we will provide the show ID in the API endpoint only. And after that, here we'll add the controller function get occupied seats, you can see get occupied seats function has been imported. So we have created two API endpoint. Now we will export this router from this file. So just add export default and provide this booking router. Now we have to add this booking router in our main file, that is server.js. So let's open our server.js file, and in this one scroll down. Here we have added the source route. So after that we'll add app.use, and then we'll add the path, that is /API/booking, and here we'll add the router, that is booking router. If I scroll up, you can see the booking router has been imported. So now we have created the APIs. Using that, user can book a show and we can get the occupied seats list. Now we will create the APIs for admin. Using that, we can check the user is admin or not. Then we will create the API for getting the admin dashboard data. Then we will create the API to get the shows for admin dashboard and get the bookings for admin dashboard. For that, we'll create the controller functions. So in the sidebar, let's come to this controllers, and here we'll create a new file and write the file name admincontroller.js. Now in this admincontroller.js file, let's create the first function. So here let me add the comment, that is API to check if user is admin. So here let's create one arrow function. We'll add export const is admin equal to asynchronous arrow function, and in the function parameter we'll get request and response. After that, here we'll directly send the response. So just add response.json, and here let's add one object where we'll add success true, and after that we'll add the isAdmin property and let's make it true. So you can see in this function we are not checking anything, we are simply displaying the response message where we will add isAdmin true. So how it will check the user is admin or not? So what will happen when we will add this controller function, in that same route we will add the middleware, that is protect route. So after adding that middleware, it will execute that middleware, and if the admin is true, it means the user metadata contains the role admin, then only this function will be executed and it will return the response, that is admin true. So we have created the first controller function. Now let's add next function, that is getting the dashboard data. So just add the comment here, API to get dashboard data, and here let's create another function. So let me just copy this line, and here we'll add the function name get dashboard data, right, and create the arrow function. Now here let's add the try catch statement. Now in the dashboard we have to display the bookings, we will display the active shows, we will display total users, right? So to get all these data, here just add const, let's add the bookings equal to, we will use await and just add the booking model. So just add booking, import it from the models folder, and here in this import statement just add .js. Now here let's add the find method and provide isPaid property, and let's add the isPaid property true. So we will get all the booking data where isPaid property is true, right? After that, let me wrap it in curly braces. So after this line, we will get the active shows. So just add const, and here we'll add active shows equal to await, and here let's add the show model. So just add show and click here to import this show model. It has been imported. After that, here we'll add .find method, and here we will find the shows. So just add curly braces and provide the show time, and in this one we'll add curly braces and let's add $GTE, it means greater new date, that is the current date. After that we'll add the populate here, so just add populate method, and in this we will populate the movie property. So let's add this movie. So now we have the booking data and active source data. After that we'll get the total user data, so just add const total user equal to await, and here let's add the user model. Let's click here, so it will import this user model, and in this user model we will find the total number of documents, so just add count documents. So it will give the total number of users, right? Now we have all these data, and next we will return these data in the response. So let me create one variable where we will store the object. So just add const dashboard data and create the object, and in this one let's add total bookings, and here in this total bookings we will provide the booking dot length. After that we'll provide the total revenue. So let me add total revenue. It will be this bookings dot reduce, and in this one we'll add the arrow function, and in this parameter we'll get two parameter ACC and bookings. Here we'll add ACC, then we'll add plus this booking dot amount, and then we'll add the comma 0. That's it. Now we have the total bookings and total revenue. Then we have to display the total number of active shows. So here let's add active shows, then we'll add total user. Here we have to add the comma. Now it is correct. So we have provided the total user, active show, total revenue, and total number of bookings. Here we are getting some warning, so let me correct this spelling here. We'll add total user equal to await, correct. Now we will send this dashboard data in the response, so simply add response.json, and in this one we'll add the object where we'll add success true, and with that we will provide this dashboard data in the response, right. Now let's add the code in this catch block. So in this catch block just add console log and provide this error, and after that we'll add the response. So just add this response here, and here we'll make it false. The success will be false, and after that we'll add the message property, and in the message property we will add error.message. That's it. So we have created the controller function. Using that we can get the dashboard data. After that, for the admin we need all the shows, right. So here let me add the comment API to get all shows, and here again create one arrow function. So let me just copy this, paste it here, and here we'll add the function name called get all shows and create the arrow function. Now in this one also we'll add the try catch block, and in this catch block let's copy this statement and paste it here. Now in this try block we have to return all the shows, right. So just add const, let's add shows equal to await, and we will use the show model. So in this show model we have to add find method, and in this find method let's add curly braces and provide the show time, and here in this show time let's add curly braces greater new date, and after that in this one we'll add populate, and in this populate let's add the movie property. After that we will sort this data, so just add dot sort, and here let's add curly braces show date time 1. After that we will send this shows in the response. So let me just copy this, paste it here, and here we'll add true. So the success will be true, and here let's provide this shows in the response. That's it. So we have created another function Using that, we can get all source for the admin dashboard. After that, let's create another function. So here we'll add the comment API to get all bookings, right? And here let me create the function. So I'll add this one, and here we'll add the function name get all bookings. Using this, we'll get all the bookings in admin dashboard. Now here we'll add the try catch statement. So just add try catch, and in this catch block, let's paste this statement console log error. So we have added console.error and it will be error. After that, let's come to this try block. In this try block, we'll add const bookings, and we will get the bookings data from the booking model. So just add await booking model dot find method. And in this find method, let's add curly braces. So it will provide all the bookings, right? And here we will add populate. So just add the populate method. Now in this one, we'll add the user property. So it will populate the user. After that, we'll add another populate method. So just add populate. And in this one, let's add one object. So in this object, we will add the path. And in this path, we will add source. After that, here we'll add the populate. And in this populate, let's add curly braces. We will add the path movie. Now we have to sort this one. So here let's add dot sort. And to sort it, just add created at -1. Now we will send this bookings in the response. So just add response.json and provide the curly braces. Here we'll add success true, and after that we will provide the bookings that we have just created here. So we have created the API. Using that, we can get the booking details in the admin dashboard. Now using these controller function, we'll create the API endpoint. So we have to create the router. So let's open the sidebar, and here in this routes folder, we'll create a new file and write the file name adminroutes.js. Now in this one, we have to create a new router. So let me add import statement. We will import express from the express package, and after that we'll create admin router. So just add const admin router equal to express dot router. Now in this router, we have to add different endpoint. So here let's use this admin router dot get method, and here let's add the first path. So we'll add the path that is admin, and in this one we have to add the middleware, right, to protect this route. So just add protect admin, click here, so it will get imported from the middleware. Here we have to add the file name extension .js. After that, we'll add the controller function. So just add is admin. So this is admin has been imported from this admin controller.js file. That's it. Now let me duplicate it, and here we'll add the path called dashboard. And in this one, let's add the controller function, that is get dashboard data. Now duplicate it. Here we will add the path all source, and let's add the controller function get all source. It has been imported. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the path all bookings, and let's add the controller function get all bookings. So all controller function has been imported, and we have created the routes for all functions. So we have created different API endpoint. Now we have to export this router. So just add export default and provide this admin router. Now we have to add this admin router in our main file, that is server.js, right? So let's open this server.js file, and here let's add app dot use, and in this one just add the path, that is /API/admin, and after that let's add the comma, and here we provide the admin router. So just add admin router, it will get imported. If I scroll up, you can see it has been imported. So now we have created the APIs. Using that, admin can get the data for the dashboard, admin can see the list of bookings, and admin can see the list of shows. Now we will create the APIs for the user so that user can see the bookings, right? And user can add the movies in their favorite list, and user can get the favorite movies list. For that, let's create a new file. So open this sidebar, and in this controller folder, we'll create a new file called usercontroller.js. In this one, let's create our first API. So we'll create the comment here, API controller function to get user bookings, right? And here, let's create one asynchronous arrow function. So just add export const and write the function name get user bookings equal to async and create the arrow function. Now in this function parameter, we will get the request and response, right? And after that, we will add the try catch statement, and in this try block, first we have to get the user data. So just add const user equal to request dot auth, and from this request dot auth we will find the user ID. So now we have the user ID, and after that we will find the bookings for this particular user ID. So just add const bookings equal to await, and we will use the booking model. Let me import this booking model and write the file name extension .js. After that, here we'll add the find method, and in this find method we'll add curly braces and provide this user. So we will find the booking for this particular user. After that, here we'll add the populate method, and in this one we will add curly braces and provide the path, and here let's add so. After that, here we'll add the populate again, and in this populate let's add curly braces and provide the path, that is movie. After that, we have to sort this data, so just add dot sort, and in this one just add curly braces and provide created at -1. So what is happening here? First we are finding the bookings for this particular user. After that, in that one we have the shows where we have the show ID. So instead of adding show ID, we will add entire show data. That's why we have added populate and path show. And in this show data, again we have the movie ID. So instead of providing the movie ID, we have to provide the entire movie data. So that's why we have added nested populate and provided the movie path. So it will also add the movie data in this bookings. After that, we will send this bookings in the response. So here just add the response .json, and let's add curly braces. Here we'll add success true, and after that we will provide this bookings in the response, right? Now in this catch block, let's add console.error and provide error.message, and after that we'll add response.json, and in this one just add success false, and we'll add the message, it will be error.message. That's it. So we have created our controller function using that user can get the booking details, right? After that, we'll create the controller function using that users can add any movie in their favorite list. So here, let me add the comment called API controller function to add favorite movie in clerk user metadata. So we are going to store the favorite movie ID in the clerk, and in the clerk we have the metadata option. So we will store the movie ID in the clerk metadata so that we can display the favorite movies. So here let's create the controller function. So let me just copy this statement, paste it here, and here we'll update the name. It will be add favorite. So it will add the movie in favorite. After that, here we'll add the try catch block. Now in this try block, we'll add some code, but before that, let me add this statement in the catch block. Now in this try block, let's add the code to get the movie ID, right? And we will get the movie ID from the body. So just add const movie ID and get it from the request dot body. So from the body, we have to pass the movie ID to add it in the favorite, right? And after getting the movie ID, let's find the user ID also from the request. So we have added it here. Just copy and paste it here. Const user, let me add the user ID. So here we will get the user ID from request.auth.user_id. After getting this user ID, we will find the user. So here let's add const user equal to await, and let's get this user from the clerk only. So here we'll add the clerk client. So just add clerk client. You can see we are getting the option to import it. Just click here. So here you can see the clerk client has been imported from the @clerk/express, right? Now just come here, and in this clerk client we will get .user property. It will be users. So we have added .users, and here let's add get user. And in this get user, we have to provide the ID. So just add this user ID here. So we will get the user data in this variable. Now here, let's add the if statement, and we will check not of user dot private metadata dot favorites. In that case, let's add user private metadata dot favorites and add the empty array, right? Now here we'll add the another if statement, and here we'll add not of user private metadata favorite dot includes, right? And in this one, let's add the movie ID. So if this movie ID is not included in this favorites, so in that case, let's add the user, or let me just copy this one, paste it here. Here we'll add user.private metadata.favorites.push. This is an array, so we can add the new data using this push, and here we will provide this movie ID, right? After that, here we'll add await, and let's add this color client dot users dot update user metadata, right? And here let's add the user ID, and after that let's add one object, and in this one we will provide the private metadata, and in this private metadata we will add the user dot private metadata. So it will update the metadata in the clerk. After that, we can send the response. So just add response.json, and here let's add curly braces, and in this one we'll add success true, and after that we'll add a message. So just add the message property here, and in this one we'll add favorite added successfully. So we have created the function that will add a new movie ID in the favorite using the clerk's private metadata. Now instead of adding this movie in the favorite, we can also add the update function. Instead of just adding, we can add the functionality to add or remove also, right? Suppose the movie is already added, in that case we will remove that movie from the favorite. So here, instead of this add favorite, let me update it. We'll add update favorite And here also we'll add the message update favorite, right? And after that, here we have the if statement, that is adding the movie ID, right? And here let's add the else statement also. And in this else statement, let me add this one, user.private metadata.favorites equal to, we will use this user.private metadata.favorites.filter. So we have to remove this movie ID from this array, right? That's why we are using filter method. And in this filter, let's add individual item and let's add arrow function. And here we'll add the item not equal to this movie ID. So it will remove the movie ID if it is already available, and if it is not available, it will add it in the favorite list, right? And after that, let me update this message also. So instead of adding this message, here we'll add favorite movies updated. That's it. So we have created the function. Using that, we can add or remove the movies from the favorite list. Now let's create another function. Using that, we can see the list of favorite movies, right? So here, let me create a new function and write the function name get favorites and create the asynchronous arrow function. Now in this one, we will add the try catch statement, and in this catch block, we will paste this code, that is console.error error.message and response.json success false, and the message is error.message. Now here we have to return the favorite movies. So just add const user equal to await, and after that we'll add the color client dot users, and then we'll add the dot get user, and in this get user we will pass the user ID that we will get from the request. So just add request dot auth, and here let's add dot user ID. That's it. So now we will get the user, and after that, here we will find the favorites list from this user. So just add const favorites equal to this user dot private metadata, and in this one we have the favorites property, right? After that, here let's add one comment get movies from database. So here let's add the const, and after this const we will add movies, and in this one let's add await. We will add the movie model. Let me click here to import this movie model. It has been imported. Scroll down, and from this movie model let's add the find method, and in this find method we will add curly braces. We will add underscore ID, and in this one just add curly braces $in and just add the favorites. So it will provide all these movies that is available in this favorites, right? And let me correct it here. From this statement we will get the favorites list, right? So just add const favorites equal to user dot private metadata dot favorites, and after that let's provide these IDs here, and using these IDs we will get the movies. Now we can return these movies in the response. So here just add response.json, and in this one just add curly braces, and here let's add success true, and with that we will return this movie, that is movies, right? So using this function we can get the list of favorite movies. After creating these functions, we will create the routes. So here we have created the user booking function, then update favorite function and get favorites function. So let's create the route. So we'll open this sidebar, and in this routes folder we'll create a new file called userroutes.js. In this one, we have to create a router. So let's import the express from the express package, and after that we will create the user router. So just add const user router equal to express dot router. So we have created one router. Now in this router we'll create the different API endpoints. So just add this user router dot get method, and here we have to add the path. So let's add the path called bookings, right? Here we'll add /booking, and after that let's add the controller function, that is get user bookings. So this get user bookings has been imported. Here just add the file name extension .js in this import statement. So we have created first route. Now let me duplicate it, and in this one we'll add the type post, and here let's add the path, that is update favorite, right? And after that here we'll add the function, that is update favorite. So it has been imported. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the type get, and in this one we'll add the favorites only, and here let's add the function name get favorites. So this get favorite function has been imported. Now we have to export this router. So here let's add export default and provide this router. Now we will add this router in our main file, that is server.js. So here let me add a space, we'll add the app.use, and here let's add the path /API/user, then comma, and here we will provide the user router. Let's click here. So the user router has been imported here, right? So now we have created the API endpoint. Using that we can get the booking details for the user, we can update the favorite movies, and we can get the list of favorite movies. So after creating all these APIs, next we will link our backend APIs with our front end. To create this backend APIs with front end, let me close all these files. So right click and select close saved, and let me collapse this server folder, and we'll come here in this client folder. Now in this client folder we have .env file. So in this .env file we will add one environment variable where we will store our backend URL, so that we can make the API call to our backend APIs, right? So here we'll create one environment variable. So it will start with wheat, because we have created this React application using wheat package. So just add wheat underscore base URL equal to, and here we'll add the backend URL. So our backend is running at localhost 3000. So let me add that here, localhost 3000. Make sure you are using HTTP, not HTTPS. It is only HTTP. So we have added the base URL in the environment variable. Now we can use the backend link to make the API call and get the data from the backend APIs. Now to make the API call, we will use the Axios package in our front end. So let me open the terminal. So this is the backend terminal. You can see this backend is running here. Let's come back to the front end terminal. So here our front end is running, right? So we have to stop our project. So let me add Ctrl C. Yes. And here we'll add npm install and write the package name Axios. AXIOS. Press enter. So it will install this Axios package. After that, again start the front end using npm run dev. So again our front end is running at this link. Now let me hide it. Now let's come here in this src folder, and in this src folder we will create a context file. For that we'll create a context folder. So create a new folder and write the folder name context. Now in this one, let's create a new file and write the file name appcontext.jsx. So in this project, we are going to use the context API to store our global states and functions that we can use in entire application, right? So to create this context, here we will use the create context. So let me add export const and let's add the app context, and we will create it using create context hook. So the create context has been imported from React package. Add this parenthesis. After that, we'll create the context provider, right? So here let's add export const app provider equal to and create the arrow function. Now in this function parameter, we will get the children like this, and after that in this function, let's add the return statement. So just add return and it will return the tag. So here let's add app context dot provider and close this one. So we have added app context dot provider opening and closing tag. Now within this, we will pass this children. So just copy and paste it here. Now in this app context dot provider, we can pass the values that will be accessible in all the components. So here let me create the value object. So we'll add const and create this object. And now let's pass this value object here. So just add the value property and provide this value. That's it. Now to access this context in another file, here we'll create a function. So let's add export const use app context, and it will be one arrow function, and when we'll call this function, it will use this use context, and in this one it will find the app context. So we can simply use this use app context to access the data from this context file. Now to add the support of this context API in entire application, let me open this sidebar, and here we'll open this main.jsx file in this client folder, right? And after that, here we have already added the color provider, then browser router, and next we have the apps. So next we have to wrap this app component using our provider, that is the context provider, right? So here first we have to import it. So let's come here. Here we'll add import curly braces. Let's add the app provider. So you can see the app provider has been imported from the context folder appcontext.jsx file. Now let me use this tag here. So after this browser router, let me add app provider opening and closing tag, and within this we will provide this app. So now we have the support of app provider in entire application. We can access all the global states and function from this context in entire application. After adding it, let's save the changes and we'll come back here in our appcontext.jsx file, and here we'll create some state variables and functions that will be useful in our entire application. So here let's start by creating the state. So here before this value object, we will create the state. So just add const and write the state variable name is admin, and the setter function name is set is admin equal to use state. So use state has been imported, and by default we'll add false. So it will initialize this state variable with data false. After that, let's add one more variable. So duplicate it, and here we'll add the state name that is source, and the setter function name is set source. So in this one we will find the show data and store in this state variable, and here we'll add the empty array. Right. After that we'll add one more state variable. So let me duplicate it. Here we'll add the name, that is favorite movies, and the setter function name is set favorite movies. It is also empty array. Right. After that we have to call the API. Using that we will get the isAdmin value, whether it is true or false, right? And to make the API call we will use Axios. So here let's import the Axios also. So let's add import Axios from Axios package, right? And after that in this Axios we will set the default URL, that is the base URL, right? So just add Axios dot defaults dot base URL, and in this base URL we will add the backend URL that is stored in the environment variable. So to import the data from environment variable we will use import dot meta dot env dot environment variable name, that is wheat base URL. That's it. So in this Axios we have added the base URL, right? After that let me provide this Axios here in this value object so that we can use this Axios in any other component. So here we will add Axios, right? After that let's come here, and now let's add a function. So here we'll create a fetch admin function, right? So just add the function name const fetch isAdmin and create the asynchronous arrow function, and in this one we will add the try catch statement. In this catch block we'll add console.error and provide the error, right? And after that in this try block we'll add const curly braces data equal to await, and here let's add the Axios dot get method, and in this one we'll add the API endpoint, that is /API /admin /isAdmin. So this is the API endpoint. Here we are not providing the complete URL, we are just providing the path because we have already added the base URL here, right? Now in this one we have to add the headers. So just add curly braces and provide the headers property, and in this headers we have to authorize the user. So here we'll add the object where we'll add the authorization, and in this authorization we have to add backticks bearer, and then we have to provide the token, and to get the token we will use clerk, right? So here let's add const curly braces user, and let's get this user from the use user. You can see we are getting the suggestion use user from clerk/clerk react. Just click here. So you can see the use user has been imported from clerk/clerk react, correct? Now let's come here and add this parenthesis. After that we will get the token. So just add const curly braces get token, and we will get this get token from the use auth. You can see we are getting the suggestion for use auth also. So use auth has been imported here, right? After that we need the location also. So just add const location, and let's get this location from the use location. So this use location has been imported from React Router DOM, correct? Now let's complete this function. So in this one, after this bearer, we will add $, curly braces, and provide the await and this get token function. So it will provide the token here. So it will make the API call and will get the response data, right? After that, here let's add setter function set is admin, and in this one just provide this data dot is admin property. So it will provide either true or false. If the user is admin, it will provide true, right? Now here we'll add the if statement, and in this if statement let's add not of data dot is admin. So when the user is not admin, and here we'll add the AND operator, and user is trying to open the admin path. So just add the location dot path name dot starts with, and in this one just add /admin. It means the user is trying to open the admin path and the user is not an admin. So in that case we will navigate the users on home page. So here we will use the navigate function. So we have to import it. So let's add const navigate equal to use navigate. So use navigate has been imported from React Router DOM. Now let's add this function here in this if statement. So let's add navigate and provide the home path, right? After that we'll display the notification also. So just add toast. Toast has been imported. Then we'll add error, toast.error, and in this one we'll add one message: you are not authorized to access admin dashboard. So we have provided this notification to the user, right? And here we have the catch block. So we have created a function called fetch is admin, and this function will be executed when we open the web page and whenever the user changes, right? So here before this value object we'll add the use effect. In this one we'll add the arrow function, and after that we'll add the dependency array. Now within this function we will call this fetch is admin, and we will call this function whenever the user is available, right? So before that we'll add the if statement, and let's write user and provide this in this if block. That's it. So when the user is available, then it will call this function, and let's provide this user in this dependency array. So when the user changes, again it will execute this fetch is admin function. After that, here we will create a function using that we can fetch the source, right? So let's create a function here. So we'll add const, and the function name is fetch source equal to async, and create the arrow function. Now in this function we'll add the try catch statement, and in this catch block we'll add this console.error. After that, in this try block let's add const data equal to await, and here we'll make the API call using Axios, and let's add the type get, and after that we'll add the API endpoint /API/so/all. So it will give all so data, right? After that we'll add the if statement and we'll check the response. So just add if the data dot success is true. So in that case let's use the setter function set source, and here let's provide the data dot source. So we'll get the source data from the API response, and we will use this setter function to store the data in the source state. That's it. Now suppose this data.success is false. So here we'll add the else statement, and here we'll display the notification. So just add toast.error, and in this one just add this data dot message property. That's it. So we have created a function that will fetch the source, right? Now we have to execute this function whenever we will load the web page. So here just add another use effect. So let's add use effect and create the arrow function and then add the empty array. Now in this function, let's call this fetch source function. That's it. So this function will get executed. After that, we'll create another function that will fetch the favorite movies for the user, right? So here, let's create another function. Let me just copy this, paste it here. And after that, we will replace the function name. So the function name is fetch favorite movies. Now in this one also, we have to make the API call. So let's add try catch statement. And in the catch block, we will add this console.error. And after that, here, let's add the API call. So just add const data equal to await. And we will use the axios dot get method. And in this one, we have to provide the API endpoint. So the API endpoint is /API/user/favorites, right? And after that, here we have to add the headers, and in the headers, we will add authorization token. So just add comma, curly braces, and let me just copy it from here. So we will copy this one and paste it here. So we have provided the authorization bearer and get token. After that, we will check this response. So just add the if statement here. In this if statement, let's add this data dot success. So if the data dot success property is true, in that case, we will execute this if block. So here we will use the setter function set favorite movies. And in this one, just provide the data dot movies property like this. And after that, we'll add the else statement. And here also we'll add this toast dot error. And in this one, just add data dot message. That's it. Now we have to execute this function whenever the user is logged in, right? So let me scroll down, and here in this if block, let me execute this function. That is fetch favorite movies. That's it. Now let's pass all these functions and state variables through this value object so that we can access it in any other component. So here in this value object, we have added axios. After that, let's pass fetch is admin function. Then let's pass the user and get token. And after that, we'll add navigate. Then let's add the is admin state. After that, we will pass this source. Then we will pass the favorite movies. So just add favorite movies, and let's pass this function also fetch favorite movies, right? Using that, we can display the data on our front-end website. So after adding it, let's come here in the sidebar and let's add the function in the admin dashboard. So first we'll open this app.jsx file. And in this app.jsx, you can see we have added this admin path, correct? So here we are displaying this layout. So this layout will be displayed for everyone, but here we have to check the user. If the user is logged in, then only we will open the layout that is mounted in this admin route. So to check the user here, let's add const curly braces and we will add the user. And let's get this user from the use app context. So the use app context has been imported here, right? And after that, let me just copy this user and come back here. And here in this element, we will add this user question mark. So when the user is logged in, then it will display this layout, right? And suppose the user is false, then we'll add the colon, and here we will add this parenthesis, and in this one we will return a div, right? Now in this div we will add the sign in component so that user can sign in. So let's add sign in from this clerk/clerk react. So we have imported this sign in component from clerk. Now in this one we will add the fallback redirect URL. So after signing in, user will be redirected to this admin route, correct? Now for this div, let me add some classes also. So here we'll set the minimum height and we'll set the position center using this flex justify center item center. That's it. So after adding these changes, let me save the file and we will open the web browser. So now we are already logged in, and if I try to open the /admin, we can access it, but you can see we are getting the notification you are not authorized to access admin dashboard. We are redirected to home page, right? Because we have added the function. After that, if I click on logout, so we are logged out, and now if I try to open it, if I type /admin, you can see it is opening this sign in component, right? Because we are logged out, so we cannot access the admin dashboard. Now if I try to log in here, so after login also you can see we are redirected to home page. We cannot access the admin dashboard because only admin can access the dashboard. And to make the users an admin, let me go to clerk dashboard. If I open this clerk dashboard, here we will go to users, and let's click on any user that you want to make admin. I'll click here on this first user and scroll down. Here you will find this private metadata. We have the metadata section, then you can see this private. So in front of this private, just click on this edit button. And in this one we have to provide the role. So in this object, just add the role property, and in this role we'll add admin. You can see we have added role admin, then click on this save button. You can see here we have the save button, just click here. So you can see the role is admin, correct? After updating it, let me just come back here. And now let me refresh this web page and try to open the admin. So now you can see we can access the admin dashboard because in the clerk private metadata we have added the role admin. So now we can access the admin dashboard, correct? Now let's come back to the VS Code. And from here we will open the sidebar, and in this one we will open the pages and go to admin, and here we will open layout.jsx. So in this one we have added this return statement, so it will return these components that will display the navigation bar, sidebar and main content for the admin, right? So here also we'll add the permission. So first we'll use the is admin state. So before this return statement, let me get that. Just add const curly braces is admin. Here we'll add fetch is admin, and let's get it from the use app context. Use app context has been imported. Now here let's add the use effect. In this use effect we'll add the arrow function, and in this function simply call this fetch is admin function, and here we'll add the empty array. And after this return statement, just add this is admin state and question mark. So when the admin is true, then only this component will be mounted, and if it is false, so in that case we will add the loading a screen. So after this closing parenthesis, we'll add colon and provide loading component. So you can see we are getting this suggestion. Just click here and we have imported this loading component from the components folder and loading file, right? So we have added the permission for the admin content, only admin can access it. Now let's add the functionality to add a new show. For that, let's open this sidebar, and here we have the add show page, right? Let me open it, and in this one we have to create the functionality to add a new show. So in this one we have to display the now playing shows or movies, right? So you can see here we have already created this function, fetch now playing movies, right? So in this one we are adding the dummy data. So let me remove this dummy data from here, and here we will get the data from our API, right? And to make the API call, we need the Axios package, we need the token, we need the user, right? So here let's add const curly braces, let's add Axios, then we'll get the get token, then we'll get user, and let's get it from the use app context. Use app context has been imported, right? And after that we will come here in this function, and in this function let's add try catch block, and in this try block we will make the API call. So let's add const curly braces data equal to await, and we will use the Axios for making the API call, and here let's add the get method, and in this one we'll add the API endpoint, that is /API/so/now playing. After that we have to add the headers, and in the headers we'll add the token. So let me again provide the same token here. We have added the headers property where we have added authorization, bearer, and await get token. We have already added this get token here. So now it will fetch the now playing data, right? After that, here let's add the if statement, and we will check the data.success property. So if the data.success is true, then we will use the setter function set now playing movies, and in this one we will provide the data.movies. That's it. After that, here in this catch block just add console.error, and in this one let's add error fetching movies, and then provide comma error. That's it. So it will fetch the movies. After that, let's save the changes, and let's come here and come to this add source page. So you can see it is fetching the movie from the TMDB API, right? But here we are not getting the movie image. We are getting other details, but the movie image is not visible. So here we have to add the movie's image base URL. So let me just come back. We will come to TMDB documentation. So right now we are on this API reference. So let's click on this guides. Let's click here. And in the left side, just scroll down, and here you will find this images, and in this one you have this basics. Let's click here, and in this one scroll down. So these are the image base URL, right? So we have to copy it from here till this original. Let me just copy this one. And after that, let's store it in our environment variable. So we will open our VS Code, then open the client folder and .env file. And here let's create one new environment variable. So just add wheat underscore tmdb underscore image base URL equal to, and provide this base URL. So we have added this URL till this original. That's it. Now save the changes and we will import it in our context file so that we can access it in all the components. So let's open our app context, and in this app context we will import this base URL. So scroll up, and here let's add const. We will add the image base URL equal to import.meta.env dot and the environment variable name. So let's add wheat tmd image base URL. That's it. Now let's pass this through this value object. So here in this value object, let's add image base URL, and now we can access it from the context. So let's open the addso.jsx file, and in this one we will get it from the use app context. So here just add comma image base URL, right? After that, let's come here where we have added the images. So scroll down, and in this one you can see here we have the image tag where we are adding movie.poster path, right? So before this poster path we have to provide the base URL. So in this src simply add image base URL plus movie poster path. Just see these changes, image base URL plus movie poster path. That's it. Now save the changes and it will display the images. Before that, let's come here in this use effect and we will execute this fetch now playing whenever the user is available. So here let's add the if statement. We'll add the user, and in this if block we will provide this function. That's it. Now let's add this user in this dependency array also. Now save the changes and we'll come back to the web page and we'll open the dashboard. So now you can see here we are getting all the movie data. So these are the now playing movies, and we can add any of these movies in our playing list. That is the shows, right? So we can select any movie, we can set the time, date and price, and we can add it in the shows. So we have to create the functionality for this add show button also, so that we can add the shows. So just come back to the VS Code again. Here we will come to this function, and here after all these state variables we'll create one more state variable. So let's add const adding show, and the setter function name is set adding show equal to use a state, and let's initialize it with false. That's it. After that, let's come to this button, and in this button we'll add the onClick property. So let's add onClick, and in this one let me add the function name, that is handle submit, right? And after that here we'll add the disabled property. So let's add disabled, and in this one we'll add curly braces and provide the adding show state. So if it is true it will add disabled true, and if it is false it will add disabled false. Now let's create this handle submit function. So scroll up, and before this use effect we'll create that function. So let's add const and the function name handle submit, and we'll create the asynchronous arrow function. Now in this function we'll add the try catch statement. Now in this try block, first we'll set the state true, that is set adding show. So just add set adding show and let's make it true. So it will disable that button. After that we'll add the if statement, and here we'll check not of selected movie. Then we'll add the OR operator. We'll add object dot keys, and in this one just add the date time selection dot length is equal to 0. Then we'll add the OR operator, and here we'll add not of show price. So if any of these data is missing, then we will add return. So it will stop the execution of this function and it will display a notification. So just add toast, and in this toast, let's add the message missing required details or missing required fields. That's it. Now suppose all these data is available. So in that case, just add const, and here we will get the source input equal to, and let's add object dot entries, and in this one just provide the date time selection dot map method, and here we'll add the arrow function, and in this function parameter let's add one array where we'll add date and time, and this function will return this object where we'll add date and time. That's it. After that, here we'll create the payload data. So just add const payload data equal to one object where we'll add the movie ID, and let's add the selected movie. After that, we'll add source input, and then we'll add the show price, and here we'll add the number to convert it in the number format. After that, we'll add the show price, right? So we have created this data that we'll send on the API. After that, let's make the API call. So here let's add const curly braces data equal to await, and we will use the Axios package dot post method, and in this one we'll make the API call. So just add the API endpoint, that is /API/show/add. After that, we'll provide the data, that is this payload, and after that we'll add the authorization token. So just add curly braces, and in this one again add the headers, right? So let me provide this headers, authorization bearer, and get token. This get token is already available here from this use app context, right? So we have made the API call that will add the movie, right? Now let's check this response. So just add the if statement, and in this if statement we'll add if the data dot success is true. So in that case, just add toast notification. So just add toast dot success, and in this one we will provide the message, that is data dot message, right? And after that we will use the state. So let's reset the inputs. So just use the setter function set selected movie, and in this one just add null. After that we'll add set date time selection, and here we'll add empty object, and after that we'll add set show price, and here we'll add empty string. Then we'll add the else statement, and in this else statement we'll add toast dot error and provide this data dot message. Now let's come to this catch block, and in this catch block we'll add console dot error and write submission error and this error. After that we'll add the toast notification. So just add toast dot error, and here let's add one message, that is an error occurred, please try again. After that we have to reset the adding state, right? So here we'll add set adding source, and in this one we'll add false. So again it will enable that button. That's it. Now save the changes and come back here. So now we are in this dashboard and we are at the add source, right? And if I open the database, let's go to source. So here you can see we have one show. Let me delete it. I'll click on delete. So this show will get deleted. And after that, let's come here in this dashboard, and from here, let me choose this movie. I'll click here. So this movie is selected. After that, we'll add the price, $2.99. Then let's add the date. We have added the date and time. Click on add. Then click on add show. So you can see the notification, so added successfully. Correct. Now let me add one more movie. I'll choose this one. Then let me add the price, $1.99. Then we'll set the date. Then set the time and click on this add time button. So we have added one date and time. We can add multiple date and time. So let me add another date and time. You can see we can add multiple time in same date, and we can also add multiple dates and time. Then click on add show. Again you can see the notification, so added successfully. And if I open the database, click on this refresh. So here you can see we have total 4 shows, because here in the first one we have added one movie and one date and time. But in the second time we have added the same movie and we have added 3 different timings, right? So we have added the first date and first time, then this is the another time, and this is the another date and time. So we have total 4 shows, right? So this is how we can add a new show using this admin dashboard. It is working fine. After completing this feature to add a new show, we will create these pages. So let me come to this dashboard. So here you can see the data from the assets file. So these are the dummy data. So instead of this one, we will display the data from our database. We will also add the data in this list shows and this list bookings for the admin, right? So let me update these data. So just come back to the VS Code. And from here, let me open this sidebar, and in this admin folder, we have this dashboard.jsx file. In this one, scroll up, and in this one, we will get the Axios from the context so that we can make the API call. We will get the image base URL, then we'll get the user and token. So let me just copy it from the previous file. So let me just copy it from this add show. So just copy this statement to get the data from context. Let me just paste it here in this dashboard.jsx. So in this one, we will get Axios, get token, user and base URL, that is image base URL, and we will import this use app context. So use app context has been imported. After that, here we'll create one state variable. So we have already created this state loading and set loading, right? And after that, here we have added not loading, then only it will display this. It is correct. So next we will complete this function fetch dashboard data, right? So in this one you can see right now we have added the data from this dummy dashboard data that is available in the assets. So let me remove it. And here we will make the API call. So just add try catch statement, and in this try block, let's add const curly braces data equal to Axios dot get method. And then we'll add the API endpoint, that is /API/admin/dashboard. And then we'll add the authorization. So just add curly braces, and here we'll add the headers. And in this headers, we will provide the authorization property where we'll add bearer await get token. That's it. After that, we will get the response. So here we will check that. So just add the if statement if the data.success property is true. So in that case, we will add the setter function, that is set dashboard data, and in this one we will provide the data dot dashboard data that we are getting from the response, right? And after that we will set the loading false. So use the setter function set loading and make it false, right? After that here we'll add the else statement also, and in this else statement we'll add the toast notification. So just add toast dot error, and here we will add data dot message. That's it. Now let's come to this catch block. Here we'll add toast notification. So just add toast dot error, and here we will provide error fetching dashboard data. Then we'll add comma and provide this error. After that, let's come here in this use effect and we'll add the if statement. We'll add the if user. So when the user is logged in, then only we will fetch this data. So let's add it here. And we will execute this function whenever the user changes. So here, let's add this user in this array. That is the dependency array. After adding it, save the changes and let's open the web page. Now let me refresh it. Here we are getting some error fetching dashboard data. To fix it, we will just come back to the VS Code. And here you can see in this function we have added Axios. So before this Axios, just add await, because it will take time to fetch the data from the database using this API. Now save the changes and open the web page. So now you can see we are getting the data from the database where we have 0 bookings, 0 total revenue, and active shows are 4 and total users 1. Then we have the active shows detail, but here the images are missing because we have to provide the image base URL. So just come back here, scroll down, and in this one we have the image, right? We have the img tag. So here let's add a space and here just provide the image base URL plus this show.movie.poster path. Just update this image src, save the changes and come back here. So now you can see we are getting the active shows also, right? So here we have the first show where you can see the movie name, price and date time. Then you can see the other shows. In all 3 shows we have the same movie, but you can see the date and time is different. This is the 10th June 10 o'clock at 51 minutes, and this is the 11 o'clock 35 minutes, and the last one is 17th June 1 o'clock and 38 minutes. So we have added 4 shows that are displayed here. And now let's add the functionality in this list shows. Then we'll add the function in this list bookings. So let's just come back to the VS Code. And here, let me just copy this a statement to get the data from the use context. And now let's open this sidebar. We will open this list shows.jsx file. And in this one, scroll up. Here, let's get the data from the app context. So let's add use app context. It has been imported. Here we need Axios, then we need the token user, right? And here let me remove this image base URL. It is not required here, correct? After that you can see here we have the function get all shows, right? So in this one we will remove this setter function. And in this try block, just add the API call. So simply add const data equal to await, and here we will use the Axios, and then write the get method. And in this one we have to provide the API endpoint, that is /API/admin/all shows. After that we have to provide the headers. In this headers we'll add the token. So let me provide the headers property where we'll add the authorization, bearer and get token, correct? After that here we will get the data from the API. So just use the setter function set shows, and here let's provide the data dot shows. After that, it will set the loading false, correct? After adding it, save the changes. And now let me update this use effect also. So here also we'll add the if statement, we'll add the user. So when the user is available, then we will call this get source, that is get all source function, right? And in this dependency array, we will provide this user. Now save the changes and let's open the web page. So here you can see in this list source, we have total 4 source. We are getting the data from database, right? Now let's come here in this VS Code, copy this statement, and let's open the sidebar and open this listbookings.jsx file. And in this one, scroll up, and here let's add this statement. So we will get the Axios, then user and get token from the use app context. Now import this use app context. Click here. So it has been imported, correct? After that, here you can see we have the get all bookings function. So in this one, let me remove this code and write the try catch statement. Now in this try block, we'll make the API call. So let me just copy it from the previous file. Let's copy this and paste it here like this. And here we will update the API endpoint. So it will be /API/admin/all bookings, and the type is get, it is correct. And after that we will get the data. So here let's use the setter function set bookings, and in this one just add the data dot bookings. That's it. After that, let's come here in this catch block. So in this catch block, we'll add console.error, and let's provide this error here. That's it. After this catch block, here let's add set is loading, and let's make it false. After that, let's update this use effect. So in this use effect also, we'll add the if statement. It will check if the user is logged in, then we will call this function. Just move it here, and let's provide this user in this dependency array. Now save the changes and let's come back to the web page, and let's open this list bookings. So here you can see we don't have any booking till now, right? We have just created the source. So when we will book the so then we'll see the data here. So we have created the functionality for the admin dashboard. Only admin can access this dashboard. Then they can see the data here. Then admin can add a new show. Then admin can see the list of shows here, and admin can see the list of bookings here. After that, we'll add the functionality in our home page, where we'll display the now playing movies here, and it will be displayed on this movies also, right? And we'll also display the users bookings on this my bookings page. This is the dummy data. We will replace it with the data from the database. For that, let me just come back to the VS Code. If I open this home page, here you can see we have the now showing movies, right? So these are the dummy data. So let me replace these data with our data stored in the database. So let me just come back to the VS Code. And in this one, let's open this client folder, then go to components, and in this components we have the featured section.jsx. So in this one you can see here we have added dummy show data, right? So instead of using this dummy data, let me get the data from the context. So here let's add const curly braces. We will use the source and let's get it from the use app context. It has been imported. After that, let's use this source here. Just remove this dummy show data, provide this source. That's it. Now we can remove this import statement. save the changes, and after adding it, if I open the web page, here you can see we have 2 movies, right? After that, here we have to add the movie image also. So to update the movie image, we will open the sidebar. Then here we have the movie card.jsx, correct? Now in this movie card, we have to add the image base URL. So to get the image base URL, let's come here and we'll add this const curly braces image base URL, and let's get it from the use app context. Now let me just copy this image base URL and provide it here in this image tag. So in this image tag, we have movie backdrop path, right? So before that, we'll add this base URL plus movie backdrop path. So after adding this, let me save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have 2 movies, right? And here we have the button called show more that will open the movies page. And here also we have the link to open the movies page. So let me click here. You can see this is the movies page, and here also we are getting the data from assets. So let me replace these data also. So just come back to the VS Code and let's open the sidebar, and here we will open the pages and open this movie.jsx file. And in this one, let's get the source from the context. So here let's add const source equal to use app context and import the use app context. Now we have this source. So here in this return statement, we'll add this source dot length greater than 0. So in that case, it will display this div, right? And after that, we can remove this dummy show data. So let's remove it, and let's come here, and here we will add this source, right? We have added source.map. Now save the changes and we will open the web page. So here you can see we have 2 source in this movie page. We have 2 movies, correct? After that, if I click on this favorite, it is displaying the dummy data in the favorite also. So let me just come back here and let's open this sidebar, and from here we will open this favorite.jsx. So now we are in the favorite.jsx file. So in this one also we will get the data from the context. So let's scroll up, and in this one let's add const curly braces. Let's get the favorite movies equal to use app context. Now we have the favorite movies state. Now let's add it here. We'll add favorite movies dot length. So we have added favorite movies dot length greater than 0. Then it will display this div. And after that, here we will provide this favorite movies dot map, right? And remove this import statement that is importing the dummy data from assets. Now save the changes, and after that, if I open the web page, here you can see no movies available, correct? Because we have not added any movie in the favorite list. If I open the home page, again come here, you can see we have no movies. But when we have no movies available in favorite, we have to hide this button that is favorites. And whenever we will add any movie, then only we will display this favorite link in the navigation bar. So to hide it, let me just come back here and we will open the navbar. So let's open the navbar.jsx file. Now in this one, scroll up, and here let's add const curly braces. We will get the favorite movies, and let's get it from use app context. That's it. And after that, let me just copy this one, come here, and you can see here we have the link tag. So in this link tag, we have this text called favorites, right? So let me wrap everything in the curly braces. So let's wrap this link only, we'll wrap this link tag, and before that link we'll add this favorite movies dot length, and we will check the length is greater than 0. Then we'll add the AND operator. So when the length is greater than 0, then only it will display this link that is favorite. Correct? Now save the changes and let's open the web page. So now you can see in this menu items we don't have that favorite menu, right? Because we don't have any movie in the favorites. And when we will add any movie in the favorite list, then it will display that menu also, right? Now let me open any movie and let's click on this movie image or this buy ticket. So it will open this movie details page. Right now we are not getting any data here. So let me get the data on this movie details page. So just come back here. And from this sidebar we will open movie details.jsx file. And in this one, you can see we are using the dummy data, correct? So here also we'll get the data from context. So here let's add const curly braces. We will use the source. Then let's add axios so that we can make the API call. Then we'll add get token. Then we will get the user. And after that we will get the function that is fetch favorite movies, and after that we'll add the favorite movies a state variable, and then we'll get the image base URL. And let's get all these data from the use app context. That's it. After that we'll create this get show function. So let me remove all codes from this function, and in this one we will make the API call. So just add try catch statement, and here let's add const curly braces data equal to await, and we will use the axios package, and here just add the get method. Now in this get method we'll add the API endpoint. So let's add /API/so, right? And after that let me convert it in template literal by adding this backticks, and here we can add the movie ID. So just add $, curly braces, and provide the ID. So we are getting this ID from here. You can see we are getting this from the use params, right? So after adding it, here we will use the if statement and we will check the response. So just add if the data.success property is true. So in that case, just use this setter function set so, and here let's add this data. After this if statement, let's add the code in this catch block. So in this catch block simply add console.log and let's provide this error here. That's it. So here we'll get the show data, right? And after that let's come here. You can see we are checking if we have so, then we will display this div. After that here we have the show.movie.poster path. So here we have to add the image base URL. So let me just copy it from here and paste it here. Plus, that's it. And after that, let's scroll down. Here you can see we have this show.movie.cast. It will also work. And then we have this dummy source data. So let me remove it, and here we'll add the source. That's it. So it will give all source, and in that list we will display only 4, right? And after that let's scroll up, and here we'll create the function that will handle the favorite, right? So after this function, let's create a new function that is const handle favorite, and it will be asynchronous arrow function. So create the async arrow function here, and in this one let's add the try catch statement. Now in this try block, let's add if statement, and we'll check not of user, right? If the user is not logged in that case simply add the return statement, and in this one just add the toast notification. So just add toast dot error, and here we'll add the message that is please log in to proceed. It means without login we cannot add the movies in favorite list, right? And after that let's add the API call. So just add const curly braces data equal to await, and here we will use the Axios for the API call, and let's add the post method, and here let's add the API endpoint that is /API/user/update favorite, right? And after that here we have to provide the movie ID. So let's add curly braces and provide the movie ID, and it will be ID, correct? And after that we have to add the authorization token. So just add curly braces, and in this one we'll add the headers, and in this headers we will add the authorization property where we'll add the bearer and token, correct? So now after this we'll add the if statement, and we will check this response. So just add if the data dot success property is true. So in that case we will add await, and we will add the fetch favorite movie. We will call this function, right? And after that let's add the toast dot success, and in this one let's add data dot message. Now in this catch block just add console log, and we'll add this error. That's it. So we have created the handle favorite function. Now we will link this function with our favorite button. So here we have added one icon. Here you can see we have this heart icon, right? So in this heart icon, let me add some other classes. So here let's add $ curly braces, and in this one we will use the favorite movies dot find, and in this find method we will add the individual movie and create the arrow function. So let's add the arrow function here, and in this one it will return the movie dot underscore ID equal to ID, right? And if it is true, so here let's add question mark, and here we'll add the extra classes. So just add this class name here, and if it is false, so in that case let's add colon, and here we'll add empty string. That's it. Now in this button where we have added the heart icon, here we'll add the on click feature. So just add the on click property, and in this one we will provide this handle favorite function. That's it. Now save the changes and we'll come back here. So here you can see we have this movie details, we have these buttons, and here we have the cast image, and then we have the date, and here we have the recommended movies. So let me update the cast image also, and before that let me check this feature to add this movie in favorite. So if I click on this icon, you can see the notification favorite movies updated, right? And here we have the heart icon that is filled color, right? And if I click again, it will remove this movie from the favorite. You can see it has been updated. Let's click again, so it will be heart full icon. Now it is added in the favorite. Now let me update these images. So just come back here and let's see the cast. So here we have the images, right? So in this image also we'll add the image base URL plus. That's it. Save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have the cast image also, right? Now let me open the Clerk dashboard. If I open this Clerk and let me refresh it, so here you can see in this metadata we have the favorites, right? And in this one we have one array where we have the movie ID. So this movie is added in the favorite list, right? And after getting this movie in favorite, if I open the web page, here you can see in this navigation bar we are getting this favorite menu, right? Now if I remove this movie from the favorite, so you can see that favorite menu has been removed. Let me add it again. So it has been added. Now let me open another movie. Let's open this movie and let's add it in the favorite. You can see this movie is added in the favorite list. And if I open this Clerk dashboard, refresh it, here you can see in the private metadata we have two items where we have two movie ID, right? So like this we can store the favorite movies in the Clerk metadata. After that we'll create the next page. So if I open the web page and let's open this My Bookings. So we have to replace this dummy data. Here we'll get the booking data from our database using the API. To get the booking data in this page, let me just come back to the VS Code and scroll up in this movie details.jsx file, and from here let me just copy this statement. So just copy this statement to get the data from context. Let's copy, and now let's open the sidebar, and here we have the pages folder, and in this pages folder we have My Bookings. Let's open it. Now in this mybookings.jsx file we will get the data from context. So here let's add this statement. Let's import this use context. So just click on this suggestion. So import the use context, that is use app context. Now here we will get the user, then we will get token, after that we will get the Axios, and after that we will get the image base URL. And from here let me remove this favorites. It is not required in this My Bookings. And here let me remove this source also. So we are getting the Axios, get token, user and image base URL from the use app context, right? After that here you can see we have this function called get my bookings, right? So in this one let me remove this code and we'll add the try catch statement. So just add this try catch block, and in this try block we will make the API call. So we'll add const, then add curly braces and provide data, because we will get the data in the Axios response. So just add equal to await Axios dot get method, and here let's add the API endpoint. So the API endpoint is /API/user/bookings. After that let's add comma, and here we'll add the object. Now in this object we have to provide the headers, and in the headers we will add the authorization token. So let me just copy it from here. Let's copy and paste it here. Now it is correct. So we have added the API endpoint and provided the token. After that, here we will check this response. So just add the if statement, and in this if statement we will check if the data.success is true. So in this if block, let's use the setter function set bookings, and in this one just add the bookings data that we are getting from the API. So just add data.bookings, right? After that, here we'll add the statement in this catch block. So in this catch block simply add console.log, and let's print this error message, correct? After that here let's add set is loading and let's make it false. So if I scroll up, you can see the is loading is true, right? And after making the API call, we will get the data, and after that we will set this is loading false so that it will display the booking data on the web page. Now here we have the use effect that will execute this function. So here also we'll add if statement and write user. So when the user is logged in, then only it will call this function. And in this dependency array, let me correct this if statement. Now it is correct. And in this dependency array, we will add user. So whenever the user changes, again it will call this function. Now you can see when the is loading is false, then only it will display this div. Now here we have to update the image also. So you can see here we have src. So in this src, simply add image base URL. Then we will add plus. So we will concatenate the base URL and poster path. That's it. Now save the changes and let's open the web page. So here you can see my bookings, and here we don't have any data because till now we have not made any booking, right? So whenever we will book any show, that data will be displayed here in this my bookings page, correct? So now let's add the functionality to book any show. For that, we have already created this movies. Then if I open it, it will display the movie details page. And if I click on this buy ticket, you can see it will come to this page where we can choose the date. So let me choose this date. And then if I click on this book now button, so it will open a new page where we have to display the movie timings. So we can choose the movie time and we can choose the seats. So now we have to add the functionality for this page where user can choose the time, seats and book the ticket. For that, let me just come back here. In the sidebar, let's open this seat layout.jsx file. So in this one, we have to add the functionality, correct? So let me scroll up. Here we are getting the ID and date from the use params. So if I open the front end, you can see in this front end we have the ID and this is the date, correct? So we are getting this data. After that, let's come here. Here we will get the Axios, user and token from the app context. So here let's add const curly braces. We will provide Axios. Then we will add get token. Then let's add user. And let's get it from the use app context. So we have these data from use app context so that we can make the API call, right? Now in this file, we have added this get show function that will fetch the show data. So here we have added the show data from the assets, that is the dummy show data. So let me remove this code from this function. And here we will make the API call so that we can get the show data from the database. So just add the try catch block. Now in this catch block, simply add console log error. Now in this try block, we will make the API call. So we'll add const curly braces data equal to await, and let's use the Axios for making the API call. Here we will add the get method and then provide the API endpoint. So the API endpoint is /API/show, and then let's add curly braces and we'll add the $sign. And to insert this $sign curly braces, we have to wrap it using backticks like this. Now in this curly braces, we have to provide the ID. So we will get this ID from here. That's it. So now we will make the API call, and after that we will check the response. So here let's check if the data.success property is true. So in that case, we will use the setter function set so, and in this one, we will provide the data. That's it. After that, if I save the changes and open the web page, so here you can see we have one available time for this show, right? And here we have the seat layout. Right now it is not displaying the occupied seats, but all the seats are already available here because we have not booked any seat, right? And next we have to add the functionality to choose the time from here, and after selecting the time, user can select the seats, right? For that, let me just come back to the VS Code. After getting the show data, next we have to get the occupied seats data for the selected time. Here you can see we have added this available timings, and in this one we have the on click that will select the particular time. So for this selected time, we have to get the seats occupied data, right? For that, here we'll create a function, and using that function, we will store the occupied seats data in a state variable. So let me first create one state variable here. So I'll write the variable name occupied seats. So here let's add const occupied seats, and the setter function name is set occupied seats and equal to use a state, and let me initialize it with empty array, right? And after that, we will create a function. So let's come here. Let's create a function here. We'll add const get occupied seats equal to, here we'll create the asynchronous arrow function. Now in this function, we have to make the API call, so we'll add the try catch block, and in the catch block simply add console.log error. And after that, in this try block, we'll make the API call, so just add const curly braces data equal to await and axios package. Then we'll use dot get method, and in this one we'll add the API endpoint using backticks. So just add the backticks and provide the endpoint /API /booking/seats. Then we'll add $sign curly braces, and here let's add the selected time dot show ID. That's it. You can see here we have selected time state, correct? So in this selected time, we have the show ID property, so we'll get that here. After that, we'll get the response from this data. So here let's add if the data.success property is true, in that case we will use the setter function set occupied seats, and in this one we will provide the occupied seats data that we are getting from the API response. So just add data.occupied seats. Now here we'll add the else statement also. In this else statement, we'll add toast notification. So just add toast.error, and here let's add data.message. So the message will be displayed that we will get from the backend. So we have created the function called get occupied seats, correct? And this function will be executed whenever we will select the time. So here let's add use effect. In this use effect, let's add the arrow function, and here we'll add the dependency array. So in this dependency array, we'll add selected time. So whenever the selected time changes, it should execute this function, right? So here we'll add the if statement, and here let's add the selected time. So when we select the time, then let's execute that function, that is get occupied seats, and call this function. That's it. So after creating this use effect where we are calling this get occupied seats, so now we'll get the occupied seats data, and after getting this data we will also update our seat layout. So here you can see we have this component render seats, right? So in this one we have this seat ID, and for this button we have added these classes, right? So now in this one we'll add some other classes also for the occupied seats. So let me move it in the new line. Let's move it here. So here you can see we have added the CSS for the selected seats, and when we select the seat it will add the background primary and text white, right? So after that we'll add some other classes also. So let me move it in the new line. Here we'll add $sign curly braces, and after that let's add occupied seats state dot includes, and in this one just add the seat ID, right? And then we'll add the AND operator. So if this seat is already occupied, so in that case we have to add the opacity so that we can make the color dull, so it will look like this seat is already occupied. So we'll add opacity 50. That's it. So when the seat is occupied it will be dull, and when we select the seat it will add the primary color in the background and text white. So we have updated it. After that, if I open the web page, here you can see we have the seat layout, but right now there is no seats occupied here, and if the seats are already occupied then it will display the seat in dull color. Next we'll add the functionality to handle the seat click. So when we click on any seat it will change the color, right? So here you can see we have already added the function. That's why it is giving please select time first, right? So first we have to select the time, then only we can choose the seats. So let me come back here and complete this function. So here you can see handle seat click. So in this one first we are checking if the time is not selected, then it will give this notification, right? So in this second if statement we are checking if we have not selected that seat and click on that one, then it will check whether we have selected more than 4 seats. So in that case it will give the notification you can only select 5 seats, right? Now here we'll add another if statement. So just add if, and here we will check the occupied seats. So just add occupied seats dot include, just add this includes, and here just add the seat ID, right? And in this if block let's add a return statement, and here we'll add the notification. So just add toast, and in this one let's add the message that is this seat is already booked. So if this seat is already occupied and we click on that seat we will get this notification. Just update this. Now save the changes. So we have added the functionality to handle the seat click, right? After that we can make the booking, right? So for that we'll create a new function. So let's come here. So before this use effect, let's create another function. Using that we can book the ticket. So let's create one asynchronous arrow function. Here we'll create book tickets, create the async arrow function, and here we'll make the API call. So just add try catch statement, and in this catch block we'll add toast.error and provide the error.message. Now in this try block let's add the if statement. First we will check the user. Let's add not of user. It means the user is not logged in. So in that case simply add the return statement, and here let's add the notification. So just add toast.error, and here let's add the message called please log in to proceed. After that let's add another if statement, and here let's add not of selected time. Then we'll add OR operator, and here we'll add not of selected seats dot length. In that case let's add the return statement, and here again add the notification. So just add toast.error, and here we'll add the error message. Please select a time and seat. After that, suppose we have selected the time and seat also, then we'll make the API call. So just add const curly braces data equal to await, and then write axios dot post method, and here we'll add the API endpoint. So let's add /API/booking/create. This is the API endpoint, right? And after that, here we'll add the data. So just add curly braces. So first we have to add the show ID. So let me add the show ID, and here let's provide the selected time dot show ID. Correct. After that, here we'll add the selected seats. So just add the selected seats state variable. After that, here we have to authorize the request. So just add curly braces, and in this one again add the headers. So simply add headers, where we'll add the authorization bearer and this get token with await. So it will make the API call and we'll get the response in this data. So here we will check the response data. So just add if statement, and in this if block we will check if the data.success property is true. So in this if block we will navigate the users on my booking page, and before that we will display the message that we will get from the response. So here let's add toast.success, and here just add data.message property, right? And after that, let's add the navigate function, and here let's add the path of our my bookings page. Let me come here. Let me check the path here. It is my bookings, right? So it will redirect the users on my bookings. So we have added navigate my bookings. Let me correct it. After that, let's add the else statement also. So just add the else statement here, and here we will add toast.error, and in this one just add data.message. That's it. So we have created this function called book tickets. Now let me link this function with our booking button. So scroll down, and here you can see we have this button. So in this button, let me remove this navigate and simply provide this function, that is book tickets. That's it. Now save the changes and we will open the web page. And from here, let me click on this button buy tickets. Then we will choose the date, then book now, and after that let's click on the time, and then let me choose the seats. So I'll choose this one. So I have selected 4 seats, and now let me select one more seat. So we have selected 5 seats. Now if I try to choose one more seat, you can see we are getting the notification you can only select 5 seats. And if I click on the same seat again, it will be unselected or unchecked. And now we can select another seat also, like this. After that, let's click on this proceed to checkout button. So now you can see we are redirected to this my bookings page, and we had the notification also, right? So in this my bookings, we have just created a new booking, correct? And right now we have not paid for this booking. We have simply created the booking without payment. That's why we are getting the pay now button here. But we have not added the online payment gateway yet. We will add it later. But for now, let me verify this booking in the MongoDB database. So if I come to this MongoDB database, let's click on this bookings. So here you can see we have the booking data, where we have the user data, then show, then amount, and here we have the booked seats. You can see we have seat number C1, 2, 3, 4 and A1. Then each paid property is false, right? So we have created a new booking. Now let me just come back to the website. So we have created the function to get the movie details on home page, Then we can get the movie details here on this movies page. Then we have added the functionality for this favorite movies. And if I open the movie, from here we can add the movies in favorite list and we can remove it, and this favorite data will be stored in the color metadata, right? And after that we have created this page to display the movie details. Then we have the movie cast, and after that we can choose the date from here, and we can go to this page where we can choose the time and select the seats. Now let me come back here in the same movie and let me choose the time here. Here you can see the seat A1, C1, C2, C3 and C4 is disabled because this seat is already booked. We cannot book this seat now. So these seats are already booked, that's why it is dull. Let me try to click on this one. You can see we are getting the notification, this seat is already booked. So when we book the seat, this seat gets reserved. We cannot book the same seat again. So this feature is working fine. After that, we can go to this My Bookings page, and here we can see the booking history, right? So after creating these features, now we will add the payment gateway in this website so that we can make the payment online to book the tickets. To add the payment gateway, we are going to use a Stripe, right? So let me just come back to the VS Code. Here we will close all these files, so right click and select Close Saved. After that, let's open the sidebar, and from here let me collapse this client folder and we will come to this server folder, that is our backend folder, right? And here let's open the terminal. So this is the front-end terminal. Now let's switch to server terminal. This is the backend, right? Here you can see this message, server listening at this URL. So we have to stop it using Ctrl+C. Yes. And after that we have to add the a Stripe package. So just add npm install a Stripe. Press enter. So the Stripe package has been installed in our backend server. Here we'll add one more package that will be used later, that is SWIX, because to verify the Stripe payment we will use the Stripe webhooks, and to manage the Stripe webhooks we will use the SWIX package. So here let me install that package also. npm install SWIX. That's it. Press enter. Now it has been installed. After that we will start the server using npm run server. So now our backend server is running. We can hide this terminal. After that we have to get the Stripe secret key, and we will get it in the environment variable. So let's open the environment variable and scroll down, and in this .env file you can see we have already added these keys. So here we will add the Stripe key. So let me create the variable name first. Let's add a Stripe publishable key, right? And after that we'll add the Stripe secret key like this. And with that, later we will use the Stripe webhook secret also. So let me create one more variable Stripe webhook secret. Let me create these state variables, and in this one we have to add the values. So to get the Stripe key, let's open the Stripe official website. So just open the stripe.com, and here you need to create an account. If this Stripe payment is not available in your country, then you can easily choose any other country name while sign up, and you can easily create the test account. After creating the account, you will come to this Stripe dashboard, and here in the left bottom you will find this developers option. Just click here, then click on this API keys. So let me click here, and after that here you will find the publishable key and secret key. So let me just copy this and paste it here. So we will paste the Stripe publishable key, and after that copy the secret key and paste it here. right? Now save the changes. Now let's come here in this sidebar, and in this one you can see we have created the booking controller. Let's open this booking controller.js file, right? And in this one, let me find the booking controller function. So here you can see we have this create booking function, correct, where we are creating a new booking. So in this one you can see we have added this comment, a Stripe gateway initialize, right? So after we save the data in the MongoDB database, here we will initialize the Stripe payment so that it will generate a payment link, and user will be redirected to this payment link after clicking on that button. So here let's add const a Stripe instance equal to new, and here we will use the Stripe package. So first we have to import it. So let me scroll up, and at the top we'll add import. Let's add a Stripe from a Stripe package. So we have imported this Stripe from a Stripe package, correct? After that, let's come here, and here we will create the Stripe instance. So just add a Stripe instance equal to new Stripe, and in this one we have to provide the secret key. So simply add the process dot env dot and write the environment variable name, that is a Stripe secret key that we have just created. So now we have created the Stripe instance. Next we have to create the line items for the Stripe payment. So let me add the comment first. So here we'll add the comment creating line items for Stripe. So let's add const line items and equal to one array. Now in this array we will add the object where we have to add the price data. So just add price underscore data, and it will be one object where we have to add the currency. So let me add the currency here, and in this one let me add the currency code. Make sure to use the same currency code where you have created the Stripe account. So we have added the currency code here. After that, here we have to add the product name. So let's add the product name property, and in this one let's add the name, and here in this name we will add the showdata.movie.title, right? And after that we have to add the unit amount. So let's add unit amount, and here we will use the math.floor, and in this one just add the booking.amount property, and in this one we have to multiply by 100. After that, here we have to add the quantity. So let's add the comma and provide the quantity property, and the quantity will be 1. So we have created the line items. Now using this line items we can create the session, that is the payment session. So here let's create the session. So just add const session equal to await, and here let's add the Stripe instance. We have created this Stripe instance dot checkout, and in this checkout we will get the sessions. So we have added a Stripe instance dot checkout dot sessions dot create, and in this create method we will add one object where we have to add the success URL, right? So after successful payment it will open this URL. So let's add success URL, and the success URL will be this backticks. We have to add the template literal. So just add the backticks $, curly braces, and here we'll add the origin. We have already stored the origin from the request. If I scroll up, you can see we are getting this origin from the request headers. So we have added the origin, that is the front end URL, right? After that we'll add slash, and here we'll add the loading screen. So we'll add the loading path, correct? And after that here we'll add one more path, that is my bookings. So first we have to send the users on loading screen, and after that it will redirect the users on my bookings. We will create the logic for that in the loading component. But for now, let me just write this path, then add the comma, and here we have to add the cancel URL. So after booking cancel, user will come to this cancel URL. So here also we'll add the same thing. So just copy this, paste it here. So from this one, just remove this loading. Simply add origin / my bookings. So when the payment was cancelled, user will be redirected to my bookings page where they can again make the payment. So now let's add the comma, and here we have to add the line items. And in this line underscore items property, let's provide the line items that we have created. Right? After that we have to add the mode. So in this mode, let's add the payment like this. Then add comma, and here we have to add the metadata property. And in this metadata property, let's add curly braces and provide the booking ID. So let me add the booking ID property, and it will be this booking dot underscore ID dot to string. So we have added the metadata, and in this metadata we will get the booking ID, right? After that here we'll add the comma, and here we will add the expiry time for this session. So just add the property called expires at, and in this one just add math.float, and here let's add the date.now divide by 1000. Then we will add plus 30 multiplied by 60. So here we have added the expiry time 30 minutes. Let me add the comment also. Expires in 30 minutes. So we have created a session that will get expired after 30 minutes. After that, here let's add this booking dot payment link. So in our booking data, we will store this payment link. So this is the booking data, right? In this one, we'll add the payment link property, and here let's add the session dot URL. So this session will return one URL. So we have added it here. After that, we have to save the booking in the database. So just add this await, then use the booking dot save. So this booking data will be saved with this payment link. So this payment link will be added in the MongoDB database so that user can retry the booking after payment fail. After that, here let's add the response statement. So this response statement is already there. So in this one, let me remove this message booked successfully. So we will remove this message, and instead of this message, simply add URL. And in this URL property, we will provide this session.url. So in the response, we will send this session URL. And on the front end, we will redirect the users on this session URL. Let me close it here. Now it is correct. So we have created the function to generate the payment link. And now we will use this payment link in our front end project. So now let me close this file and we'll open the front end project. So let's collapse this and open the client folder. In this client folder, we will open src. Then let's open the pages and open seat layout.jsx, right? So in this seat layout, you can see we have created this function, that is book tickets, right? In this one, we are checking the response, that is data.success, right? So here, after checking this response, we are redirecting the users on my bookings. So here, instead of adding this toast notification and redirect, here we will use the URL. We will redirect the users on this particular URL. So here in this if statement we will add window.location.href equal to, let's use this data, and in this data we will get the URL property. So user will be redirected to this payment link, correct? Now after payment it will come to this loading a screen. So let me just come here. Let's open the loading component. Now in this loading component we have to add the time function. Using that it will wait for few seconds to verify the payment, right? So here in this loading component, let me add the variable. So here before this return statement we will add const curly braces next URL equal to use params, and after that here we'll add the navigate function also. So just add const navigate equal to use navigate imported from the React router DOM, correct? After that here we'll add the use effect, and here let's create the arrow function, and in this use effect we will add the dependency array, that is the empty array. Now in this function let's add the if statement, and here we will check for the next URL. When the next URL is available, so in that case we will add the set timeout. So just add set timeout and create the function in this timeout, and here we'll add the time of 8 seconds. So just add 8000 milliseconds. Now in this function we'll add the navigate, and we will navigate the users on this path. So simply add / plus next URL. So after 8 seconds it will redirect the users on next URL, that will be our my bookings page. That's it. Now save the changes, and let me just come back to the web page. Let's open it, and now let's open the movie, then click on buy ticket, then click on date, book now, then choose the date, then choose the time and select the seats. Then let's click on this proceed to checkout button. So you can see it is opening this payment link. So here we can make the payment using the cards or other payment method. So here let me complete this payment. Here we are using the test mode of a Stripe payment gateway, so we can use the test card number 424242, and we can write any future month and year and any 3-digit number here, and let's click on this pay button. So after payment it will open the loading screen, and after few seconds it will open my bookings. But the loading screen is not displayed here. You can see the URL is loading and my bookings. So to display the loading screen and redirect the users on my bookings, let me just come back here, and here we will open this app.jsx file, and in this one we have to create a new route, correct? So let's come here. Before this favorite, let me just duplicate it, and in this one let's add /loading, then colon next URL, and here we will mount this loading component. Let's click here to import the loading component. Now save the changes. So we have added this route. After that, if I open the web page, here you can see the loading screen, and after 8 seconds we are redirected to my bookings page. Now it is working fine. So here you can see we have another booking, and now we have made the payment, but still we are getting this pay now button for the new booking, correct? Because we have not verified the payment. right? So to verify the payment, we have to use the Stripe webhooks. To set up the Stripe webhooks, we need the backend URL. So our backend is already deployed and our backend is running at this URL, right? Let me show you the Virtual project. You can see this is the live link of our backend server. So just copy this backend URL. And after that, let's open the Stripe dashboard. Now in this one, again open this developers option, and from here, let me click on this webhooks. And these are the old webhooks link. Let me skip this, and here you can see the add destination button. Just click on this one. So on this page, we have to choose the API version. Let's keep it default, and after that you can see all events. So from this event, we have to choose the payment event. So scroll down in this list, just find the payment intent. So you can see the payment intent event. Let me expand it, and from this one, let me check this payment intent succeed. Let's find it. Here you can see payment intent dot succeed. Just click on this check mark and click on continue. After that, here you can see webhook endpoint. Just click here and click on continue. And here we have to provide the endpoint URL. So let me paste the backend URL. And after that, here at the end, we will add /API/Stripe. We have added the backend URL, then /API/Stripe. Then click on create destination. After that, you will get the signing secret. You can see here we have the signing secret. So just copy this one. Let me just click here and copy. So now we have the sign-in secret key for the Stripe webhooks. After that, let me just come here in the VS Code and close all these files. Close saved and open the server folder and open .env file. And here you can see a Stripe webhook secret. So just paste this key here in this Stripe webhook secret. That's it. Now we have to create the webhooks file that will verify the payment. Right. For that, let me just close this file, and here in this controller folder, let's create a new file. So write the file name stripewebhooks.js. So we have created a new file, stripewebhooks.js. Now in this one, we need to import the Stripe. So just add import Stripe from the Stripe package. Right. And after that, here let's add export const, and we will add the Stripe webhooks equal to async and create the arrow function. Now in this function parameter, we will get request and response. Right. And now in this function, let's add the Stripe instance. So we will create the Stripe instance using this Stripe, and we will provide the secret key. So simply add const Stripe instance equal to new and use this Stripe. And in this one, we have to add the key from the environment variable. So just add process.env.Stripe secret key. You can see here we are using the secret key, not webhooks key. After that, we have to create the signature. So simply add const sig equal to request dot headers, and here let's add a square bracket and provide the Stripe signature. After that, let's create one variable. So we'll add let event. We have created the event variable. After that, we'll create the try catch statement. Now in this try block, we'll add the event equal to a Stripe instance dot webhooks dot construct event. And here we have to provide the request.body. After that we have to provide the signature, that is SIG. Then we have to provide the webhook secret. So let's add process.env.astripe webhook secret. We have added the environment variable, right? And now in this catch block we will simply return the response. So just add return response dot status and write the status 400 dot send, and in this send let's add the message in backticks. So here we'll add webhooks error and let's add $ curly braces and provide this error dot message property. That's it. So now here we will get the event. Next we have to check this event. So here let's again add the try catch block, and in this one we will add the switch case statement. So simply add switch statement, and here in this one we have to add the key. So the key will be event dot type. So let's add event dot type, and after that here we'll add the first case. So in this first case we'll add the event name. So it will be the payment underscore intent dot succeed. We have subscribed for this event, right? So when we get this payment intent succeed, it means the payment is successful. So in that case here let's add the object, and in this object we will get the payment intent from the event data. So let's add const payment intent equal to event dot data dot object, right? Now from this one we have to find the sessions list. So let's add const session list equal to await, and here we will use the Stripe instance dot checkout dot sessions dot list, and from this list we have to find the individual session list. So let's add the object, and here we'll add the payment intent, and it will be this payment intent dot id, right? After that we have to get the session. So here let's add const session equal to the session list dot data index 0. So now we have the session, and in this session we will get the metadata also. So in that metadata we will extract the booking ID. So let's add const booking ID equal to this session dot metadata. So now we will get the metadata, and from the metadata we'll get the booking ID after successful payment. So after getting the booking ID we will change the properties in the MongoDB database, right? So here let's add await. We'll add the booking model. Let me import the booking model here. So let's add import booking from, let's add the path slash models slash booking.js file. That's it. And after that let's come here. Here we'll use this booking model dot, and here in this one we will add find by id and update method, right? And here first we have to provide the booking ID, and after that we'll add comma, curly braces, and in this one we'll add the is paid property, right? And in this one we will make it true. It means the payment is successful, then we will make the is paid property true, right? Then we'll add the comma, and here we'll add the payment link property, and from there we have to remove the payment link, so simply add the empty string. That's it. So we have modified the booking data in the MongoDB database. That's it. Now here we have added this break, so let me move it in this one. Let's move it here. Correct. Now we have the default case. If we get any other event except this succeed, so in that case this default block will be executed. So in this default, simply add console log, and here in this one we will add the message. So the message is unhandled event type, and after that let's add the comma and provide the event dot type. That's it. Now we can send the response from this function, so just add this response.json, and in this one let's add received true. That's it, right? Now let's come to this catch block, and in this catch block we'll add the console log. So let me add the error here, err, and after that we'll add console log and provide webhook processing error and then error. After that we'll send the response also, so just add response.status 500 send internal server error. So we have created the webhooks function, right? After creating this webhooks function, next we have to create the endpoint for this webhooks. So let's come to this server.js file, and in this one let's scroll up, and before this middleware, here let's add the route for the Stripe webhooks. So just add the comment Stripe webhooks route, and here we'll add app.use, and in this one just add the endpoint, that is /API/Stripe. Make sure to add the same path that you have added in the Stripe dashboard, right? After that we'll add comma express.raw, and in this one we'll add one object where we'll add type application JSON. That's it. And after that here we'll add the comma and provide the Stripe webhooks function. So just add Stripe webhooks. So this function has been imported. Correct. Now save the changes, and now we can deploy our backend on Vercel. So let me check the terminal also. It is working or not. So you can see in this backend terminal, the app is running. We don't have any issue. So now let me deploy the backend. The backend is already deployed. So we will make the changes on GitHub. We will update the changes and redeploy the project. So here, let's click on this source control icon. And here, let's add the commit message. So just add a Stripe added, then click on commit. So it will update the changes on GitHub profile. So it has been updated. If I open the web browser and let's open our GitHub repository. So here you can see we have just updated this. You can see the time now, correct? So the GitHub repository has been updated and it will also redeploy the project. You can see it is automatically redeploying because we have made the changes in GitHub repository. Let's come to this deployments. You can see it has been redeployed automatically, but we have to update the environment variables also, right? So to update the environment variables, let's come to this settings, then come to environment variables. And here you can see we have the MongoDB, Clerk and ingest. So let's add the remaining environment variables. So open .env file in this server folder. Let's open this .env and from here let me just copy the TMDV key and this stripe key. Let's copy and come here in this Versal. So here we have the input field. Just paste it here. So we have added the TMDV API key, then a stripe publishable key, a stripe secret key, and a stripe webhook secret. Then click on save. After that, just click on this redeploy button. Click on view deployment. You can see it is redeploying the project after updating the .env files. Now you can see the status ready. And after that, if I open the backend URL, refresh it, it is working fine. You can see server is live. So our backend is redeployed after updating the Stripe payment webhooks. So now let me just come back here in the front end. And if I refresh this web page, you can see this button is not clickable. So we have to add the link on this button. So if I open the VS Code, let me close these files and let's come here in the client folder. Just open the client folder, then we will open this src and here we will open pages and mybookings.jsx file. And in this one we have to replace this button tag. Let's find the button tag here. You can see the button called pay now, right? In this one we have to add the link tag so that we can click on this button to make the payment. So here let me add link. You can see we are getting this suggestion from React Router DOM. Just click here. So the link tag has been imported from React Router DOM. Here we have added link opening and closing tag. And in this one we have to add the to property and then let's add curly braces and here we will add the item dot payment link. So when we click here, it will open this payment link that is added in the MongoDB database, right? Now save the changes and come back here. Let me refresh it. So here you can see we have this pay now button and now it is clickable. So these are the old bookings that are not verified. So let me delete these bookings and we'll make the fresh booking on this website. For that, let me open the database and let's come to this bookings, refresh it. And then click on delete. Let's delete this one also. So it has been deleted. After that, let's open the web page, refresh it. So now we don't have any bookings. So let me choose the movie. Then we'll choose the date, choose the time, and let's choose the seat. And click on proceed to checkout. After that, here we'll add the payment details. Then click on pay now button. And after successful payment, you will see the loading screen and then we will be redirected to the My Bookings page. You can see we are on the My Bookings page and now the booking is successful. We don't have any pay now button, right? Because we have already paid for this booking. Correct? Now let's try to make another booking and in that one we will not make the payment. So let's come here, open this movie, choose the date and time and choose the seat. Click on proceed to checkout. So it will create a booking in the database and let me just cancel this payment. For that, let's simply come back to the home page. And without making the payment, let's open the My Bookings. So here you can see we have another booking, but for this one the payment is pending. That's why we are getting the pay now button here. Correct? And in the first one the payment is already done. That's why we don't have any button. And here we can make the payment. And once we will make the payment, this pay now button will be removed from here also. Let's again click here. it will open this payment page, and now we can make the payment, and this link is valid for 30 minutes only. So let me make the payment, and after payment it will wait for few seconds to verify the payment. That's why we have added the loading screen, and after that you can see we don't have the button. We have successfully made the payment for this one also. Now in this project we have to add one more feature. Suppose we have booked any movie and we have not made the payment. Payment is failed or cancelled. Then the movie data is saved in the database, and we can see the movie details in this My Bookings also. Right? So we have successfully created the booking, but we have not made the payment. So in that case, user can pay the booking amount within 10 minutes. So we have to reserve the seat for 10 minutes, and after that 10 minutes, if the user does not pay, then the seat will be removed. It means the seat will be released and user can book the seat. So to release the booked seat in 10 minutes, we are going to create a ingest function. So let me just come back here in VS Code, and let me close this file, and from here we will open the backend folder. So just collapse this client folder and open server folder, and in this server folder we have the ingest folder, and here we have index.js file. So in this file we will create all the ingest functions. So here we have created 3 functions to update and get the user data from the clerk. After that, here let's create a new function. So let's add one comment also. So here we'll add the comment ingest function to cancel booking and release seats of shows after 10 minutes of booking created if payment is not made. So if we have booked the ticket and not made the payment, then in 10 minutes we have to delete the booking and we will release the seat. So let's create the function. So here let me add the function name release seats and delete booking. So just add const release seats and delete booking equal to this ingest dot create function. We will use create function to create the ingest function. Now for this one we have to add the ID. So let me add the ID here, and here we'll add one ID. So let me add the ID called release seats delete booking. That's it. After that, let's add another object, and in this object we'll add the event. So let's add the event, and in this event we'll add the event name. So let's add app/check payment. So whenever we will trigger this event, then only this function will be executed. Again add the comma, and here let's create the asynchronous function. So create the async function, and this function will be executed once we trigger this event. And in this function we will use the scheduling feature of ingest, so that we can schedule this function after 10 minutes. So here in this function parameter we will get the event and a step. So let's add the curly braces. We will get event and a step in this parameter. After that, here let's add the time, that is 10 minutes. So let's add const 10 minutes later equal to new date, and in this one we'll add date.now, and in this one we'll add 10 multiplied by 60 multiplied by 1000. So it will store the time after 10 minutes. After that, here we'll add await a step dot sleep until, and in this one let's add this text wait for 10 minutes, and after that let's add the time here. So we'll add this 10 minutes later. So we have added the scheduling feature of ingest. Now here let's add await a step dot run, and here let's add the message check payment status. After that, let's add the asynchronous function here. So create the asynchronous arrow function, and in this one we will get the booking ID. So we will get this booking ID when we trigger the event. So simply add const booking ID equal to event. Let's use small e dot data dot booking ID. So when we will trigger this event, we have to send the booking ID, right? And now using this booking ID, we will find the booking in our MongoDB database. So just add const booking equal to await, and here we will add the booking model. We are not getting the suggestion here, so let me open the model, and after that let's come here, and now if I type booking, we are getting the suggestion. Just click here. So the booking model has been imported. You can see it has been imported. Now let's come here, and in this booking model we will use the find by ID, and here let's provide the booking ID. So now we have the booking data here, and now in this one we have to check the is paid status, right? So here let me add the comment first. So the comment is, if payment is not made, release seats and delete booking, right? So it will check the payment status. So now we'll add the if statement. We'll add not of booking dot is paid. So when the is paid property is false, then only we will delete this booking and release the seat. If the booking is already paid, then we will do nothing using this function. So here let's add const so equal to await, and here we will use the so model. Let's add so here. Let me check the import statement. The so is not imported, so let me open this, and after that if I type so, we are getting the suggestion. So now the so model has been imported, right? Now let me find the so. So here we'll add so dot find by ID, and in this one we will provide the booking data. So just add booking dot so. So here we have provided the so ID. Using that it will find the so, right? And now from this so we have to release the seat. So let's add the booking dot booked seats property, and let's add dot for each, and in this one we'll add the arrow function, and here we'll get the individual seat in this parameter, and in this function let's add the delete, and let's add so dot occupied seats, and here we'll provide the seat. So it will delete the occupied seats data, right? And after that here let's mark it as modified. So just add this so, this one, and here let's add mark modified, and in this one we'll add the property name occupied seats, right? And after that just add await, and here we'll add this so dot save. So it will update the data in database. So after releasing the seat, now we have to delete the booking also. So let's add await, and here we'll add the booking model dot find by ID and delete, and here simply add the booking dot underscore ID. So this booking will be deleted after 10 minutes if the payment is false, if the payment is not made. So we have created one scheduling function to delete the booking data and release the seat after 10 minutes. Now we have to trigger this event whenever we will make a new booking. So let's open this file. Before that we have to add this function here in this array. So just add comma and pass this function, right? And after that let's open the sidebar, and here we'll open the controller file, that is bookingcontroller.js, right? And in this one let's come here in the create booking function, and in this create booking function you can see here we are sending the response, right? So before sending this response, here we will trigger the event. So let me add the comment. Let's add run ingest scheduler function to check payment status after 10 minutes. So here we'll add await and we'll add the ingest. So let's import it from the ingest folder and index.js file. Let's click here. So it will get imported, and after that we'll add send. And in this one we'll add the object where we'll add the name, and in this name let's add the event name app/check payment, right? And after that we have to add the data, and in this data let's add curly braces and provide the booking ID, right? We have to provide the booking ID so that we can delete this booking and release the seat. So let's add the booking dot underscore ID dot toString method. So we have triggered this event here. So whenever a new booking will be created, then it will register this event, and this event will create a scheduling function that will wait for 10 minutes, and after 10 minutes it will check for the payment status. If the payment is true, then it will do nothing, and if the payment is false, it will delete the booking and release the seat. So after updating this, let me check the terminal. Here we are getting some error. So in this error message you can see we have added this semicolon. So let me remove it. Let's remove this semicolon from here. By mistake we have added it. Save the changes. Now let me open the terminal again. Scroll down. So now you can see our backend is successfully running. We don't have any issue. So now we can deploy the changes. So let me just come here and click on this source control icon, and here we'll add the commit message. So let me add the message here. Function added to release seats after 10 minutes. Just click on commit and sync changes. So it will update the GitHub repository, and that will automatically redeploy the backend project. So let me just come back here on web page and let's see this project. You can see in this deployments, this project is redeployed again, right? 13 seconds ago. It is successfully redeployed. Now we need to sync our ingest project. So let's open the ingest website. And here you can see right now we have 3 functions, right? And after that, let's click on this app. And here, let me click on this app name, movie ticket booking. Then just click on this button, resync. Then click on resync app. So now the resync is completed. And after that, if I come here in this functions, here you can see we have total 4 functions. So you can see a new function here, that is release seats delete booking, correct? So this function is added here. After that, let's come here on our web page. Let me refresh it and let's try to book a new movie show. So let's open the movie, buy ticket, select the date, select time and select seat. So let me select this seat, that is G1, G2, correct? Then click on this button, proceed to checkout. So it will open the payment page, right? Now I'll not make the payment, I will simply come back. So we have successfully selected the date and time and seat. And now we are on the payment page, but I will cancel this payment. Let me just come back. And now after canceling this payment, here you can see the booking has been created, right? And here we have the pay now button. So we can pay for this ticket within 10 minutes. This pay now button will be available here for 10 minutes and this booking data. And if we do not pay this amount within 10 minutes, then this booking data will be deleted and the seats will be released, right? And after that, let me come here in this ingest dashboard, and here let's come in this runs. So here you can see a new function is running, right? You can see the function name release seats delete booking, correct? let me click here. So here you can see the step. We have wait for 10 minutes. So it is waiting for the 10 minutes, and after 10 minutes it will delete the booking, right? You can see the function payload data. We have provided the booking ID here, correct? So this booking ID is available, and using this booking ID it will delete the booking data and it will also release the seats. Now let me come here in this MongoDB database. Let me refresh this booking, and here you can see we have total 3 bookings now, correct? Let me see the new booking. So here this is the new booking, and in this one you can see the seat number G1, G2, correct? And here we have the is paid false, correct? So we have not made the payment status is false, but still this booking data is available. So here it is going to wait for 10 minutes, and after 10 minutes it will check for the payment status using this ingest scheduling function. And when the payment is false after 10 minutes also, then this booking data will be deleted and the seats will be released. So let me just wait for 10 minutes and I will come back. If we make the payment within 10 minutes using this pay now button, then this booking will not be deleted. Now it is already 10 minutes, so let me refresh this web page. So you can see that new booking has been deleted. And if I come to this movies, let's open this movie, buy ticket, select the date, book now, select the time. You can see this seat G1 and G2 is available for booking. It means this seat has been released. So this function is working fine. We can reserve the seat for 10 minutes, and if the user does not pay within 10 minutes, then the seats will be released and booking data will be deleted. That's it. Now let's add new feature. So whenever we will book a new ticket, then we have to send a confirmation email to users, right? So we have to send one email that your movie is successfully booked. So to add this feature, let me just come back here in this VS Code and we will create another ingest function. So let's open this index.js file again, and here we have to create a function. So let me add the comment first. Ingest function to send email when user books a show, right? And here let me create the function with the name send booking confirmation email equal to this ingest dot create function. And here let's add the object, and in this object we'll add the ID and write the ID, that is send booking confirmation email, right? After that let's add another object, and in this one let's add the event name. So just add the event, and here let's add app/so booked, right? After that let's add the comma, and here we'll add the function. So just add the async keyword and create the arrow function. Now in this function parameter we will get the event and step like this. Now here we need the data, so let's add const booking ID, and we will get it from the event dot data, right? After that we have to send the confirmation email. So first we will create the booking data here. So let's add const booking equal to await, and let's add the booking model dot find by ID, and here let's provide this booking ID, right? Now in this one we have to add populate, and in this populate let's add one object where we'll add the path, and in this path let's add the show property, right? And in this show property also we have to add the movie details. So here we'll add the comma and provide the populate again, and here let's add the object, then we'll add the path movie. So it will insert the movie details in this booking, right? Here we'll add the model, and in this model we will add the movie, that is the movie model. So just add model and write movie for the model reference, right? And in this one also we'll add the populate, so just add populate again, and here we'll add the user property, so let's add user. So in the booking data it will add the show data, then we'll add the movie data and user data in this booking, right? And now we can send this data in the email, and for sending the email we need a package called node mailer, right? So let me open the terminal. So this is the backend terminal. So let's stop it using Ctrl C. Yes. Here we'll add npm install and write node mailer. You can see we have added npm install node mailer. Let's press enter and install this package. Let me open the node mailer documentation so that you can see the steps to use it. Let's open node mailer, open this website. Let's come here. You can see we have to install it using npm install node mailer, and then we have to create the transporter like this. We will import the node mailer from node mailer package and create the transporter using this node mailer.create transport. After that, in this one we have to add the host name, port number, and then we have to add the authorization, that is the username and password to send the email, right? And after that, let's see the next step. We can use this transporter, and in this one we will get the send mail method, right? And in this send mail we can provide the details like from, to, and then we'll add the subject and data in HTML or text format, correct? So it will send this email to this email ID from this email ID. So now you know the steps to send the emails, and here we need the credentials like SMTP, and we need the SMTP username and password, correct? To get the SMTP details like SMTP host name, username, password, we will use bravo.com. So just sign up on this website. I'll log in with my existing account. Then let's come here in the top right corner, click on the profile name and click on SMTP and API. So here you will get your SMTP name, then port number, and after that here we have the login details, that is the SMTP user, and here you can generate the password, right? So we need these data to send an email. We have to store these data in the environment variable. So let me just come to VS Code and let me start this project using npm run server. So our project is running. Let me hide this terminal, and here we will open this environment variable. So just open .env file, and in this one here let's add the environment variable name, that is sender email. After that we'll add SMTP user, then we'll add the SMTP password, right? And after that let's come here, and from here let me just copy this user and paste it here, and after that we'll generate a password. So I'll click on this generate new SMTP key, and let me add the name here, that is quick show generate. Let me just copy it and paste it here. So we have added the SMTP user and SMTP password, and after that here we have to add the sender email. So the sender email will be same that you have used to create the Bravo account. So here I'll add the email ID user.greatstack@gmail. So we have used this email to create the Bravo account. Now we have all these data. After that let's come here in the sidebar, and here we'll create the config file. So here you can see we have the config folder. So in this one let's create a new file and write the file name nodemailer.js. Now in this one we have to import the nodemailer from nodemailer package, and after that we have to create the transporter using the nodemailer.createTransport, right? If I come here, see this documentation, we have to create the transporter like this. So just copy this and paste it here. So we have added const transporter equal to nodemailer.createTransport, and here we have added the host, and in this host we have to add the host from this Brevo. So let's copy the SMTP server. Let's copy and paste it here. Then we have to add the port number. So you can see here we have the same port number 587 that is added here, 587, right? And after that let me remove this, and then we have the auth, and in this auth we have the user and pass, correct? So here we have to provide the user from the environment variable. So just add process.env.smtp user and then process.env.smtp pass. If I open the environment variable, you can see here we have the user, that is smtp_user and smtp_pass, correct? So we have created the transporter, right? Now here let's create the function that will send the email. So just add const send email equal to async and create the function, and in this one we have to get the data like 2, that is the receiver's email ID. Then we will get the subject and we'll get the body data that will be sent on email. So let's get it from this parameter, and after that here let's add const response equal to await, and here let's use this transporter dot send mail, right? And here in this one we have to add from, and in this from we will add the email ID that is added in the environment variable. So just add the process.env.sender email, then comma, and here we'll add the 2, then we'll add the subject, then we'll add HTML. We will send the message in HTML structure, right? So here we have added the HTML, and in this one just add the body. That's it. After that here just add return statement and we will return this response. That's it. Next we have to export this send email function. So here let's add export default send email. So now we can use this send email function in any page or any file, right? So now let's just come back here in our ingest function and let's complete this function. So in this ingest function we have added the booking data, right? And after that we have to send the email. So let's come here. After getting this booking data, let's add await and we will use send email. Let's click here. So this send email has been imported from this configs folder and nodemailer.js file, right? And here we have to provide 3 data, that is 2, subject and body, correct? So here let's add one object. In this one we'll add 2, and in this 2 just add the booking dot user, and from this user we'll get the user's email. So just add the email, right? And after that we have to add the subject property. So let's add subject, and in this subject let me add the message. So we'll use the backticks here so that we can insert the variables. So just add payment confirmation, and then we'll add the variable. So let me add the double quote here. We'll add $ curly braces, and in this one just add booking.show.movie.title. So it will add the movie name and then let's add the text called booked. So this is the subject of email, then add the comma, and here we'll add the body. Now in this body we will send the message in HTML structure, right? So here we'll use the div and all the HTML tags like title, paragraph, right? So you can find any online tool to generate the email template. I have already created one template, so I'm going to paste it here. Instead of using this large template, you can use the simple template also. Add a title in H2, add the text in p tag, and you can send it. So here we have added one template, and in this one you can see we have added the title, hi, and then we have added the user's name using this booking.user.name. Then we have added the date using this booking.so.so_date_time, right? Then we have added the time, so we have added the date and time, correct? And after that we have added some thank you message. Now save the changes. So we have added the function that will send the email once we make the booking. Now let's pass this function in this array. So just add comma and add this function. Now this function will be executed whenever we will successfully make the booking after payment. So let's open this file, that is a stripe webhooks.js, right? And in this one you can see we have the switch case statement, and in this one we are adding the code when the payment is successful, right? When the payment is succeeded. So in that case here we have added the booking and we have modified the is paid status and removed the link, correct? Then here we will send the email. So simply we will trigger that ingest function. So here let me add the comment send confirmation email, and after that let's add await. Let's add the ingest. Let's import this ingest from ingest folder index.js file, right? And after that we'll add the send method, and in this one we'll add the object where we have to add the name, and in the name we will add so.booked, correct? And after that we'll add the data here. So just add the data, and in this data let's add one object, and here we will add the booking ID. That's it. After adding it, now save the changes, and again we will sync our application, but before that we have to deploy our project on Vercel. So to deploy it, simply click on this source control, and here we'll add the commit message booking confirmation email added. Then click on commit, sync changes after updating the changes. And now let's come here, and you can see it is redeploying our project in Vercel. So just wait for it. Now it is redeployed. Now let's come here and we will open the ingest dashboard. Let's click on this app, then click on this app name, and let's click on this resync button. Click on resync app. You can see resynced app, correct? And after that in this functions you can see we have total 5 function, that is send booking confirmation email. So now it is synced. Now let's try to book a new ticket. Let's come on the web page, select the movie, and let's select the date. Then we'll choose the time and seat. So let me choose this same seat, G1, 2, 3, 4. Then click on proceed to checkout, and now we will make the successful payment here. So let me add the payment details. Now I'll click on this pay button after adding the test card number. So we have successfully made the payment, and after that we are redirected to loading a screen. It will verify the payment in few seconds, and after that we are redirected to this my bookings page, and you can see this booking is successfully created, and we have already paid for this booking. So now we should receive a confirmation email. So let me check my email. I'll open the email here. So I have checked the email. I have not received the booking confirmation email because I forgot to add the environment variables in Vercel, right? We have added the Bravo SMTP, but we have not added this SMTP credentials in our Vercel deployment. So let's open this Vercel dashboard, then go to settings, then let's come here in this environment variables, and after that here we'll add the new environment variable. So let me just copy it from the .env file. Let's copy this and add it here. Then click on save. Then click on redeploy. So now it is redeployed. Let's click on view deployment. It is redeploying. You can see the status building. So now our new deployment is also ready. It is successfully redeployed. Now let me make a new booking. Or we can check the same ingest function. So in this ingest dashboard we have runs, and you can see it is running, right? That is send booking confirmation email. Let me open it. You can see it is attempting the send email multiple times. So the 4 attempts are failed and it will attempt for 5 times, and the last attempt is also made. So you can see this email attempt is successfully succeeded. Now let me open my email. So I have received this confirmation email where we have the movie name and booked. Then we have the user's name, and this is the message. Then we have the date and time, correct? So now we are getting the booking confirmation email, and now we have fixed the environment variable. So we will receive the booking confirmation email instantly after making the successful payment. Now let me just come back here. After adding this feature to send the booking confirmation email, next we will send another email. Suppose we have booked the movie, then we have to send the reminder email when the booking show is nearby. It means we have to send the reminder email within 8 hours of the show timing, right, to the users who has booked that show. For that, let's come here in the VS Code and let's open the index.js file where we are creating the ingest functions, and here let's create the comment. We will write ingest function to send reminders. Now let's add the ingest function here. So just add const send reminders equal to ingest dot create function. Now in this one, let's add the object where we'll add the ID, and the ID is send show reminders. Then add the comma, and here we'll add the cron, and in this cron we have added 0 */8 and ***. So we have added the cron job here that will execute after every 8 hours. So here let me add the comment also. Every 8 hours, right? So it will create the function that will be executed in the background after every 8 hours. So now let's create that function. So here let's add async and create the arrow function. Now in this function, parameter will get the step, right? And after that here let's add const now equal to new date, right? And after that let's add const in 8 hours equal to, here we will use new date, and just add now dot get time. And in this one let's add plus 8 multiplied by 60 multiplied by 60 multiplied by. After that here let's add const window start equal to new date and in this one just add in 8 hours dot get time, and in this one let's add minus 10 minutes, like this. After that, here let's add the comment, that is prepare reminder task, correct. Now here let's add const reminder task equal to await, and here we'll add the step dot run. Now here in this one we will add the name, that is prepare reminder task. After that we'll add the comma, and here we'll add the function, so just add async and create the arrow function. Now in this function we have to get the show data, so just add const shows equal to await, and here we will use the show model dot find method, and in this find method let's add the object where we will add the show time property, and it will be greater than window start and less than in 8 hours. So we will get all these show data here in this shows. After that, here we'll add the populate, and in this one let's add the movie. So we will populate the movie property. After that, here let's add const, we'll add the task array. So we have added the empty array. After that we'll add the for loop, so simply add for, and in this one let's add const show of shows, and in this one let's add the if statement, and we'll add not of show dot movie. Then we'll add the or operator, and here we'll add not of show dot occupied seats. Then we'll add continue. After that, here we'll add const user ID equal to, and it will be one array, and in this array let's add spread operator new. Then we'll add the set, and in this set let's add object dot values, and in this values we'll add the show dot occupied seats. Here we have added a small s, let me make it capital S. So we'll get the user IDs here. After that, let's check this user IDs. So let's add the if statement, and here we'll add the user IDs dot length, and let's add equal to 0. Then we'll add continue. After that we'll add const, and in this one let's add users equal to await, and we'll use the user model dot find method, and in this one let's add one object where we'll add the underscore ID, and it will be one object where we'll add in user IDs, right? So it will add all the users, and in this one we have to find the name and email, so just add select, and in this select let's add name a space email. So from all the users we will find the name and email, correct? And after that let's add for, and here let's use the const user of users, and here let's add the task array dot push method, and in this one we'll add the object where we'll add the user email property, and it will be user dot email. Then add the comma, we'll add the username property, it will be user dot email. Then we'll add the movie title, so it will be show dot movie dot title. Then we'll add the show time, so just add show time, it will be show dot show time. So we have added all the data in this tasks. right? And after that it will return this task. So here let's add return and return this task. That's it. Now after this parenthesis, here we'll add the if statement, and in this one let's add the reminder task dot length, and if it is equal to 0, so in that case simply add the return statement and add the object where we'll add sent 0, then we'll add comma, and let's add message, that is no reminders to send. Now suppose we have the reminder task length greater than 0. So in that case we have to send the reminder email, right? So let me add the comment here, send reminder emails, and here let's add const result equal to await, and here we will use the step dot run, and in this one let's add the step name send all reminders, then create the async function. So just add the async and create the arrow function. Now in this function just add the return statement, so just add return await, and we will use the promise. In this promise we'll add all settled. Now in this one we'll add the reminder task, and it is an array, so we can use the map method, and in this map we'll add the arrow function with the task in the parameter like this. And after that here let's add the function that is send mail, so just add send email, and in this one just add the to property. Here we'll add the task dot user email, that is the receiver email, right? And after that let's add subject. So in this subject let's add reminder your movie, then movie title starts soon, right? Then we'll add the body, and in this body we'll add the email template in this backticks. So we have created one email template. So in this body property let me provide one HTML template. So we have created this template where you can see we have provided the user's name, then movie title, and then we have provided the movie date and time, and then we have added some message. You can add the simple text also in this body as you wish. So we have created this function that will send the email, and after that let's come here. So after this parenthesis here let's add const, we will add sent equal to, let's add the results dot filter, and here just add the arrow function with r in the parameter, that is result. Then we'll add r dot status equal to fulfilled, right? And then we'll add dot length. After that here we'll add const failed equal to, let's add results dot length minus sent, right? After that let's come here, and here we'll add the return statement, and in this one we'll add the object and simply add this sent, then add comma failed, then we'll add the comma and message. And in this message property let me add the message in backticks. So here we have added this message sent and this number, then this number and failed. So we'll get like this, sent 100 reminders, 10 failed, like that. Now save the changes, and now we have created this function. So let me just copy this function name, that is the ingest function, and add it here in this functions array, correct? that is send show reminders. So this function will run in the background and it will check in 8 hours. So we have created this function that will send the movie reminders. Correct. Next we have to add one more ingest function that will send the email whenever a new movie added by the admin. Correct. So here let's create a new function, and here let's add the function name called send new show notification. So just add const send new show notifications equal to ingest dot create function. Here we'll add the comment also. So let me add the comment. Ingest function to send notification when a new show is added. Right. Now in this create function, let's add the object where we'll add the ID, and let's create any ID. So we'll add send new show notification. After that we'll add the comma and object, and in this one we'll add the event name. So let's add the event and provide the name app/show added. Right. So whenever we will trigger this event, it will execute the function. So here we'll add the async arrow function, and in this function parameter we will get the event, and from this event we will get the data. Right. So from this data we will find the movie title and movie ID. So let's add const movie title movie ID equal to, let's add the event dot data. That's it. After that, here let's add const users equal to await, and we have to send it to all users. So here just add the user model dot find method, and here let's add the empty object. So it will return all the users. Right. Now let's add the for loop that will send the email to all users. So just add for const user of users. Right. And here let's add const, we will find the user email from the user dot email. Right. And after that we will find the user's name. So just add const username, and it will be user dot name. Right. And after that let's create the subject. So just add const subject, and this subject will be new show added, and provide the movie title. After that we'll add the body. So just add const body, and in this one let me add the email template. You can send the simple text also. So in this backticks I'll add this template. So we have added the s2 tag where we have added the user's name, and here we have added the message in p tag. We have just added a new show to our library, and then we have the text visit our website and thank you message. So after that it will send the email using this data. So to send the email, let's come here, and here let's add await, and we will add send email, and in this one we'll add the object. So here we have to add the to property. So just add the to, and in this one we'll add this user email, then we'll add the subject, and after this subject we'll add the body. That's it. So here we have added the data that will be sent on email. Right. We have added it after this curly braces, but it will be within that curly braces. So just cut it from here, and after this body will add the semicolon, and here let's add this await. Right. So it will send these data on email to the user's email. Correct. After that we will return the response that will be displayed in ingest dashboard. So just add return, and here let's add the object, and here let's add the message called notification sent. So this function will send the notification to all users whenever a new show will be added from the admin dashboard. Right. Now let me pass this function So just copy this function and add it here. Just add the comma and provide this function. That's it. Now we have added all the functionalities. So in this function you can see we have added this movie ID. We are getting this movie ID from event data, but it is not required here. So let me remove it. We will just get the movie title and we'll send the email to all users. Now this function should be triggered whenever a new movie will be added. So let's come here in our controller function. Using that we can add a new movie. So here let's open showController.js, and in this one we have created a controller function to add a new show. You can see add show, correct? So in this one, let's scroll down and here you can see we are sending the response, right? That is show added successfully. So before this response, we will trigger that event. So let me add the comment, trigger ingest event. So here just add await ingest, just import this ingest from the ingest folder index.js file. Let me scroll up. You can see it has been imported. And after that, here let's add .send. And in this one, we'll add the object. And in this object, we'll add the event name. So let's add app/show added. That's it. And after that we'll add the comma and here we'll add the data, and in this data we'll add the object, and in this object we have to add the movie title property, right? And we will get this title from this movie dot title property. That's it. So here it will trigger the show added function and provide this data. That's it. Now after adding these features, next we will deploy our project on GitHub, and that will also redeploy the project on Vercel. So let me just open this sidebar, and here let's click on this source control icon, and after that here we'll add the message project completed. Before that, let me open the terminal and let's see it is working or not. You can see everything is good. Our backend server is successfully running. It is correct. So let's hide it, and here I'll click on this commit button and click on sync changes. So it will deploy our project. After that, let's come back here in the Vercel, and now let's see this deployment. So you can see it is redeploying our backend project. So our backend is redeployed, correct? Now we will deploy our frontend also. Till now we are running the frontend project on local, and this local server project is also running fine. If I come here, you can see we have the movies. We can book the movie from here. We can see the booking list in this my bookings, correct? And now let me deploy it online, and then we will explore the all features. So let me just come here in the Vercel dashboard, and let's open the dashboard. Here I'll click on this new project, and let's select the repository quick show, click on import, and here we'll add the project name. So let's keep it quick show, right? And after that I'll click on this button, that is edit in the root directory, and here we will choose this client directory, then click on continue. After that, here we have to add the environment variable. So just click on this, and here we will paste the environment variable. So just come back here in VS Code, and let's close all the files, and let's come to this sidebar, collapse this server folder, and from here we will open the client folder. Now we'll open .env file in this client, and let's copy all the environment variables from here, and let's paste it here. So in this one you can see we have the wheat currency, then we have the color publishable key, wheat base URL, and this is the TMDB base URL, that is the image base URL. You can see in this wheat base URL, that is the backend URL, we have added the local host. So let me remove this local host port 3000, and here we'll add the URL where our backend is running. So you can see our backend is running at this URL. So this is the live link of our backend server. So just paste it here. And in this URL at the end we have /. So make sure to remove this / from here. It should end with .versal.app. That's it. Now just click on this deploy button. So it will start deploying our front-end project. You can see the status here. It is deploying our front-end project. So here we got some error in the deployment, and you can see the error message here. By mistake we have added the title.jsx in capital letter in this list_so.jsx file. So let me fix it. I'll come back. And let's open the client folder, then open src, then let's go open this pages and go to admin and go to list_source.jsx file. In this one you can see we have title. So let me correct it. We'll add /admin/title. That's it. Now save the changes and let's open listbookings.jsx. In this one also we have added title.jsx in capital. So let me remove this .jsx from here, save the changes. Now let me check the dashboard also. Here also we have title.jsx. Let's remove it, save the changes. Now let me open add source. Here also we have the title component, and from here also we'll add title only, remove this .jsx, save the changes. Now let me commit these changes. So I'll click on this icon and here we'll add the commit message. Updated title component import. Then click on commit and sync changes. After that we will come back to the Versal dashboard. Let me click on this project quick show, and after that you can see it is automatically redeploying the project. Let me click on this deployment. Now you can see the status building. Now our project is successfully redeployed, right? And here this is the live link. Let me click here in this domains. So you can see this is the front end link. This is deployed on Versal. And now let me log in here. I'll log in with my Google account. Now here we can add multiple accounts also, because we have enabled the multi-session, right? And we can also enable the mobile login so that user can log in from their mobile using the OTP, right? And after that, here we have added the favorite movies, and this favorite movie data is stored in the clerk metadata, right? And we can access the movies here. Then we can access the booking history, and we can book the movie using online payment gateway Stripe, correct? Then we have added the email feature, and we have scheduled our emails using ingest function. If I book any movie, we will get the booking confirmation email, and we will also get the reminder emails. And now let me add a new movie from the dashboard. So let me open the dashboard. We'll add /admin. So it will open the admin dashboard, right? And here let's open this add source page. Here we have the list of now playing movies. So let's choose any movie from here. Then here we have to add the price. Then we'll add the date. Then add the time, and then click on add show. So you can see show added successfully, correct? After that, if I open the home page, let me refresh it. Here you can see we have a new show, correct? Let me open this one. We have the show details, correct? So after adding a new show, all users will receive an email that is new show added. But before that, we have to sync our backend with our ingest dashboard. So let me open the ingest dashboard, then go to app and click on this app name, then click on resync and click on this resync app button. After that, let's come here in this functions. So here we have multiple functions where you can see the send booking confirmation email, send new show notification, right? So we have created this function to send the notification whenever a new show added, and here we have the new function that is send show reminders, correct? So now our application is synced. Let me come back to the home page, and now let's open the dashboard, and here we'll add a new movie. So let's add a new movie. Let me choose this one. We will add the price, then add the date and time, then click on add show. So this show will be added, correct? After that, let's come to home page, come to movies, refresh it. So here we'll get a new show. It is added here, and here we have the show details, correct? Now let me check my email. So here you can see we have received one email, new show added and the movie name, correct? So whenever admin adds a new show in this website, all the users will receive an email. And we will also receive the reminder email within 8 hours of our show time when we book the movie. So finally we have completed our movie ticket booking project. I hope this video will be helpful for you. If you have any question, you can ask me in the comment section. Please like and share this video, and also subscribe my channel GreatStack to watch more videos like this one. Thank you so much for watching this video.